Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? Great to see you. Oh, fantastic. Oh, my goodness. We've all had some coffee this morning. That's what I like to see. You look beautiful, refreshed. Some of you have even been on a run this morning, which I wasn't on the run, let me just say that, but I have huge respect for you if you were. My name's Oisín Lunny. It's a thrill to be here once again. As the video said, we gather once a year to learn, to thrive, to have fun, to network, and to grow our ecosystem that we all love. So listen, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for making the investment in your careers, in your businesses, in your network, in your futures. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here for the next 2 days of awesomeness. We are going to be covering some of the hottest topics in the industry with some of the highest powered players, CEOs, managers, all the best people right here on the main stage. So just a few housekeeping notes. Number one, phones to silent, please. I'm sure we have lovely ringtones, but we don't want them chipping into the keynote. Number two, share the love on social media. Please share your photographs, filters if I'm in it, if you don't mind, and share it on social media. Tag iGaming Next on all of the social channels and share the love and build this incredible enthusiasm, this incredible ecosystem with the best players in the ecosystem. Okay, my friends, I have a very simple question for you. Are you ready for iGaming NEXT Valletta 23? Fantastic. Okay, I cannot think of a better way to kick things off than by welcoming our dear friend. Everyone here knows him. He is, of course, the co-founder and managing director of iGaming Next. Please give it up for the main man, Pierre Lintz.
Big introduction. Thank you, Oisín. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to iGaming NEXT Valletta 2023. Today, we find ourselves in celebration not only of our gathering, but also the magic of summer solstice. June the 22nd, the longest day of the year, mirrors our own journey as we work tirelessly to make this day a memorable one. But before anything else, let's give some recognition to the tremendous efforts of those behind the scenes today. The ever-reliable Mediterranean Conference Center, here led by Rosette McAuliffe and her staff, who's gone above and beyond in hospitality. Our dependable suppliers, and of course, our incredible iGaming Next team. But I want to also give a special note of gratitude to Gabi Yasanevi-Kaite, our project manager, whose leadership on the iGaming NEXT Valletta project has been nothing short of inspiring. So please join me in giving her a round of applause. Absolutely amazing. My friends, we meet here again after a year of big change in our industry. The issuance of UKGC's anticipated white paper, redundancies, record fines, companies being sold, other companies going under, and the big getting bigger. The landscape has undoubtedly been challenging. Yes, these challenges underline the necessity for unity and collaboration to secure a vibrant future of our industry. And the very essence of iGaming Next is to foster this unity. We provide a platform where we can connect, learn, and work together, shaping a more sustainable future for our industry. And so it is with immense pride that I can say that we brought together nearly 200 speakers, 4,000 delegates, and 60 esteemed partners right here in Valletta, making this event the biggest event ever that has been held within these walls here at the Mediterranean Conference Center. I mentioned earlier the challenges that we have in the industry, but not everything about this year has been doom and gloom. The advent of OpenAI and the incredible strides of GPT, or ChatGPT, in 2023 present potential game-changing strides and changes and opportunities for our industry. A vibrant startup landscape, new emerging markets such as Latin America and Africa, and an improved and safer environment for our players. It is crucial that we comprehend and understand these technological shifts and new cultures of our diverse customer base to secure a vibrant future. So on the note of a diverse customer base, we are honored to host, alongside Betsson Group, the Diversity and Inclusion track here at iGaming NEXT for the second year in a row, as we believe in the value of diverse perspectives and inclusive work culture. This year, we are also proud to partner with the operator and affiliate network of Papa, who are hosting their conference downstairs here in La Valletta Hall. So if you're an operator or an affiliate, make sure to not miss out the conference that is happening just downstairs here. And so I want to also thank you to give a thanks to Levon Nikogoshan and his fantastic team for being great partners through and through. iGaming NEXT Valletta offers a plethora of sessions, a sold-out exhibition, entertainment areas, multitude of networking events, and ample space to meet. All here in the former European capital of culture, Valletta. So let's leverage this platform to bring stronger relationships, fostering a collaborative spirit that propels us all forward towards collective success. And if there's anything we've learned from our dear friend Todd Haushalter, it is that when one of us wins, we all win together. Finally, my heartfelt appreciation goes out to our partners, many of which have supported us since the very first day. Your support has been absolutely instrumental, and without it, we would have not been here today. And so with that, may you all have a great, inspiring, and unforgettable conference. Enjoy iGaming NEXT Valletta 2023. Thank you so much. I'm going to remain here on stage, actually. For those of you, I'm not sure if we can get kind of a hands up who saw the predictions panel last year or anything from it. Did we have any people who saw? Oh, that's great. There are a few of you. So you guys will remember that this panel, it caused a lot of stir on the public markets here. There was a lot of kind of news and media that came from this panel. And so it was only natural to us to do a repeat of this panel today. But you will also know, if you were here last year, that the panel was moderated by Todd Haushalter. This year, I'm trying to fill in these very big shoes of Todd, who is unfortunately not here today. But still, the panel is intact from last year. So I would like to welcome to stage Tim Heath, the general partner of YOLO, and Robin Reed, the CEO and founder of Happy Hour. All right, let's do this thing. Thank you. All right, let's do it. Let's do it, Robin. All right, guys. Let's see what markets we're going to move today. However, before we start, I mentioned here that I'm going to do my best to fill these very big shoes in the absence of Todd. But it is not iGaming NEXT without something to be said from Todd. So we're going to start today. We have a special message from Todd to begin this panel today. So if we can show this video on screen, let's start off on a high note.
Hello, my friends and leaders of the iGaming industry. I'm so sorry I can't be there right now because last year we had so much fun doing the predictions with Robin and Tim, and it takes courage to make predictions. And last year we got some zingers. Tim said that there was going to be a mass exodus from Curacao. He said that Europe was in trouble, and he called this the era of the Twitch streamer, and that no matter what, despite the shutdown, the content would find a way. And boy, was he right about that. Robin said, buy Evolution stock. Good call. He also said Evolution was going to buy Light and Wonder. And all kinds of other fun stuff, like European operators are in trouble, and all sorts of other interesting things. There's so much going on right now. I can't wait to hear what you guys' predictions are going to be this year. Who knew that all of a sudden in the United States, where they were spending like crazy on marketing, that they were going to shift to a focus on profitability? Who thought MGM was going to buy both Leo Vegas and a slot supplier? Speaking of selling things, IGT is selling off their online division. And then, of course, there was a big shakeup over at Kindred with the management, and they're for sale now, too. Who's going to buy these things, guys? I'm dying to hear your predictions. Of course, AI is all the rage now. And then crypto. Crypto is under intense scrutiny by the US government. What's going to happen there? And then we've got the Netherlands, who is fining everybody right now. Plus, you've got Flutter going live with US listing, all kinds of interesting stuff. Aristocrat continues to buy stuff. It is such an interesting time. But right now, I'm just going to grab my popcorn and sit back and hear what two of my favorite people have to say. Over to you, boys.
All right. Thank you so much, Todd. So before we kick into the panel today and we talk about kind of the prediction of the future, I want to start of just looking back a little bit here. Predictions are difficult. And last year we made some pretty significant and interesting predictions. And so, Robin, to start off with you here, one of the predictions you made was that Evolution is gearing up to make a huge move. You pointed out it could potentially be Light & Wonder, and this caused a very big stir on the stock market. You moved the stock market and the share capitalization of Light & Wonder by almost 100 million euro that day. It increased 5%. So you could somewhat call yourself the Elon Musk of the iGaming industry, I suppose. But Robin, do you want to first to go back and kind of revisit the predictions you did last year, including the Evolution one? Do you still think it's going to happen?
Yeah, thanks. It was a fun panel last year, and sort of the tradition we're creating is that we're going to do one of these panels every year, and that we will revisit those predictions to see how the next or how the previous 12 months have panned out. I made 6 predictions last year when I sort of recounted the video. The first one was which stock to buy. Evolution was at 890. Now it is at 1400 more or less, I think, thereabouts. Yeah, so that one was pretty good.
Did you follow your own advice?
I won't disclose personal financial information on stage, but yeah, look, the second one I think I made was that we were asked which markets to invest into Europe of the locally regulated markets, and I said a pig's country, Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain. I mean, these countries has been flying despite the financial turmoil, you know, you're ranging from 20% increase, 30% increase, 40% increase. So I think that one was good. I also was a bit more gloomy in saying that the operators that are subscale in not only remote license market but locally licensed markets will struggle. And we have seen management changes, layoffs, outright busts. And so I think that one is in the making. We talked about Aristocrat. I said that it will come online late with a vengeance. They did an acquisition of NeoGames. I think that one came through. We had Las Vegas Sands. The question asked was, will they go online? I guess the right question to ask in hindsight was, will they go online B2C or B2B? Because now it's clear that they're launching a live dealer studio, at least in North America. So they might not be diving in yet, like I predicted, but they're at least for sure dipping their feet. So that one went in. Then I also got a question of name a prediction that is not very likely to happen, but if it happens, it will cause headlines. And I said that Evolution is gearing up to do a big move, and that my idea would be Light & Wonder. Now, since then, Light & Wonder obviously has traded up 20%. Their share price has increased. Evolution, we have just talked about, didn't happen. Now, I would still do it if I was Evolution, but I'm not, and those guys are smarter than me, so let's see what they have cooking. But I still think the very prospect of Evolution making a larger acquisition in the foreseeable future is even more likely. Perhaps it is personal romanticism, but I love that company. I think it is probably one of the most innovative companies in the iGaming industry. It is certainly one of the best companies in terms of execution. What they've done with the live space is just incredible. And for me, it would be amazing to see this fully integrated company between land-based and online. Imagine the game shows live in front of thousands of people in casinos on Times Square. Imagine all the innovation that can happen if you manage to see the whole customer life cycle through, from the first deposit in the cashier in the land-based casino all the way through to what you do online. Now, Evolution is growing strong. However, the stock has developed well, but I saw Paul Leyland, the analyst that is often iGaming Next, he called the last report underwhelming. I mean, live casino, 30% of the total iCasino, they're focused on that market. They're sort of maximizing that now, so I think at one stage they have to introduce new verticals to increase the TAM, or else they have to increase the category as a whole, but that's a longer game. So, yeah, I still think that one, the jury is out on that one.
Brilliant, brilliant, Robin. If I was a school teacher, I'll give you an A.
Thank you.
Right, Tim.
I can't remember what I predicted last year.
Tim, over to you. So, one of the big predictions you made last year was that we might see an exodus of Curaçao licensees. Interestingly, we have obviously the Minister of Finance of Curaçao here at iGaming NEXT, who is rumored to reveal the updated regulation of Curaçao tomorrow.
And this is awesome. This is really, really awesome that we as an industry can come and say, if you don't do anything, people will exit Curaçao. So if you can come with a more robust, stronger regulated framework, which is acceptable, it means those operators who have a Curaçao license will stay.
Yeah.
So I think it's wonderful. I'm not sure the gentleman's name, but he's here tomorrow doing the keynote, and let's hope that he can present a really balanced and fair regulation which satisfies frameworks and banks and whatnot, but looks after the player, but gives operators the chance, the freedom to innovate and to grow their businesses. It's three stakeholders, but it's very difficult to get it right for all three stakeholders. But if we can do that, then we can all stay.
Yeah. So would you say that your opinion has changed?
I'd say that they have understood that they need to improve their framework to maintain people on the island, which is a good thing.
Fair enough, fair enough. Very political answer.
Yes.
Tim, over now we look forward instead here. So if I asked you, what is your biggest one single headline-grabbing prediction here for the next 12 months? Jake Evans and our editorial team are ready to take notes right now, by the way, but what's your one biggest prediction?
How we can take crypto into the regulated US market.
Wow.
Yeah. Very difficult, but I think if you look at the payments methodologies there, it's all 7995, but banks don't want to always approve a transaction because you can't take a bet from outside state borders. So if you can now, it's a legitimate transaction, but 50% of credit card transactions fail in state because the payment service provider has the liability on their shoulders, criminal liability, if they're taking a payment from outside state. So they just be really, really careful and don't take anything. Yeah. If we can run crypto rails from a trusted source, a KYC source of supply of crypto, and use those rails into regulated operators, all of a sudden we can get 100%, a player can get 100% transaction throughput, and that will improve the industry, like we've seen crypto improving the player experience in a Curaçao-based state. This could really double, triple the deposit values in the American market. Now, this is a wish, a hope. I don't know how you're going to get it through regulators, but there's smarter people out there that maybe can work that out. That's what I see could be really, really good for the US market.
But at the same time, we're seeing kind of like a crackdown in the US of crypto. Binance having issues. It's kind of like the collateral from FTX, the collapse. It seems like the US are becoming more and more anti-crypto.
Yeah, but this is the early days of where people are trading crypto because they think it's an investment asset, and it's not. It's a transactional payment token to pass value between two untrusted sources. So if we remove that kind of understanding that we're going to be trying to find the next Luna or the next shitcoin, whatever, and actually use it for its real purpose of moving money from A to B programmatically and from B to A instantly, then it has amazing utility.
Right, right. Robin, what comment would you have to this? Do you think as well crypto and iGaming will marry each other in the next 12 months?
Big prediction.
Well, in the US.
Well, you're saying it's sort of a clampdown on crypto. It is more about regulating crypto.
Yeah.
So
but it doesn't seem to be much will in the US today, as far as you can see from the public media at least.
I disagree. I think there is will. I think they just need to get it in order.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Robin, so same question to you here then. What would be your biggest single headline-grabbing prediction of the next 12 months?
I think it is a bit rocky environment to predict one very specific sort of sniper-type prediction, but headlines is typically caused by M&A or by regulatory changes, and I think we're very likely to see something happening in both of those spaces. Could it be, on the acquisition side, an MGM buying Entain? Interesting. The jury is still out on that one. Will it happen this year? It sort of is like a marriage that is just bound to happen. On the regulatory side, I still don't think we have seen the harshest enforcement. And if you look around the planet and you see what's cooking, then I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a stricter enforcement. Could it be player claims? Could it be unregulated gaming in the United States? Could it be, something up that street, I think? I think regulators have been working together with the industry, but as more and more of the industry is regulated, and as they're getting that in order, I think they're going to look more into enforcement. Will it be this year? Will it be next year? I think we're going to see tougher enforcement coming out of regulators.
Interesting. And on that note, I get the feeling a little bit that there are two trends that are emerging right now in the industry, especially on the European side, where some operators, the major ones, are turning more towards the regulation. They're becoming more regulated, and they are more and more avoiding the pre-regulated and gray space. However, many other operators, tier 2 and elsewise, are moving more towards the gray. So it's kind of like two kind of opposing forces that are taking place at the moment. Why do you think that is, Robin? And how do you think this will play out over the next 12 months?
I think Tim has alluded to it in previous comments. I mean, regulation should be there to protect the player. Regulation should be there to create a framework in which end users thrive. And they're not always doing that. And once regulation becomes too much red tape, both in terms of customer journeys and operators, they obviously create a market for players that doesn't want to go through all of that hassle. And somebody will be there to serve the market. So I think regulators need to talk even more with the industry than they're currently doing. At the same time, obviously there is big capital behind iGaming now, and it is important to be regulated, and those companies who are fully regulated, look at Entain now, 99%, they're becoming very large multi-billion companies, and so it's polarizing. They're getting more power, it's consolidating in the regulated space, while there is definitely a market on the unregulated side.
Yeah, and Tim, I mean, you spoke about this last year, the difficulty in the European regulated environment now. How do you see this playing out?
There's not many pre-regulated markets in Europe left at all. There's Finland, kind of Norway, kind of, I don't know where else. It's certainly not Netherlands, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Belgium, Romania, Estonia. So if I always believe you should have an ability to come to a market with a small operation with $1 million, as we're going to talk about it shortly. How do I bring a new business in with a great idea and bring that to fruition? We need to keep innovating to grow an economy. If the regulations are so difficult and so stringent, you need 3 floors of compliance to protect yourself from being fined, how is that encouraging innovation and growth, which my job is to make the customer happy? If my customers are happy, I'm going to be all right in the long run. I think with all the regulation, it's not really there to promote and engage and encourage new business coming through. I just don't know where I would go in Europe at the moment. Now, to factor that, then you need to go and be an unregulated, pre-regulated, grey market operator, work with affiliates, work with more dodgier PSPs, pay ridiculous fees, 8, 9, 10% in some markets in Europe, unbelievably. Guess where that comes off? It comes off the player experience. You run your slots at 92% because you've got to pay for compliance, KYC, payment processing, player claims out of Germany and Austria and whatnot. You're almost defending yourself as opposed to forgetting about the single sole focus of focusing on the customer experience.
Right. I mean, in the US, for example, there's 4 operators that own 85% of market share. It is an oligopoly in the regulated environment in the US. Is the same thing turning out to be the case in Europe?
Well, how much in the US market is still run from offshore from Costa Rica? I'd like to know what that stat is. Is it a 60-40 split? So actually it's 85% of 35% is regulated. In the long run, no doubt, the regulated operators will win out. But not everyone's in here to create an Entain. Not everyone's in here to create a Bet365 or a Penn, Barstool, Penn Entertainment or whatnot. People want to do startups. People want to come with an idea and make it happen. I then look at the Underdog Fantasy and the Pick'em and what they're doing in a market, in a highly regulated market, and how well they're doing just by doing DFS properly, which is nearly like gambling, or the sweepstakes. People always look for innovation around regulation.
Right. But the answer is yes, Pierre, and at a much slower pace than in the US, though, due to cultural diversity and entry barriers in each market and so forth. But the answer is yes. I think we're moving towards a very consolidated industry in the long term.
Right. But that means there's a shift between consolidated for operators, I don't know how to say the word, but then you've got all these startups going sort of grey and quick and fast as they can, but it's whack-the-mole almost.
And I agree, because it's not only the new entrants and the startups that is suffering in terms of making innovation, it's also the larger companies, right? Due to the need for consolidations, economy of scale, due to the need of meeting regulations. There is not much in it for the customer at the moment, is there?
Yeah.
That's a bit sad.
So do you think when we return here and 12 months later, do you think that this kind of nuance between the white and the gray, kind of two different sides of the industry, will be more defined? Let's say, will we have operators and suppliers that are specifically working on one side and others on the other side? Do you think this is going to continue?
Yes, and it will be further polarized, but there will still be bridges between them, because guess what? The tier one suppliers and operators, they still need innovation happening in that space. So there will certainly be bridges and the industry collaborating. It will just be a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it's a challenging environment in many ways here in Europe, of course. If we were to, we have 12 minutes here to go. We kind of turn the page back a little bit more specific predictions here for a little bit. If we were to point out one big winner in the online space in the next year, who would you point out, Tim?
I think you'll still see evolution, good, strong, solid growth. I'm very interested to see what Sands come out with their live dealer and how they will attack the market. Will they go after Evolution's share? I don't see Sands going into the Asian market with their live dealer, which I think certainly Evolution enjoys a global activity. I like the live dealer space. I think but I also like the slot space. But there's 3,000 slot companies out there. I don't know, 2,000. But how many are actually in the US market? It's, again, you've got that sort of white versus grey. Push Gaming had to shut off 40% of their revenue streams from markets that MGM didn't want to be associated with.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. You mentioned here the Sands moving into the live space. I think many people in the audience may be not aware of this, and it's not really any kind of official press releases that have gone out yet, but the Sands' biggest online casino, biggest casino in the world, biggest casino operation in the world, are now looking to launch a live dealer. So it's potentially a competitor here that had the capital, certainly, to compete on level to level with Evolution.
41 billion market cap.
Yeah, wow. 41 billion. Double the size of Evolution, almost double the size. Yeah.
Significant.
Yeah, and Sands have been waiting for years to make a move in the online space, right? They haven't really made their mark. The MGMs, the Caesars, the Wins are all in the online space as a B2C. Whereas Sands have committed themselves to go in on a B2B level, and now we are seeing the live casino studio being formed here with Sands.
And it seems they're buying a 6.8 billion new integrated resort in Long Island, New York as well, which goes sort of hand in hand with, there has been some news about preparation for that. So they had the answer from last year, where do they go?
Yeah, interesting. So Robin, over to you as well. So if you were to point out one big winner in the online space in the next year, who would you single out here?
You know, Pierre, you taught me something on Slack one day. You said that, losers focuses at winners and winners focuses at winning. I don't really like the word winner so much, but I'll tell you a company that I think is doing really, really well and that we'll hear a lot about, and that is PlayZone.
PlayZone?
Yeah. Since we're in Malta, we can talk about them. I think that company is dishing out some really good content right now and gaining market share. And I think we're going to hear a lot more about them in sort of the wake of NetEnt, Pragmatic, Play and Go, Evolution, those type of top. I think they're on the way up there.
Interesting. Yeah, if Thomas is in the audience here, please, I'll be happy to hear that for sure. If we turn the question around now then, Tim, so if we talk about kind of organizations that might struggle in the next year, would you point out anyone who has a difficult 12 months ahead here?
I think it's the European operators who have operated in the Norway, Sweden, Finland, greater part of Europe that don't know, they're not ready to go fully Curacao crypto, as an example, or fully regulated Entain. We won't take bad action by 2024. If you're in the middle, it's an amazingly difficult decision to make right now. Which way do we go? And you can't keep a foot in both camps. Those type of companies, I think, will be faced with a very challenging decision. And we've seen some shake-up on some companies from a C-level area recently, probably due to that decision which needs to be made.
Right, so we're going back to this like kind of tier 2 operators and so on, especially in the regulated environment here in Europe that have a difficult time to find the strength. Yeah. Another question for you guys here. Tim is inspired by you, this question. It's a great question, actually. So turning the tables here, you guys are two of the biggest investors of the industry. But let's say that Pia Linde here with iGaming Next, we start an investment fund. We have $1 million, and I would like to consider funding one of you guys with a $1 million idea. Can you pitch to me how you would build a successful company within the iGaming industry using $1 million? Robin.
Okay. B2C or B2B, let's do both. Now, with $1 million, we don't have much money, so we need to find very favorable unit economics. We need to find a market with a high margin. We need to find a niche that is small with not much competition, which has the potential to grow very large. I would go sweepstakes. I would launch a US sweepstakes facing sort of social casino / up in that real money flavor type, I would do that. I mean, you have a market where I don't know how many states that have sweepstake laws, but there is quite a few of them, and the entrants that have gone in there have done incredibly well. There isn't many people that have done it. However, I expect a lot of the people in the audience to be contemplating it. In fact, I think it will be a trend over the next 2 years. So I think I would go in now, if anything. Then on the B2B side, AI, definitely. It's not even a question.
With $1 million?
Yeah. How would you?
Yeah, but, okay. So
training models, so on and so forth.
If you look at the large language models and all of this, they're like a search engine, right? They're like the underlying infrastructure, but they won't cater to niches, right? So find your niches around those and serve the industry.
But how with $1 million? So you see the fundraising campaigns that are taking place on seed level in the US now in excess of $100 million.
I would incubate it. I would find a few good people, and I would work on gaming specifically. I think it is an underserved market in terms of AI.
Yeah, but this is an interesting point, Robin. You mentioned AI as a kind of wide general term here. Like, what do you think AI will bring to the iGaming industry? This current AI summit that we're seeing with the ChatGPT, the advent, and
so, Pierre, you're pretty enlightened on the industry. How many employees does Entain have?
You put on the spot here.
10,000?
10,000?
35,000.
35,000.
What will AI do with that? You know, I think that's the question. You know, why not build the first casino that runs itself?
So my pitch,
yes.
At a 10 million valuation, Pierre, you can put $1 million in for 10% to a casino which, one, takes the payment, the money moves seamlessly and automatically, and if you win and you cash out, the money goes back to you all automatically. 2, we take the bet, and 3, we promote the ego of the player. We're building a casino on Telegram, in an app there, using Hub88 to bring all the games through. We're using the app wallet. The inbuilt Telegram wallet function, which has 2.7 million users around the world so far. Everything is pragmatic. There's 3 employees, and there's not allowed to be any more than 3 employees. All deposits are automatic and instantaneous. All withdrawals are automatic as soon as you close it. All CRM is done via Telegram, pushed on a refer a friend basis throughout Telegram, and the games work perfectly, and you can share and build a really, really tribal community within the social part of this casino.
Right, so rather than going the traditional affiliation route to
no affiliates.
SEO affiliation route, and I know that you've been critiquing SEO affiliates in the past, this is also part of that, like the industry needs to find other ways to retain and attract customers rather than traditional SEO.
We want to give the customers the experience they're looking for, to move the money, take the action, promote the ego. So we promote big wins and we celebrate the wins together.
Right. Does it play in more to the narrative? I mean, we have to ask the question that has been asked 1 million times in the last 20 years. Is SEO dead?
Irrelevant.
in the next couple of, now with the advent of AI and ChatGPT and so on?
SEO is irrelevant.
Right.
Programmatic, I find to be irrelevant. I want to go out and find customers who want to play and want to be part of a tribe. Yep. And they want to play with their friends and make new friends, and if they've got 5 minutes at the bus stop, how do I open up a slot game and play, cash out? I don't even worry about moving the money anymore. It just happens seamlessly.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want customer support agents. I want to use AI.
Yeah.
I don't want accountants. I want to do it all programmatically.
Yeah.
And I want it to grow itself from the ground up and build a brand. So you can invest in @Whale on Telegram at a 10 million valuation with $1 million.
All right.
You're very welcome.
I'll take note here. Brilliant. I'll take note here. I'll come with my decision later on if you don't mind. But I'd like to just do a little show of hands here, a little survey today. On the note of ChatGPT, how many people here have used ChatGPT in the last 1 month? Show of hands. I'm also like putting up my hands there, by the way. Okay, so most people. How many people use it daily? Oh, wow, that's amazing. So Robin, on your side, Dan, I would love to ask the audience as well, but we don't have microphones here. But what do you use ChatGPT for daily?
What everybody else is using it for. I don't write so much emails anymore. I don't write so much content anymore. You know, we had a session yesterday with the happy hour team, and we were stuck on company values. We were going to word some new values. You know, normally we could have been stuck for like half an hour. Now we were stuck for 2 minutes.
Yeah. And Tim, I mean, you did not put up your hand here, but do you believe, like in 12 months' time, do you see this still becoming?
When I need to write something, when we need to write something, let's call it a slot game review in a different language, I'll go and use it. If I've taken notes, I'll drop the notes, I'll drop the text in there and say, summarise for me in 5 dot points, because that's what I can then post on Slack. Yeah. So I will use it, just I'm not using it every single day.
Fair enough.
You know what, it's very good for you know, we're prompting ChatGPT, but what it's putting out is actually prompting you again. It makes you think. Yeah. And that I really like.
I have a confession, guys, with all of you, actually. The welcome speech that was just read here half an hour ago was proofread by ChatGPT. So, thank you so much, ChatGPT, for saving me some time. But it still came from the heart. Guys, we have 1 minute here, so I have some rapid-fire questions for you guys here, and I want just quick answers now. So we will do one-on-one here, okay? First of all, will Las Vegas Sands disrupt evolution in the live casino space? Robin?
No.
No.
Okay. The biggest winner on the stock market in the second half of 2023? Robin?
Can't predict the biggest, but a winner will be Betsson.
Betsson, interesting.
Mm-hmm. Aristocrat,
right? Mm-hmm. Who will buy Kindred? Robin?
Pass.
Fair enough. we have a lot of Kindred staff here who is curious about that answer. It was a good try.
I hope they will grow and not be acquired.
I don't have anything that's holding me back here, right? So I'm going to say DraftKings. Okay, that's going to be my answer. I think DraftKings will look to expand into the European markets, just like MGM has been doing here lately. That will be my prediction. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start with Tim, with you. This is the expertise of your side. The price of Bitcoin at the end of 2023?
50 grand.
50 grand, okay.
Yeah.
Robin?
Wouldn't dare comment.
Okay.
You know what the price of Bitcoin is? 1 Bitcoin's going to be equal to 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's it. 1 Bitcoin is 1 Bitcoin. That was the underlying question I was asking. Very good. Will Kick.com beat Twitch?
Beat is a big word, but it's certainly growing. And I have a lot of belief in them.
Yeah.
No, fair enough. Is it sustainable, though? I mean, Kick, as a quick follow-up here, Kick are paying a lot less commissions to a lot more commissions and retaining.
Is YouTube sustainable? Is Twitch itself sustainable in their model?
They are not. I mean, Twitch is a losing company today.
So maybe the Kick model is actually the right model for it to be. It's not like they need funding to do it. So
interesting. Last but not least. Which fund will first reach $1 billion asset under management, YOLO or happy hour? Robin?
You know what, let me answer that one. 15 years ago, Tim, you had Mucho Poker and we had Donker and we were running around this conference. Just look at you now, a yacht, you know, one of the largest casino sportsbook in the world, house in Marbella. I mean, give it up for this man, what an amazing accomplishment. Come on, guys. You know, I don't know if anyone will reach $1 billion, but what I do know is that if any one of us do, then it will be really, really good for the startup scene in iGaming.
If either of us do, we'll celebrate very, very hard.
On your boat?
Absolutely. I think you're very right there. It's not who wins, it's actually the more return we can bring. I think Robert and I want to just keep investing and disrupting the shit out of everything. That's what drives us every single day. It's not about how much. Never focus on the money. Focus on the customer, the player. Enjoy yourself, and it will naturally come.
Absolutely.
And work with great people.
Yeah.
I mean, we work with some incredible people. That's part of the journey for me.
Absolutely. making the industry better at the end of the day, both of you guys. Thank you so much for a fantastic discussion. I hope I was able to fill these big shoes of our friend Todd here today. It's been great. And to the audience, we wish you a great rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. That was great. Awesome. Thank you.
Hey, hello again. How are you all doing? Great to see you there. Wasn't that a brilliant session? Thank you very much to Pierre for chairing that, and to Robin and Tim for those amazing predictions. Mark those words. We're going to revisit them next year and see how accurate they were. Lots of tips there in terms of where to invest and where to focus for the next year ahead. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, and thank you as well to Todd Householder, the mighty Todd, for beaming in with that special message. Undoubtedly owner of the best hair in iGaming. Tick, tick, tick for that. If we haven't met before, if you arrived a little late, maybe a bit of liquid networking last night, my name's Oisin Lunny. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. My personal motto is ABC, always be connecting, and this is very much what iGaming NEXT Valletta is about. So make sure you make the most of every sweet moment of networking, rooftop drinks, lunch networking, networking all over the place. This is time to build our ecosystem. You're all invited to all of the best parties. Right, we are now going to move on with a super interesting session. I'm so looking forward to this. The speaker is a dear friend of iGaming Next. I've seen her present many times. She always brings something new, something interesting, something fascinating, and her presentations are always worth paying attention to. So right now, Pragmatic Play are going to explore the history of visual effects in movies and how their application is unlocking the future of live casino. Super interesting topic, a great presenter. We are now going to look at live casino beyond the lens. My dear friends, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Chief Marketing Officer from Pragmatic Play. Please give it up for Virginie Luce!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to iGaming Next. Last year, I took you on a journey through the history of iGaming. We went from bonds to bricks to clicks. We explored the origins of gambling all the way to live casino experiences. And today, we will follow a similar format. However, we'll be focusing on cinematic techniques and technologies, mainly used in the film industry, but yet very relevant to live casino offering. I'm going to highlight the power of visual effects and explain how their application will help us to unlock the future of live casino. in the movie industry, there's been a clear development from theater to cinema in order to create either an illusion or to produce scenes that would be technically too complicated to create or too expensive to recreate. Similarly, in live casino, there are huge benefits in leveraging visual effects. And if we start looking at this first example, in 1903, a short silent movie called The Great Train Robbery took audiences beyond the confine of the movie set by combining two simultaneous events into one, but from two different locations. Here, have a look at the bandit attacking the station operator in the foreground, whilst in the background, through the window, the train is pulling into the station. This technique, called double exposure, used to combine these scenes into one. And you could argue it looks simplistic by today's standard, but this was one of the first realistic implementations of adding layers or depth in motion in movie history. Another use of visual effects is to bring stories to life in ways that were not possible on set or in a theater, even with ingenious practical effects. A French master illusionist and director called Georges Méliès, who was the so-called father of special effects, used double exposure in a groundbreaking movie that brought visual magic to its audience. And in this scene, the story reflects a man separating his head from his body on multiple occasions. And as you can imagine, without the use of such special effects, the entire narrative would be compromised. What I'm trying to say is that such visual effects did not only embellish a story, they were actually integral to it. 20 years later, cameraman Frank Williams patented the double matte process, which involved filming actors in front of a black background and printing the result several times over in such a way that the actor's movement could be combined seamlessly with different backgrounds. And this technique was famously used in the adaptation of the iconic novel from H.G. Wells, The Invisible Man, a movie that simply had to convince its audience on the power of its visual effects. And to do so, the director had somehow to make the visible invisible. For almost every scene in which the actor made an appearance, underneath the character gauze bandages that you can see here, the actor had to wear a black velvet underneath, and he was filmed against a black background to produce this matte effect. There are many more examples of early cinema using visual effects to bring stories to life. And it was in the 60s that Hollywood managed to really make a difference with Mary Poppins, which is a milestone movie that has remained popular for generations. The effects used were of great quality. One of its kind sodium vapor camera was used to film actors in front of a white screen lit up in yellow by sodium gas. And with this implementation, they managed to merge the physical and the digital to such a high standard that it no longer required the audience to have to interpret what the director was trying to show. And as you can see, they managed to combine the actors and the animated characters to create a seamless effect on screen. Exactly what we're aiming for in live casino. Visual effects have developed greatly since Mary Poppins. The use of black or painted mats were eventually replaced by blue screen technology, largely to cater from the change from black and white to color movies. And green screens became even more popular as they have a higher luminosity, making them the better choice in well-lit scenes. And techniques and technologies have been advancing ever since, most notably with the release of computer-generated imagery. And filmmakers today are able to add far greater depth to scenes, creating more detailed cinematic worlds. Movies allow us to experience these worlds that are different to reality, creating engaging stories that often go far beyond what is possible in a live broadcast. And initially, in live casino, the games that you could find online were just an imitation of what you can find in a retail casino. And over time, the offering expanded to include a wider variety of game types. And now, with these visual technologies, we're able to take it even further and create a richer gameplay that is no longer restricted by the laws of physics. Today in live casino, our games are filmed around the clock, day in, day out, to entertain our audiences all over the world. Each performance is carefully scripted, rehearsed, and choreographed. Live casino dealers interact with players and game events in unforgivingly high definition. And each studio is designed to meet the specific requirement of each game, meaning that different build components, lighting, audio, cameras, lenses, and even how we measure distances, frames, and angle shots vary from one game to the next. And like in Hollywood, visual effects are becoming more and more fundamental to the entertainment experience. At Pragmatic Play, we use visual effects with a clear intent to extend and enhance the live casino gameplay. One key benefit of leveraging such technology is to offer customization to our clients, enabling them to brand our game environment and deliver a unique look and feel for their players. And in our latest implementation, Auto Mega Roulette, you may be surprised to see that the wheel is the only physical component in the game. Operators can change the game's color in line with their branding. They can add product elements, patterns, and additional characters. They can also adjust the city skyline in the background to match a specific location. It's adding layers beyond the set. In Sweet Bonanza Candyland, we use visual effects to enhance and extend the game world beyond the physical parameters of the studio, producing 3D virtual backgrounds with multiple moving layers and dynamic lightings to construct a richer, deeper gameplay. And not only did we transform a classic slot game into a live casino immersive experience, we also ensured that these effects adapt seamlessly to game events. For example, the dynamic background changes its appearance based on what is happening in the game, such as when day turns into night in the bonus round. And in Candy Drop, we recreated a virtual Plinko wall maze. We applied a similar effect in Boom City, with the background and lighting adapting instantly to different game states. And these changes sometimes subtle, sometimes striking, aim to provide a visual and emotional cues to players that reinforce key moments in the game, either to build attention or to celebrate a win. By combining the real and the virtual, we can bring stories to life. And in Boom City, the only physical component is the dice. The screen in the background is key to bringing the game to life, with added emphasis on wins and other game events. In our very recent launch, Snakes and Ladders Live, we wanted to bring a sense of nostalgia with the widely loved board game. But we also wanted to create a truly hybrid environment, with elements such as the leaves being both physical and digital. We used a range of visual effects, and most of what players see in the game is digital. We did consider having real snakes, but somehow the operational team was against it. We saw earlier with Mary Poppins how visual effects produce the best results when they're seamless, when they add magic and not distraction, when we can flawlessly combine illusion with reality. And I have a final exciting example for you today, which is an upcoming release of our next game show that will be available later in the year. The gameplay will be set in one scene, but each bonus game will have a totally different atmosphere. Visual effects will not only enhance the game, but they will also bring the story to life. The presenter will become a character in the game, making real-time decisions connected to the narrative. Let's have a look. Have the sound, please. We will transport players on a quest-based adventure where the virtual game world will be far bigger than anything we've created before. In Treasure Adventure, the environment will be fully alive. Rolling waves, moving clouds, trees gently swaying in the winds. You can even expect falling rocks and subtle dust effects in the cave scenes, among many other visual effects, all for the key purpose of creating a sense and feeling of realism. And we're implementing those effects seamlessly to craft a truly cinematic atmosphere. In summary, live casino isn't just gaming. It's tech, it's art, it's entertainment, it's Hollywood. And at Pragmatic Play, as you saw today, we're using visual effects to power up new possibilities of play, leveraging the latest digital technologies to create more elaborate, engaging, and story-driven gaming experiences. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, hello. Hey. Listen, thank you, Virginie. Merci beaucoup. That was absolutely fascinating. As always, she brings something interesting, novel, but very relevant. I always learn a lot from her presentations. And my dear friends, if you liked the look of Treasure Adventure, then I have some good news for you. We are, of course, it's thirsty work in the iGaming sector, after all. We are all going to gather on the rooftop of this beautiful venue for networking drinks after we finish today's programs here, around about 5:30. And it is the Pragmatic Play Bar, so thank you very much to Virginie and her colleagues for this, and you are all invited to play the game at the special Pragmatic Play Bar on the roof, and you can win prizes and get some great stuff and raise a glass or several if you're like me. So I do hope to see you all there. I might have a little go in it myself. Right, now speaking of games, speaking of prizes, all that good stuff, just to let you know that right now we are going to have some fun. Are we all ready to have a little bit of fun, perhaps? Yes? Okay, maybe you'll be a bit more ready when you see what's on the cards, because right now we are going to beckon to the screen, the Wheel of Destiny, and this is the ultimate test of industry expertise and quick thinking. We are going to put some of the smartest people in the industry on the hot seat, keep them on their toes, and ask them some really tough questions. So we're going to gather here right now 10 industry experts who are going to be answering the hottest topics in the industry and answering some very difficult questions. So the topics, we've got 12 topics in total. They will be selected at random from this wonderful Wheel of Destiny that you will see on the screen. And then between our two teams, they will each have a merciless 3 minutes in which to answer as many of these questions in the category as possible. It is going to be very, very exciting. And each correct answer will win valuable points. And my dear friends, if you lived in the UK, you might know from the great Bruce Forsyth that points mean one thing. Points mean prizes. And we have a fantastic prize here today. I've been reliably informed we have an enormous gold cup that we are going to give to whichever team answers the most questions and wins the most points. Now, behind the scenes, you won't be able to see this, but we've got the wonderful Rory Credland keeping tabs on the answers, and Samantha Hamlin from iGaming Next also will be keeping tabs on Rory. So we've got a fail-safe scoring system, and all that remains for me is to welcome onto the stage our two dream teams. So if you've got some colleagues on the teams, feel free to shout your full encouragement and welcome them on the stage. So right now, we are going to welcome onto the stage Team A. First up, we're going to welcome the captain. He is the CEO of Bet IT Best. Please give it up for Nico Janssen. Welcome, Nico. Good round of applause for our friends here. Oh, some great stuff. Good to see you in fighting form, Nico. I like it. Okay, not that the iGaming sector is competitive or anything, but I think we're going to see some sparks fly on stage. Right, next we are going to welcome the editor-in-chief of Online Gamblers, Liga Tarasova. Welcome, Liga. Rocking the style, Liga from Riga in the house. I love it. And next, we're going to welcome the head of SEO at ST Media Limited, Warren Samut. Welcome, Warren. Excellent. We're going to have stage selfies. Liga's on the case here. That's wonderful. Right. Rounding up, joining the lineup is the CCO of PlayZone, Tomas Kusos. Welcome, Tomas. Tomas Kusos, yes. We got PlayZone in the house, and rounding up this 5-star panel, we've got the head of affiliates at Coastline Gaming. Give it up for Sasha Botha! Welcome, Sasha! Amazing, great stuff. Okay, Team A, aren't they fabulous? Big round of applause for Team A, please! Big round of applause, yes! Okay, we got some Team A's in the audience, some Team A fans. Right, now prepare yourselves. You're going to meet Team B. Right now, give it up for the team leader. She is the SEO director at Come On Group. Please welcome the great Ivana Flynn. Hey, okay. We got some Come On Group folks in the audience. I love it. Welcome, Ivana. Now we're going to welcome our team onto the stage. We've got the CEO of L&L Europe Limited. Please welcome Christopher Daly. Welcome, Christopher. Awesome, I like it. Coming onto the stage like you're coming into a boxing ring. Right, next we've got the Senior Legal Counsel at Bragg Gaming, Zach Mifsud. Welcome, Zach. Great to see you again, Zach. Wonderful, yeah, give it up. If you're on the team, let them know. Next up, we've got the Managing Director at Vida Bob, Thomas Carvajales. Welcome, Thomas. Yes, now we're talking. Oh my God, fighting talk. Get some MMA vibes on stage. Right, next up, rounding up our amazing dream team B, we've got Business Development Manager at Mindway AI. Please give it up for Paula Murphy. That's it. Okay, we got Team A in the house. We got Team B in the house. And now let me tell you a little bit about our categories. Right, so we're going to get through as many of these as we possibly can. So we've got game-changing technologies. We've got slot games. We've got regulatory landscape, marketing strategies, responsible gaming, payment methods, affiliate marketing, player protection and security, live casino games, future trends in iGaming, latest news, and esports betting. Oh my goodness. So, team captains, are you feeling confident? Nico?
Yes, we are. Born ready. Born ready.
Born ready. Oh my God, that's fighting talk. Ivana, how about yourself? How are you feeling?
In it to win it.
Oh my God, in it to win it. That's fighting talk. Okay, can we have a big round of applause for our teams before we get things going? Yes. Okay, my dear friends in the AV department, I am now going to switch applications here to look at this top secret document, very closely guarded with all of the questions. So we're going to have 3 minutes on the clock. We'll get through as many questions as possible. The Wheel of Destiny will choose the topic that our experts are going to be answering from. So, my dear friends in the AV department, do we have the Wheel of Destiny ready to give it a spin? We're going to see where it goes. Okay, check it out. Here it is. Here's the Wheel of Destiny. What's the first topic? It's going to be for Team A. Game-changing technologies. Okay. We're seeing some nodding heads, seeing some happy faces, maybe a bit of apprehension. Okay, game-changing technologies. Where are we? Where are we? Great. Okay, Team A. I am just going to set 3 minutes on my clock here and give you a few seconds for the changeover here. So your 3 minutes starts now. I am going to ask the questions. You can answer. You can pass. But I would recommend answering, because if you pass, you don't come back to the questions. Okay, here we go. Your 3 minutes starts now. Which company developed ChatGPT?
OpenAI.
OpenAI, correct answer, yes. What role does biometric technology play in iGaming?
KYC.
KYC, very close, very close. I'm going to give the, yeah, absolutely. It's pretty much all of those. So it's player verification, which, you know, I would say is KYC. Okay, great. So what technology is defined as a digital currency in which transactions are verified by a decentralized platform? Clue in the name there.
Crypto.
Yes, crypto. Wow, these guys are on fire. Okay, which iteration of ChatGPT is currently available to the public? To the public.
Even 4. Yeah, 4.
Excellent, 4 out of 4. I love it. Okay, IGT and Scientific Games recently joined forces to modernize the lottery in which Brazilian state? I mean, have a guess. If you don't know, have a guess.
Sao Paulo?
I'm afraid that's the incorrect answer. Okay, we're going to move on. What type of niche does American B2B betting provider SimpleBet focus on? What niche?
Microbet.
Yes, yeah. Liga from Rigas, back of the net. Okay. Which crypto exchange crashed and burned after it was revealed they had mismanaged customer deposits at the end of 2022? Huddle, huddle. Okay.
Binance?
Beg your pardon, what was that?
Binance? No, it was the latest one. Yeah, it starts with an F, but doesn't have that much.
It starts with an F. You're right, but I'm afraid that's not the right answer. Okay, it was, of course, FTX. Right.
FTX.
What is the name of the CEO from iGaming tech company Flows?
James King.
James King, okay.
The great James.
The great James King, yes. Team James in the house, I love it. Okay, which famous crypto casino does Soft Swiss provide their platform to?
Stake.
Oh, stake.com, yes, another correct answer, I love it. And final question, which founder launched VR casino Slots Millions?
Alexander Tomic.
Yes, back of the net. Okay, a big round of applause. That was fantastic. A very successful round for Team A. I love it. Okay, so setting the bar very high for Team B. I'm coming over to yourself, Ivana, and your amazing players. Right, we are going to ask the Wheel of Destiny to spin and let us know what's coming up.
And be merciful.
Okay. Okay. So Team B is going to be answering questions
marketing
on...
strategies.
Marketing.
No pressure here.
Marketing strategies. Okay, that's interesting. Let me find, marketing strategies it is. So, I am putting 3 minutes on my mental clock right now. You can huddle, you can confer. I would recommend giving it a try, because you can't come back to answers that you don't guess. Okay. Right, are you ready?
Yep. No.
Yes, Let's go. Okay. What is the practice of using influential individuals to promote a brand or product called?
Influencer marketing. Influencer marketing.
Influencer marketing, back of the net. What marketing technique involves creating captivating and interactive experiences for players to engage with a brand? So interactive is a good clue there.
Immersive? I would say branding, but interactive.
Immersive?
No.
Right?
Can we ask audience?
I don't know about that.
I think that's a badly structured question.
It's a tough question. The answer is gamification. Okay.
Oh,
right.
shit.
Sorry. Okay.
Do that.
Right. You can find them in supermarkets, num num num, but no longer online. What are they called?
Cookies.
Cookies. Yes, excellent answer. In iGaming marketing, what term is used to describe the act of targeting players who have previously shown interest but haven't completed a purchase or registration?
Either it's like activation.
Reactivation.
Or activation.
So close, so close.
Activation.
Well, it's not necessarily activation. I'm going to have to hurry you up here.
Retargeting?
Retargeting, there you go. Fantastic. Okay, great. To win in the boardroom, every marketer must remember which 3 letters when pitching their fantastic strategy.
SEO?
ROI.
ROI.
ROI, fantastic, very good. But SEO is not a bad answer either. Okay, what is the term for marketing strategies that target customers based on their location or proximity to a business?
Geotargeting.
Yes, indeed, geotargeting, there it is. Okay, of the 4 P's of marketing, 3 are product, place, and promotion. What is the 4th?
Price?
Yes, excellent, Ivana. What tool must be used with caution, but in the right hands, it has the power to boost marketing productivity by 10x?
Credit card?
Automation. Not a credit card.
I don't think I even understand the question.
Okay, is there like some really hot tech at the moment? That
AI.
Okay, fantastic. There you go. Okay, I am going to be giving clues. Okay, it's only fair. Which kind of marketing uses reviews, how-to guides, and bonus offers to direct customers towards gambling operators?
Affiliate marketing.
Affiliate marketing, yes indeed. And what are the 2 key actions to look at when optimizing each part of your email? The 2 main things, the 2 headline things you always look for.
Subject
Oh no,
line.
the 2 actions to look for. So not the content, the actions.
The call to action.
CTA? Call to action button?
It's what metrics?
Oh, opens and clicks?
Open and click, yes,
Okay.
fantastic. Okay, big round of applause for Team B. Thank you. Yes. Okay, Rory behind the scenes with the scores on the doors, keeping tabs there. Okay, let's spin the wheel one more time. What do we got for Team A? Let's do it. The Wheel of Destiny spins one more time and gives us regulatory landscape. Okay, this is a very specific topic. Let's just put it that way. Okay, regulatory landscape for Team A. Right. Your 3 minutes starts now. Which regulatory body is responsible for overseeing online gambling activities in the United Kingdom?
UKGC.
Yeah.
Yes, excellent. Camilla Rosenberg is the executive director of which European gambling regulator? And the country will do, I'd say.
Sweden?
Yes, the Swedish Gambling Authority. Excellent answer. Which country recently announced plans to introduce stricter regulations on loot boxes in video games? It's worth a guess. There's only so many places in Europe.
In the end, everybody did, but probably the Netherlands.
That is the correct answer. Excellent huddle. See that collaboration at work? Okay, teamwork does make the dream work. Which was the first Canadian province to legalize online sports betting and iGaming?
Ontario.
Ontario, another excellent. These guys know the regulation. I love it. Despite being home to a large online betting market and boasting more than 200 land-based casinos, which European country only recently proposed the introduction of online casinos expected by 2025? Again, worth a guess. It's Valuable
Finland.
I'm afraid that's not the right answer. It is France. It is France. Okay.
France, yeah.
Right. Which country's self-exclusion scheme is known as CRUX? CRUX. CRUKS.
It's also KSA, Netherlands.
It is indeed the Netherlands, yes. Which major Ukrainian gambling company was recently issued with sanctions by the country's government?
So, roughly 50, but the most common is Parimatch.
Yes, Parimatch is the correct answer, okay. Which country is experimenting with allowing gambling ads on TikTok? Ooh, it's a tough question. Worth a guess. This could be anywhere in the world.
Anywhere in the world.
It's not just Europe, it's anywhere in the world.
And we're going for Brazil, although
Brazil. I'm
probably
afraid
not right.
It's not the right answer. The right answer is Australia, mate. Which two European regulators have recently signed an agreement to conduct joint investigations and publish collaborative reports?
MGA, UK Gambling Commission.
I'm afraid the answer I have here is France and Belgium. I'm so sorry, yes. Okay, Rory, keeping tabs behind the scenes with the scores on the doors. Last question. The Ukrainian regulator, the Gambling and Lottery Regulation Committee, or KRAIL, won a court case against which bank earlier this year? That's a tough question. Which bank? We're going to have to... Okay. We're going to have to push you towards an answer. Have a guess? Can we get to the end of the time? Who wants to have a guess?
HSBC?
I'm afraid the answer is eBox Bank.
Yeah.
Okay, today I learned. Okay, big round of applause, Team A. Didn't they do well? That was great. Okay, excellent work, everyone. My goodness, we have some tough questions in here, don't we? Right, coming over to Ivana, Dream Team B. What are we going to see on the Wheel of Destiny right now? Let it spin.
Well, as long as it's not regulation again.
As long as it's not regulation.
That was horrible. I'm very sorry for you.
Okay, let's see.
Wow.
What's it going to be?
Future trends in iGaming.
Future trends in iGaming.
You're gonna be
okay. Future trends in iGaming. Future trends in iGaming. Okay, with the incredibly... Oh, here we are. Okay, so Team B, I'm keeping an eye on the time. Your 3 minutes starts right now. Get your crystal balls out. Okay. What does VR stand for?
Virtual reality.
Virtual reality, correct. Which Evolution employee revealed that 80% of the artwork for a new slot game was created by AI?
Todd Haushalter.
Do we have a name?
Todd Haushalter.
Yeah. Excellent.
Well
excellent.
Hey. Well
very
done,
good guess. Okay, very good answer. What biblical name is given to the first block in a blockchain? That's the very first.
Adam? Eve?
The answer, I'm afraid, is Genesis. I did not know that. Okay. Which global technology corporation has invested $10 billion into OpenAI?
Sorry, repeat.
Which global technology corporation? So one of the big tech companies.
Yeah, go ahead. Microsoft.
Microsoft. That is correct. What was Tim Heath's first prediction in iGaming's 2022 Malta event?
The biggest one is that the exodus of the Curacao licensees.
Boom. That is the right answer. Good man.
I have a great team.
You do have a great team. This is killer. I tell you, we're both on fire. My goodness. Okay. Burning up here. What does VRML stand for?
Virtual reality machine learning.
That is correct. Wow. What is the key technology in 5G? Ooh. This is a tough question.
The key technology.
The key technology. So what's the thing about 5G that makes it 5G?
The waves, the whole...
Okay, we're going to have to push you on for an answer.
The key technology or the differential?
Key technology. Key technology.
About the infrastructure, say about I wouldn't say, how do you call them? Waves. I'm blanking on the term.
Okay, just say, give me a word. Give me a word. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What's the answer? Waves? Okay, do you know what? Maybe that's half a point. It's millimeter wave technology. That's pretty good.
Okay. It's half a point. Half a point.
Okay, right. It is. Right, Rory, keeping tabs there. Right, 3 questions left. Any electronic device that maintains a copy of the blockchain and keeps the network functioning is called a
ledger.
Ledger.
It is a device that maintains a copy of the blockchain. The ledger is the thing.
Yeah. Ledger.
It is
the copy that.
It's not a ledger.
The actual device.
the thing, the tech thing. Okay, 5, 4,
blockchain?
3, 2. I'm afraid the answer is no. It's a blockchain node, I'm afraid. Right, what is the...
What is the answer?
A blockchain node. Node is the thing. Yeah, so it's the tech thing. I'm sorry about that. Okay, what does a blockchain... excuse me, what does the acronym NFT stand for?
Non-fungible token.
Boom, correct answer. Last question. Which Californian company has announced its entry into the US iGaming market with a geolocation and security solution? Oof. Okay, I would recommend just having a guess.
AWS?
Which US company has geolocation and security?
Oh, California.
California company.
Okay.
I don't know.
Who's going to just give me a name?
Yes.
You can pass.
I mean,
random.
Apple.
I'm afraid not. The answer is Incognia, which I did not know. Okay, big round of applause for Team D. Team B, yes. B. Great. Okay, Team A. Right, this is very much neck and neck. This is very evenly balanced. You both have awesome teams. You both have very fascinating questions and brilliant answers. What's next on the Wheel of Destiny, my friends? Let's see. Okay, how exciting. Remember, we do have that enormous gold cup as a prize. We're going to be giving that out on the stage today. Ooh, responsible gambling. Okay, responsible gambling. Right, your 3 minutes on responsible gambling starts now. What regulates gambling in the Malta?
Come again?
What regulates gambling in Malta? What regulates? Who regulates gambling in Malta?
MGA.
MGA, correct answer. That's it. What year was the UK, the Gambling Commission set up? What year was the UK Gambling Commission set up?
Like the working setup or the setup?
I don't know the answer to that, I'm afraid. Right, I mean, again, take a guess. You get...
2004?
Oh, I'm afraid the answer is 2015. That's the answer I have. Okay. Right, here's a big one. What country gambles the most in the world?
Based on official or unofficial numbers? Yeah, you need to be specific.
Based on what I have here.
Land-based or online?
It's gambles the most in the world. That's the question.
Yeah, huddle. It's the US.
The US is the correct answer. Excellent, Huddle. Okay. The Advertising Standards Authority, or ASA, backed Bet365 when they promoted a professional boxer on Twitter recently. What was the name of the boxer? A professional boxer, very well known in the UK.
Yeah.
A real character.
One guy?
I don't know, I've never met him in person. I imagine so. Okay, a famous boxer.
No, it wasn't Tyson Fury.
A famous boxer.
No clue.
Yeah,
okay. I'm going to have to push you for some time.
No, let's go for more questions.
Shall we do that?
Just shout out.
Anthony Joshua?
I'm afraid the answer is Chris Eubank Jr.
Yeah, Eubank Jr.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which month is Problem Gambling Awareness Month? Good,
May?
Huddles.
I'm going to say May.
I'm afraid the answer is March. I'm so sorry. Okay. What year did Italy ban gambling ads? Italy banned gambling ads in what year? Look at this, calculations happening. I love it. Okay, again, it is worth taking a guess.
2020?
Oh, so close. The answer is 2018. I'm so sorry. Okay, that was very close. Right, what is the maximum stake for an online slot spin listed in the UK Gambling Act white paper? Maximum stake online slot spin in the UK. Again, have a guess.
5?
I'm afraid the answer is 15. That was close. Who became the first member state of the EU to regulate online gambling? It should be very familiar to everyone here.
It's Malta.
It is Malta indeed. Good answer. Which online sportsbook pledged to feature responsible gambling messages in its ads and mobile app? Responsible gambling messages in its ads and mobile app.
Which company? Which company?
Worth having, yeah. Which online sportsbook? Online sportsbook. Okay. We're ticking down the time.
Betson?
I'm afraid the answer is BetMGM.
Oh.
Okay, that I did not know. Okay, final question. What is the name of the Betting and Gaming Council's CEO? The Betting and Gaming Council.
From where?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry. What? I beg your pardon?
Which country?
I have no idea. It's just the Betting and Gaming Council. That's it.
Okay, we're going for the KSA, and then it's René Janssen.
Okay, I'm afraid the answer that I have here...
then it's an unspecific question.
...is Michael Duker. Okay, well, maybe our markers can be a bit lenient with that one.
Yeah.
Okay, a big round of applause for Team A. That was a tough round. They did very well. Okay, so I believe we have one final category for Team B.
This was horrible.
This is a
Poor
tough
guys.
one. Okay, let's
I
see
knew
what's
only 2,000.
coming up.
That's all.
One more.
You
Spin
did
the
so
wheel.
well.
Spin the wheel.
Come on.
We sympathize.
We sympathize, but we're going to win.
Are we spinning the wheel?
Yeah?
Or is that it? Did that
Are
spin?
we done?
I'm so
No,
sorry.
there's still responsible gaming.
It's still responsibility.
If it doesn't
No,
spin, can we
okay.
choose a category?
Can I choose a category where the questions are if it doesn't spin? I think we might have a little...
Britney Spears, as we discussed.
Okay. 3, 2... Okay, I'm going to randomly choose a category here. Oh my goodness, it's news. Okay, Team B. Your 3 minutes on news starts now. Right. Which betting brand recently signed a 5-year extension with the English Football League, or EFL, to remain as the league's title partner until the end of the 2028-29 season? Which betting brand signed a 5-year extension with the English Football League?
I think it's Betway.
So big UK brand,
Is it Betway?
I guess, I think.
Let's try.
Let's try Betway.
Betway.
I beg your pardon? Which one?
Betway.
Betway. I'm afraid the answer I have is Sky Bet. Question number 2. Question number 2. I hope you're playing along with the audience. Influencer and streamer Laurie Kangas was recently sentenced to a 50-day suspended prison term after admitting to promoting gambling websites online. What nationality is Laurie Kangas?
Finnish.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct answer.
Well done.
Question 3. DraftKings recently secured a partnership with which major professional sports league for its exclusive data rights?
NFL.
NFL is the correct answer, yes. Okay, an ex-CEO to a major Maltese-based operator got his car flooded after a rainstorm. Who was he?
Probably every single one.
Every single one,
With
okay.
the Maltese rains, any guess?
Okay, so this is the ex-CEO of a major Maltese-based operator. Any ideas?
I don't know, some board.
Jasper Carbrink.
Oh, I'm afraid it was not Jasper, although anything's possible. The answer I have here is Ulrik Bengtsson, the ex-CEO of Betsson Group. Okay, what a great question. Right, great. Next question. Which European iGaming operator was acquired by MGM Resorts International?
Leo Vegas.
Leo Vegas, yes, look at that. Which Premier League footballer was recently handed an 8-month professional ban for betting offences?
Ivan Toney.
Yes, great answer. Next question. Entain has recently purchased which leading sports betting operator?
STS.
STS, back of the net. Joey Levi co-founded US betting startup Better, B-E-T-R, alongside which high-profile influencer and boxer?
What's his name?
Jake Paul.
Jake Paul, another correct answer. Oh my God, these teams are on fire. Right, 2 more questions. Which operator has decided to publicly report its share of revenue from harmful gambling? Kindred, fantastic. Last question. Which famous football club is owned by the Bet365 family? Stoke. Fantastic.
Well done.
Big round of applause for Team B. Wasn't that amazing?
Very good.
Okay. That was just sensational. Right, we have now reached the end of spinning the Wheel of Destiny. Now, Rory is going to be behind the scenes adding up all the scores on the doors. And we do have a tiebreaker if we have an evenly placed series of answers. Do we have a winner? Oh, okay, hold on 1 second. I'm just going to disappear over here. Talk amongst yourselves. Please take photographs. Share it with the hashtag down there, NEXT Valletta, right? Is there a winner? Right, we do have a winner. We do have a winner, and I have been presented with an enormous trophy to carry out here. I might need a bit of help here, sorry.
Hidden in the jacket.
Okay, oh my God, sorry, it's a bit, Jesus, this is, I need some help from Pierre to help me out here. This is, I don't know if you're going to be able to hold this. So this says, winner, Wheel of Destiny, winning team 2023. The winner is Team B! Congratulations, Ivana and team.
Well done.
Absolutely fantastic.
It's been amazing.
I would like to thank my team.
Okay, yes, do you have any words to say?
Yes.
Well done, guys.
I would like to thank my team because obviously I would lose on my own. I'm not going to say it, but size matters, guys.
Okay.
If this is huge, I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah,
Wonderful.
very proud of you. Thank you. Anyone who wants to
Fantastic.
hold
Big
the
round of
trophy?
applause for the winners, Team B, and let's give it up for Team A. Did fantastically.
You got very unlucky then with the question.
Okay, folks, could you all line up on the stage? So this is your chance. If you want to take a little paparazzi moment here, look at that. Look at that team spirit here. That friendly competition. I love it. Okay, everyone lined up all at once. This is your paparazzi moment, my friends. Make sure to tag and share online. A bit closer, 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 closer. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Yes, congratulations. But of course, as Todd Householder said, when one win, we all win. So please give it up for our amazing teams, Team A and Team B. Congratulations. That was so cool. Okay. Wonderful, the Wheel of Destiny. That was so much fun. Congratulations, everyone. Right, we are now going to move swiftly on. We're going to give a few moments for our stage to be reconfigured, and then we're going to be back with a really, really cool topic, which is all about your voice has power. So don't touch that needle. We'll be right here in a few moments with Your Voice Has Power with one of the winning answers from that quiz, Mr. James King from Flows himself. We'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, folks, wonderful to see you there. Doing a bit of networking, I like it. My personal motto is ABC, always be connecting. Speaking of which, feel free to find me on any of the social networks. LinkedIn's probably the best. If we connect on LinkedIn, I will invite you to join my mailing list, in which I send out a selection of fresh music every 2 weeks. I have a little radio show in Brighton in the UK. I just started making mixtapes in the 80s, and I haven't quite found a way to stop yet. So if you like music, find me on LinkedIn. Anyway, what's your favorite 80s song, and why is it Snaps the Power? Next up, we are going to have a session which is all about the power of your voice. And it is a thrill and an honor to introduce to the stage a great friend of iGaming Next. He always smashes it here. He was always an innovator, many years ahead of many other companies. And with Flows, he is absolutely showing us some very cool stuff about the future. My dear friends, please join me in giving a very warm iGaming Next Valletta welcome to the CEO of Flows. Please give it up for James King. Nice to see you, dude. Awesome.
Good afternoon. Just wait for the presentation to load. There we are. It's my son, Freddie. Now, Freddie is here to emphasize that from the moment we're born, our voices are our first tools. They're our first identifiers, a universal gift that we all share. Before we could write, before we could even walk, we can talk. And our voices have been used throughout history to inspire, to challenge, and to change. They've been the catalyst for revolutions, for progress, and for unity. Words can paint vivid pictures of some of the most iconic moments in our lives. Words that to this day still echo in our hearts.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail. That's bad. Only last week, I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick.
Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone.
In your life, have you seen anything like that?
It's worth remembering that it is often the small steps, not the giant leaps, that bring about the most lasting change.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Words have power. Speech has power. And your voice has power. And during the last decade or so, we've started using our voices more to engage with our technology. We've given our machines ears. We've taught them to understand us, to even now respond to us. And so every day we're able to interact with our digital devices by using our voice. We ask for the weather, to play our favorite song, reminders of meetings, or set alarms, with near perfect results.
Play ticker ticker. Lata, play ticker ticker.
Bobby, can you talk to play wheels?
You want to hear a station for porn detected, porno ringtone, hot chick, amateur girl, calling sexy.
No!
But at Flows, we've been asking the question, what if we could do more? What if we could empower our voices, not just to command, but to create? What if we could use our voices to build for us? Until recently, the language of creation in the digital world has been code. It's a language still known only to a select few. But at Flows, we believe in a world where many can create. It's why we launched, to liberalize innovation. And over the last 18 months, I think we've been doing that pretty well. We've empowered non-technical people to innovate and build, and we've given the technical ones a tool to vastly accelerate their day-to-day. But recently, we thought, what if we could do more? What we've done is cool, but what if we went even further with this? What about a world where the power of creation is as universal as the power of speech? So we take an incredible tool that's already delivering innovation at breakneck speed, and we combine it with a tool that even my son is currently using. So we take flows and speech, and today we're combining the two, and we're calling it Flow. Flow is voice-activated development, and it's going to revolutionize the way we all build new digital products. From the most simple of alerting or bonus abuse features or flows, through to the most complex omni-channel, multi-game jackpots, bonus engines, whatever it is. When you speak to Flow, Flow is going to respond with products. What we've done here, our new solution, is the power of voice. It's the elegance of automation and the sophistication of the new intelligent AI language models, all intersecting to herald a new era in software development. How best to show this? We did think about a marketing video, and we've not done that. So instead, we're going to do a demo here today, live on stage. We're going to try and build, with Flow, a pretty complex product in the short time that we've got left. So guys, if you could switch over to the laptop, and I'll ask my good friend to come back on stage. Who's there? Who's going to help me with this? Come on. Going to use your voice, just to give these guys a break from my voice.
If you're quite sure, my goodness, I don't know if I'd invite me to do a live demo, but let's give it a go, right?
Full transparency, we've got a pre-written script because we want to build something, to be honest, that I've seen a lot in the news lately, so I thought it'd be quite fun to see if we could do it, or Flow can do it. And now we are in the hands of the demo gods.
Demo gods, be nice to us. Okay.
Let's do test. Let's keep it simple.
Excellent.
Let's play back office. There we are. Now we're being asked, what can we build today? Now this is you. You read that into here. When I give you a thumbs up, my heart's going to skip a little bit for a minute. Are you ready?
Born ready. Flow, create a daily jackpot that takes 1% of every losing spin amount and adds it into storage and apply 1 in a million odds of winning the jackpot. When the jackpot has a winner, send a Slack message to the casino channel letting them know the jackpot has been closed and an email through OptiMove to the winner. The spin must come from the game money train, and the probability of winning the jackpot should increase throughout the day and have a winner by 8 p.m.
Let's double check our work. See that Flow's picked it up. And yes.
Oh my goodness.
So we've got everything. Now we're going to ask Flow to build, well, you've asked it to build a jackpot for you.
Wow. I think I might just change my LinkedIn description.
And it's building. That's the first part done, so I'm happy there.
Oh my goodness, okay. That is so cool.
This is Flow creating the full functionality that you've asked for. It's fully connected. Hopefully when this is finished, you'd hit enable and you would have now this feature. But let's see how long it takes. It's been 20 seconds.
What?
Still think quite fast when you think about how long it normally takes to build a product.
How long would this take to do all this stuff without flows?
And this is a company for some people. For us, it's just a flow.
Wow.
That's how simple it is.
My goodness. So this kind of thing could be, offered commercially at a fairly hefty rate, I guess.
Yeah, maybe someone said for a lot. Look, it's already built. I mean, I wasn't actually timing, but I think we're under a minute there.
Wild.
We don't need to do anything.
Thank goodness for that.
But I must say, that is better. We don't need to change. I'm happy with it. We're not going to go into too much on there.
That's wild. My goodness. And like, how much, so you could kind of sell this commercially into the market as a solution, this kind of design.
This is one flow.
But how much does Flows?
We're a SaaS company.
Right.
So we have a low fixed fee. It starts at 3,000 a month. And you get tens and tens of these that you can build, you can put live. And that could be jackpots, that could be bonus abuse. As I said, anything you want, VIP flows. Now, weirdly, and I'm going to show this on my screen, I have deleted, there you are. The magic of moving the screen. But just to quickly show that it has done everything we asked, I'm not sure how well everyone can see. It's got the percentages we want, so all the math is done. Flow's picked it up, it's put it in, we need to do nothing. There you are, your 1 in a million to end of day, all being done and populated for us. We've got the outputs, so these are a couple of the third parties within our marketplace. We have hundreds of apps there. It's growing. Anyone you want integrated, you can have. But Flow's picked it up. We've had to do nothing. You've had to speak. That's all. There's been no math that is there. If this was connected to someone's backend, then already the connection's there. And it's done. There's not much more I can show in a sense that we've just built a complete kind of jackpot in under a minute today. You have built it.
I've just changed my job description on LinkedIn to Flow Grammar. So yeah, I'm available for hire. I will be using Flows. Just find me at the bar later. A round of applause for Flows and James King. I think that was amazing.
Back to the presentation.
Wow. Phenomenal. Thank you, dude.
Brilliant, mate. Thank you so much. We still have a lot of time and not much more to say. But with what our friend has built, you could be playing jackpots, whatever it is. It's an example. There you are. As I said, with what my friend created, it was a jackpot. Don't panic, we are not pivoting to just being a jackpot company. It is one of many flows. We're a tool for you to innovate with. And now we're giving you the power to do that at hyperspeed. We had liberalized before, but this is the next stage. And so all that's left to really say is, welcome to the future of development. Welcome to the power of your voice. Flow will build you anything. Just ask. Thank you.
Hello again. Hey, great to see you all. Right, my name's Oisín Lunny, and I am now officially a flowgrammer. That's my new job title. Thank you very much, James King, for that opportunity. My goodness, it's been a long time since I've written any code. It was probably Notepad that I used the last time, showing my vintage there. Right, we are now going to move on with a really fast-paced, entertaining, exciting debate on the current state of the iGaming industry. We've got some rockstar panelists lined up. They're going to discuss which organizations and verticals are currently overhyped and which should be the focus for the rest of 2023, and also where savvy investors should be looking for the best opportunities. Now, this was a massive hit at iGaming Next in New York, and you know, this panel is very much backed by popular demand. I mentioned we have some rockstar panelists to do the debate, and we also have a rockstar moderator. My dear friends, please join me in welcoming to the stage. He is the partner from Princeton Public Affairs Group Incorporated. He is, of course, the great Bill Pascrell III. Please welcome BP3. Great to see you, Bill. Welcome, welcome.
Might be time for sunglasses. Good afternoon, everyone. Please join with me in welcoming our debaters, giants in the industry, gaming and sports betting advisor for Pinnacle, been in the industry for a long time, although she doesn't look it, Paris Smith. Paris? Let's hear for Paris. Come on. And also join with me in welcoming Max Meltzer, CEO of Gaming. Max. Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny Carson has nothing over Oisín. What a tremendous MC we have today. So, Oisín, thank you so much.
Thank you, but your check is in the post. Your mic is cutting out, so this is just a backup.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me okay? All right. Thank you. I also want to thank Pierre and Rory and Martin, the leadership of iGaming Next, and the wonderful staff who've treated us yet again to a wonderful experience in my favorite place, Malta. So this is Part in the Disruption, and it's a famous show in America. I don't know if you catch it over here, but we're going to have a very good, robust debate. They got a clock for me. I can't shut up. Is the mic still?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
There's.
So our first topic that we want Max and Paris to debate on is what is the current state of iGaming across the globe, and maybe with a little focus on the emerging market in America. Paris?
I think with iGaming, one of the most interesting areas for me is the casino regulation in the US market. So there's, you know, it's much slower because of just the Bible Belts and the different issues with that, and the land-based casinos not wanting it. But, you know, when you look at the iGaming, that is where, you know, you talk about what is offshore within sports betting in Costa Rica, but what's offshore in casinos is really dominant. And, you know, that's just, you know, if the idea is to increase some revenue and get tax dollars in, that's a massive missed opportunity.
Max?
I think, can you hear me right?
Yeah.
I think if a lot of the times a lot of companies are now having to pivot and look at light grey market opportunities. We're looking at global operators. There seems to be a different proliferation of opportunity across grey markets, etc. For the US, in particular, I think iCasino is where a lot of companies have started to realize that's where there's huge amounts of gain. I think even iCasino surprised DraftKings that may well be their future, really, in relation to everything that's going to grow out of things. But I think America is not moving as quickly as perhaps we would have thought and believed for iCasino. Also, I think that the cost of doing business in the US is too stringent, too difficult for a lot of businesses. So now they're trying to look at other opportunities elsewhere. Europe's becoming very heavily regulated. I think a lot of people are looking elsewhere, and that's because the pressure is there to drive profitability. and there's not as much cash available pumped around to keep building up in particular markets like the US, and can they last until online casino, for example, happens? People are focusing heavily on where can they start hitting the bottom line in the next 18 months. So I think that's where we're as stated as an iGaming business at the moment.
Paris, following up on that, 36 states plus the District of Columbia have legalized, regulated sports betting. Yeah. Some online, some retail only, some both. Why the slow roll on iGaming?
I think it's mostly the the land-based casinos. There's this misperception that it's going to take away from their current brands, from their current operations, but it's actually been proven to be the opposite. So that's probably one of the biggest blockers. And just that concept of responsible gaming and gambling addiction, but there's definitely a way around that, and that would be to create within the games those, the indicators that there might be a problem, and explain to people. Because if you're looking at the long game, you definitely, that could be something where it's proactively being looked at rather than having a regulator who doesn't understand the game put different stipulations in place.
I think they're fearful of regulation, which could allow competitors or people they've been competing with for a while to enter the market, like in California. They really don't want the card rooms to start gaining more power in California, right? And I think there are certain markets they're just very, very worried about opening up that level of regulation. Sports wagering was kind of untouched. They could allow that, but as soon as it comes into casino, will it start impacting other? It tends not. They're worried it's not just going to be online. It's also going to be what land-based casino regulation changes could be chucked in whilst they're at it. I think that's going to scare a lot of the casinos.
Max, we know there's massive barriers to entry, costs, compliance, the RG world. Why would any operator that's not in licensed markets consider entering them?
Entering licensed markets if they're in alternatives? Well, it's just that will always come down to the level of opportunity, right? I'm sure this is the sort of thing that Bet365 analyse on a regular basis, and whether they should go deep enough. And I think it might be that you might want to develop expertise within a certain area so that you can monitor and be able to quickly access a market should it grow to a level of that could be profitable for your business. And also you can start thinking about, because it's not quick, you have to think about corporate structures, subsidiaries, spin-offs, how you enter. And that's not as you know, America is not something you just figure out and go into in 6 months. It's years of preparation if you've got a business that's been elsewhere. So I think you might as well put your finger on the pulse by entering early with perhaps a small play. So I think that's why.
Paris, you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I think this is why everybody is looking at casinos more so in an unregulated market. The cost of entry, the cost of just doing business in general. Of course, you still apply all the different KYCs and everything as any unregulated market jurisdiction would make you do. But it's about making money. Right? So I think the unregulated markets, regulated markets are really the way to go. Look at Asia. There's many people that make all their profits in Asia, so they can afford to enter the U.S. market.
And I suppose the difference was it wasn't just about making money at one point. It was about creation of market value or company value.
Yes.
Now that's swinging towards more profitability. But that's
popping the
CapEx,
right?
Yeah.
Max, let's talk about leadership in the industry. And let's not just focus on one jurisdiction, but globally. Who, in your opinion, are providing true leadership to create a more sustainable industry?
Well, it's a good question. I think, first of all, we're seeing a huge turnover of senior leadership throughout a lot of publicly listed businesses, whether that was 888 through to Kindred. I think that's a squeeze of business model focuses, profitability, and also activism, right? There's a lot of activism within shareholder groups, trying to push mergers, consolidation. Perhaps now is the time in certain organizations. I think there are, if you look at certain leaders perhaps within the industry that have really shown how to dynamically change and still progress without taking huge risks, this might not go down so favorably, but genuinely, I think if you look at Betson's share price, they went through all that period of COVID through through to today, and they're sustainable and growing still as an organization. And I think a lot of companies will be thinking, well, how come Betson came out the other side of this with a much improved share price in comparison to others? So I think there's some good leadership here, if we're talking outside of the US, to give that as an example.
Paris?
And obviously FanDuel as well in the US.
Yeah. Can't take my answer. So in the U.S., I've always looked at FanDuel, very positively, just based on the fact that they took a true sports book model and entered the market. Even though it was FanDuel, they had the Paddy Power backing and the Betfair backing as well, the inside information. So, I like what they're doing. I think with the original question of what Max is pointing out, all the different changes. For example, myself leaving the leadership of Pinnacle. It's just a different time. It's a different industry. I started, there was no internet, and now all of a sudden, regulation compliance is the number one thing on everybody's list. It's at the top of the priority list. I've thought for myself that, is there going to be an expiration date? Check it. Is there somewhere an expiration date on me? 17 years with Pinnacle and 11 years before that. So, it's going to be interesting to see what these new leaders that are brought in, what they can do. And I always believe, fresh eyes are a benefit. So I think there are going to be some additional leadership changes as well.
That's pretty classic leadership for you to do that yourself and not be pushed out like so many others hang around for. Just a little bit of an issue. We didn't script this, but this is really a new item on the leadership post. Why are so many companies based in Europe so loathsome to acquire U.S. companies? And, because I haven't seen it often, not many, it's the reverse, but not coming in. And also, when companies take a thought about acquiring another business, like we'll talk about a little later, where's the play between online and offline? Is there opportunity still? And if so, where?
Yeah. I think the play for online to offline is more like within the Latin American market. You need to have that direct partnership in order to enter the market effectively from a localization perspective and the regulatory perspective.
Look, I think if online and offline does not find a way of really connecting together in the US, I think there is very little chance that we're going to see online casino progress in terms of regulation. So actually, I think it's more about, and it's on us as an industry as well, to show that we can create these omni-channel, all the stuff we've heard, but not people being so good at actually producing, will actually generate such an excitement among tribal leaders, etc., that actually generate an online to offline. So I think most exciting is even at least the loyalty schemes of MGM. But could that go further? I think that will attract a lot of investment there. As to your former question, I think why it's not happening, one is value. I think that the prices of American businesses are probably too substantial to be swallowed. There's probably different multiples for US businesses against others. And also technology and expertise for what's available in the US is probably not as available as it is in Europe, but there will always be a crossover. And I've always been a big believer that some of the most innovation will occur from the US. But I think that the valuations and the expertise is not at a level that would be as attractive for Europeans right now, unless it's something truly big, truly big.
Fantastic. Let's move on to RG.
In the spirit of debate, I would disagree.
Yeah.
Because you already have.
There we go.
You've got the sports books that are already established. WinBet. Just because they're WinBet land-based, they have not been able to turn that around from an online perspective. So, I've always believed that the land-based versus online, it's almost a different business. It's like poker sportsbook. It's very different, And unless there's a collaboration, which is maybe what you were referring to, it's going to be very difficult. It's a whole different focus.
But it's in the spirit of debate, the political landscape of the US is such that, yes, WinBet's one thing. That's a big commercial organization. Tribes, they just won't, unless there's some reason for them, real high value reason for them to try and push through legislation or change their compacts, etc. They just won't do it. And for WinBet explicitly, if we're going to talk about a company, that's a business that spent a lot on marketing, didn't have the technology in place to actually be sustainable. And we've seen other businesses like Churchill Downs just not be able to keep up. And I think...
And pull out.
Yeah. So it's a lot, I think a lot of it is about how do we demonstrate to prove to the tribes that it's worth trying to fight in those states that are really, really tribal driven to get to one like casino. Otherwise it's going to take years. So I think one thing is the WinBets of the world, and the other one is how do we work with the tribes to progress this.
Moving on to responsible gaming. Is this a waste of time and a fool's errand? Why is it so important? And if so, why should operators care other than the ethically responsible thing to do? Is it commercially responsible?
I think with responsible gaming, it is about, being, responsible, of course, but, it is very, very necessary. It is from not just a regulator perspective, but from a business perspective. I don't want to have, I'd rather have 100,000 players and not 10 players that are losing their lives for it. I think we all have a general responsibility to gaming, and it's not, we've always been very, from a bonus abuse perspective, we've always looked at players and looked at their behaviors, and, many years ago we had players that all of a sudden their player activity went extremely high, and then you find out, you Google their name and they're embezzling money from their bank that they work for. Call the authorities, let them know, hey, we're here, this is what they've been doing. So, just looking and understanding and protecting those players. That's the whole purpose of regulation, to have the rules, protect the players, and make revenue. So I think it is a very critical part of the puzzle.
A lot of leading companies are utilizing automation or some sort of technologies that can help derive and understand their player activities. In fact, a lot of trading will be understanding the players, right? And I think there's no reason why with those automated tools that you can't implement warnings that communicate to your CS agents or whatever to contact this player and make sure they're being looked after. And also, as a player, to have the optionality to set your own limits is actually a positive thing. I don't think that is a negative thing, and I think we should be everyone has their limits, everyone has their own things. It helps guide things. And stop the more we focus on it, the more that we show that we are responsible, the more opportunity we have to show regulators and influence them that we are not a harmful industry, because we're not. We're an entertainment industry, and this is the best way of approaching it.
The other thing is when you allow the regulator to put in the rules, even just basic, when you have somebody come in from a company and say, okay, this is what responsible gaming is, they basically flag every VIP player that you have. So to work and be proactive, you can, at least protect your business with the players that you have already confirmed with source of wealth, every other thing, and put them and allow them to play in an entertainment way that they want to.
I think there's going to be a massive incident in the US at one point. I'm putting out that would be my little prediction. I think there'll be one big incident that will cause a lot of stir and change everything in the US.
Yeah, one newspaper article away from the whole thing hitting the fan, right? Some politician or regulator's son, daughter, mother, father, brother, sister hitting the rat hole. We're going to move on to a topic that I really am looking forward to sharing with you all, with Max and Paris. We'll start off with Paris, David versus Goliath. Let's talk about the massive IP case that GeoComply brought against XPoint.
That's a very interesting case. I think, what we kind of fail to realize is that GeoComply did the work. They've been behind the scenes building out this product. As soon as they got a sniff that this could be happening. And there was years and years of investment and work that got them where they want to be and where they are today. I think XPoint, great opportunity. Potentially they've come to the table too quickly and deployed something that wasn't 100% ready to be deployed. So that's where they're going to stumble with the technology and the, and of course, GeoComply, because they are established, there's some very deep pockets that XPoint has to go up against.
I think GeoComply are well within their rights to fight their corner. Why wouldn't any other business do so when they, even if they, whatever the result of that court case is? But look, GeoComply have their own things we could discuss, but obviously they're taking huge liabilities and risk taking on when you are the geolocation provider. Many businesses, I think the DraftKings, I think Entain do, everyone has versions of geolocation technology within their own organizations. They actually decide proactively not to invest and let someone else take that investment level. XPoint needs to go out and prove itself to other organizations. That's as simple as it is. They're live, right? So then there should be get some of the customers to come out and start talking about the success and go from there.
Has the defeat or the loss of the case with attorney's fees going to XPoint embarrassed GeoComply, and is the monopoly busted now?
I don't think the monopoly is busted. I would love to see a company that has amazing GeoComply for other reasons enter the market. Microsoft, they all have it. They all have a component onto their businesses. That would be an interesting spin-off to start trying to get into the market.
Max, agree?
Don't agree, Max.
No, I think it doesn't mean, though, that, we do need fairer market capacity and competition throughout. It would be good for GeoComply to have good competition. I think if you had someone like David or Anna up here, they'd probably welcome competition. I think that's fair, because I've always seen it even in previous organizations, and I used to work for Canby before I founded Strive. Actually, I think SB Tech, being such a competitor at the time to Canby, made Canby better. So that's the kind of marketplace I think we should welcome, and I think most companies should welcome.
Great. We're going to move on to the next topic, gray and black markets. Why aren't we still seeing an anxiousness for companies to enter into regulated markets when they're making bundles of cash in the black and gray markets without all the compliance, barriers to entry, and the high costs?
Well, first of all, I suppose you might not hear about the ones that are in the grey and black markets as much as you might in the regulated markets. It's very much more open for everyone to be aware of it. I think that there is more focus now going to grey markets. Now, obviously, my business focuses primarily on North America, and it's heavily regulated, and you have to be super clean. But as we've come out, the pressures of profitability is driving more companies to consider grey markets heavily, and I think that's happening right now, and people are having quite a lot of success. And also, if there isn't enough punishment to go from grey into when it does get regulated, then the barriers to entering these dark grey markets are lowering. It's just there'll be different components to businesses. That's my view. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but there'll be ones that you hear about, and there'll be other businesses that you don't hear about. That's just, I'm sure people are targeting that.
Well, I think there's 3 areas, to be clear: regulated, unregulated, which is like the Malta, Isle of Man, Curacao, and then black. And the companies that are in black, they're going to be there. They have no ambitions to do anything different. They have no ambitions to travel to the States. The ones that are, I think most people are in that in-between stage. And again, at one point, Max, you alluded to it, there was a world where, if Pinnacle got a US license, our market value would be astronomical. But those values aren't the same anymore. So it's the playing field has changed a bit, I think.
Is it fair for regulators, but forget particular jurisdictions, but for regulators to frown upon allowing a black or gray market company from entering their jurisdiction just because of past what they would deem bad behavior. Shouldn't we be incentivizing those black market companies to enter into the market? You can rehabilitate.
Yeah, I think black market is a different story. The gray markets, it's already had precedent set.
Yeah, but explain that. Why is it different? Why, if I'm a black market operator and I want to now stop, I have to wait 5, 10 years?
If you stop. But I think part of the problem is people don't stop.
Right. Right. What do you think, Max?
I actually think a lot of the times it happens already. I've seen many businesses that have been in these black markets repurpose themselves and re-enter a much cleaner slate, and they're there now in regulated markets, just to be truthful.
Yeah.
So I think they find their ways anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Path of least resistance.
It's still a heavy task for these organisations. Still makes sense to try and be the cleanest you can possibly be to get into these regulated markets. But there are people who will always find a way. But you also don't know how long that lasts. How long before people become stricter on enforcement? How long before people start to get more critical? And as I said about US having one incident might be responsible gaming. It could be something to do with an operator doing something extremely bad. And if that happens, that will also awaken the US to really be heavy-handed with people, for example.
Yeah. Let's move on to the next topic, startups. The overhyped versus the focused. And let's get particular, let's get granular. Who are the hyped companies and who are the focused companies that are going to be moving forward, entering to the market? Paris?
I think the hype companies, the problem that I have with, I think startups are phenomenal. There's a lot of great new stuff that other companies have no opportunity or maybe even capability to come up with on their own. So that's the best part about it. But, and now, as you've seen with the two main groups, YOLO and Happy Hour, like they're kind of guiding and supporting, which is great. So then they have more of an opportunity to be successful. But there's so many that, you see the same thing that everybody has. One of my things I'm not a big believer in is peer-to-peer. Everybody has a peer-to-peer startup. And it's like it's never made money before. It's probably not going to make money now. Exchange betting, if it was such a great deal, it probably would have, Betfair would be thriving in America, but they're not. So, for me, it's more about the focus of what those startups are doing. So rather than a specific startup.
I think a lot of investment went into companies that are trying to be innovative on the fringes. And there was a time where everyone was just thinking, well, these companies could go from zero to, and I just don't think that exists. You need to be actually going, I actually solve a problem that exists right now? I feel like so many businesses that I'm invested in are not actually addressing anything that people are either really wanting or fixing problems. And they're just like little certain games or something like that, or a particular area of sports betting so niche that that's not going to really change the dial. Focusing on particular sports. Now we're really good at, I don't know, a pickleball or something like that. So, really it's not, and going, we're really special. That's not really, that's not going to change the needle. I think it's more about businesses that are solving problems that are generating, and things like jackpots, that sort of thing. And there are lots of elements around, not peer-to-peer, but creating social experiences.
We're going to move on to our final topic before the quick fire round. Social gaming. Is it just a tool for acquisition of players? Can it be more meaningful? We talked a little bit earlier about poker stars and what they used to do, giving folks rewards, right? Chips or T-shirts and hats and coasters. Paris, talk a little bit about social gaming and its utility.
I think it's twofold. One, it's for marketing purposes. It's to, especially in a regulated market within the states, a state that's not regulated, you can, start getting your brand out there, your name out there. And then also to let people understand how the games work. It could be a little bit educational as well. But, the social gaming side of it is just so much, that's so far on the entertainment side of the gaming. not so much on the profit side.
Max, 30 seconds.
Well, I do disagree in some ways because I think that there are companies that make extraordinary money on social gaming. I think there is an example of SciPlay, which is owned by Light & Wonder. If you ever look at their revenues, it's phenomenal for a business that says it's just social gaming. And they're paying for credits, they're paying for that entertainment. And in some you can genuinely make amazing business out of social gaming. It doesn't necessarily need to be just non-regulated. They're successful even within regulated markets because it's just a different sector that perhaps sometimes don't cross into real money.
Fast fire round. Questions, quick, short, fast. We got about a minute. Will California go next year after the abysmal failure last year? 18% of the poll, the Indian gaming referendum beat Proposition 27. 600 million spent, 18% of the poll. California next year?
No.
No, year after.
Texas, next year? No, because they're out of session. 2025?
No.
No.
Wow, agreement. Florida?
I hope.
You hope?
Not next year.
I think something will happen in Florida for sure.
When?
Potentially even next year.
Not this year?
Not this year.
Okay. Who will ultimately acquire PointsBet?
Fanatic.
Wow.
PointsBet.
Okay.
I think they're gonna. I think they still. No, if anything happens, Fanatics at the end of the year, it's gonna drag on.
Has regulatory overreach diminished innovation?
Yes.
No reason for it to do so.
Has regulatory overreach moved operators to rethink and go back into black markets?
Dark grey markets, yes.
Okay.
Yes, great.
All right, last fire. Should the industry care about advertising bans and why? Quick. Oh.
Yes.
They have to, but there are other forms of reaching customers now than ever before.
Like?
Social media, Kick, Twitch, etc. There are other routes.
Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in thanking Paris and Max. They did a tremendous job, and thank you for listening. Back to Ocean.
You win, Max. You win.
Thanks, guys.
Hello again, my friends. Listen, thank you so much to Paris Max and the great BP3. That was everything I was hoping for and more. Some really high-powered questions, putting folks on the spot and getting some great, insightful answers for all of you to benefit from for the next year ahead. Okay, we are now going to move swiftly on. Speaking of great content that will benefit you for the year ahead, it is a real pleasure to introduce to the stage a gentleman who has joined us many times before, and he always brings something interesting, something cool, something involving new technology. And today's session is all about, it's going to be a demo showing how CRM has fundamentally changed forever. The session is called Come See Some Cool Things, which could be a description of all of his sessions here, but he's going to show you something really cool today. So my dear friends, please join me in giving a very warm, loud welcome to the co-founder and CEO of Fast Track. Give it up for Simon Lidzen. Thank you. Yes. Awesome.
What an intro. Look at you, Oshin. Great. Thanks to see. Good. Thank you guys for coming. This is really cool. Nice to see everyone. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Fast Track. My name is Simon, in case you haven't met me before. And yeah, Fast Track. I hope you've seen us around a little bit. Otherwise, I might have to have a little bit of a serious conversation with Louis, my CMO, because I think we've been at every trade show and every conference that there is to be to in the last 2 years. So yeah, but I want to tell you a little bit anyway. So Fast Track has set out to digitalize the iGaming industry, and we are currently in the process of building the industry first self-learning engagement platform. And we are meeting with hundreds of operators every year, okay? And they tell us the most fascinating stories about how they are going to conquer the world and how they're going to differentiate and how they are going to win the game. And the thing is, like, everything boils down, every conversation boils down to the same thing by the end of the day, is how are we going to create meaningful and long-lasting relationships with our customers and players. And that's really what we are here to do. This is what we are in the game to do. And we call that one-to-one experiences. That's what we refer to it as. And how we're going to be able to scale with self-learning, AI, through one-to-one experiences. So that's what we're building when we're doing a self-learning engagement platform. And I mean, personalization and one-to-one and the focus on this, I mean, come on. This has been going on for like 12, 15, forever. I mean, when I was working on the operator side, this is a very long time ago, but 12, 15 years ago, surely we were talking about this. We were talking about this every day. It was in the board packs. I mean, I'm sure there is a lot of leaders from different organizations here in the audience today. I mean, whether it's founders, CEOs, head ofs, and stuff like that. This has been featured in the PowerPoints that we've been bringing to the board for so many years now. And I feel the pain. I really feel the pain. It's not moving nearly as quickly as we hoped it would have been, because it's much harder. It's much harder than we thought it would be to orchestrate all of this. The landscape is very, very complicated. It's hard. And I mean, you're probably a lot of operational people in the room as well, sitting in the audience today, whether you work in CRM or casino teams and sportsbook teams and so on. And I mean, I feel your pain more than anyone, because the thing is, it's been really clear. Everyone is telling us and me the same thing, right? We just want to do more experimentation. We want to work with our data. We want to get more time for the creative process and come up with new creative concepts that we want to ship out. But there is simply no time, right? It's just so many deadlines to meet. The execution takes forever. It's just not happening. So we have a lot of pain over there. And providers, I'm sure there's a lot of game studios in the room today that are doing amazing content, rolling that out. I have frequent conversations with some of the leading studios, and you guys are struggling, okay? You're struggling to get through the door to speak to someone on the operator side that can help you promote your games in the right way. And so, I mean, there is a lot of that. Like, everyone is really want to move this forward, right? And the solution to all of this, how we're going to get there, is by speeding up the process. We need to make shipping new experiences and shipping new sort of player experiences in general much, much faster. And we're going to do that by investing more in our infrastructure and in our technology, because that's where the secrets are. And when we are doing that, we have learned by now that this is not a waterfall process, okay? This is not something we're going to step up and do, and we're going to run one project, and then suddenly, we're personalized, we're good, one-to-one, everything is done. No. This is going to be an iterative process. It's going to take time. We actually don't know what the final product and the final answers looks like in terms of customer engagements. That's why we need an iterative process. We need to fail fast, and we need to find ways to sort of get back on track. But it is quite painful. It is going very slowly because we only get to cherry pick these very, very few ideas that we work on every time. So fail faster, learn faster, grow faster. That's really the name of the game. And I don't know if you know this, but the average operator that are not working with Fast Track today, I know this because I speak to them, they spend 30 to 60 hours to turn around any new experience that they're launching, like if they're doing a campaign. It usually takes the team collectively, between translations, between people coming up with content, writing briefs, regulatory compliance checks, responsible gaming involved, all of that stuff. Typically takes between 30 to 60 hours to do in an operator right now. So, I mean, you get the picture, right? It's like taking a long time. It's really difficult. So what I'm going to do is like show you, because that process goes a lot faster for the Fast Track partners. And I want to show you a little bit what that looks like today and a few key reasons why. So I'm going to step straight in, and I'm going to show you sort of a live demo recording, but I'm going to talk over it. So we're going to log into the platform right now, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build sort of an engagement for you so that you can see what it looks like. I'm just going to see if I can get these moving. Not sure if this is the right clicker. Maybe. There we go. Something is moving. So we're opening up the system, and we're going to create a new activity. So I'm going to stop at certain places where I feel that there is interesting things to talk about. So the first thing that happens here is that we're just going to create a reactivation campaign for a Wednesday. And what you can see, you see that little bubble up in the top right corner? It says smart time of the day. This is just one example of where we are using intelligence and our singularity model, as we call it, to create one-to-one experiences. So there is a data model that is looking at every single player in your database, and it is actually identifying what is the right time of the day to send this type of engagement. As we move on from this, you're going to see another box that is coming a little bit further down, which is also huge in terms of productivity, especially if you have a multi-brand operation. This clicker is not working, so maybe if you have another one, run out of stage. Otherwise, when I say click, then run it. So click one time. So what we're doing now is highlighting different skins, which we call Player Origin Solution. And as far as I'm concerned, I believe that is the only solution that is currently supporting any sort of multi-brand management from a central system right now. This is super sophisticated. So what's happening behind this is that you have been able to tell the platform exactly how all of your engagements will happen, how it will look like for each of the different brands that you're running, but you can still create one activity, and that saves so much time when you're running this. We're going to click again. So we're going to scroll down, we're going to pick a segment. So this is just going to target inactive players. And then we're going to come on to something really cool, AI generated. So now everyone has some experience, and I'm sure most of the operational teams today are using, ChatGPT and similar sort of language models or generative AI in some way to support their workflows. Now, the secret in integrating this type of technology and making use of it in the platform, it comes from the middle layer. It's what you're putting in. It's the prompt engineering, as we refer to it from a tech perspective. It's what we're putting in that pudding in order to make the recipe work, so that we can actually submit instructions to the generative AI, and it can produce something that is of value, that is in context of what we're doing, whether that be now creating a campaign and writing content for that, or whether, and it should understand all of the different things. You can tune the model to do that. So we're going to click again. And here we're going to do an example. Write me content for a campaign to reactivate churn casino players. Give the user 10 free spins as soon as they log in. And then a match deposit of 100% up to €100 on the next deposit. Be personal in the messaging, include emojis, use best practices, and so on. We submit this one. And then the system will then have a contract together with the language model. And then it will produce this. And it will show you firsthand what that looks like. And it goes very fast, only in a few seconds. You can then play around with this. You can submit it and tell it to do an A/B test, and you can say what you want to test. You can also submit and ask it for translations, and it's going to translate your content straight up for you as well. So this is super handy, okay, when you're like working with that creative concept and working things out. But I'm going to move even further. When you click here and you create that campaign, it's done. I mean, this activity is actually set up straight in the system right now. It has the email, it has the SMS, it had a site notification that was presented on the screen, and it's all programmed to understand that this one is supposed to fire at this time, and the site notification is supposed to fire when the player logs in. Now, moving into another example, so in some cases, you may not want to use that type of technology to generate your content, you write it yourself, but you still could take advantage of the translation. So we have here a translation module that is integrated as well, which is straight under. You just sort of bulk select how many languages that you want to use. And this is very, again, we've added a lot of stuff in the middle layer, which is how the currencies and how everything should be formatted, what words you want to use. You can put any tuning that you want into the platform to make sure that it's behaving in the right way. We go inside the SMS here. I'm going to show you something that is the AI toolbar, which is another thing that we have launched in the beginning of this year, which includes you can highlight text anywhere and opens up a little pop-up. And it might be a little bit hard to see, but it's essentially a helper box. It has some different buttons here: suggest, enhance, add emojis, shorten, and spelling, or do custom. And what I want to do in this case, it will understand the context that the bubble is showing. So right now I'm inside an SMS and I highlighted the text message. And all I will need to do to, for example, bring this down to get the cost down, I want to do one SMS, not 3 SMSs. I click the shorten button, and it's like instantly going to give me a shorter version of the same SMS without losing context. All of this saves so much time. We're going to go into the email right now and see some other examples on how that AI box is used up. So right now, I'm scrolling down to the email body, and I'm going to highlight the text over there, and I'm going to use this feature called the emoji. So this is an example on how you can spice and make it a bit more playful and put that into the text, and which has been very appreciated. And then I was showing you this custom box as well. What is a very common use case when it comes to running campaigns in iGaming is that you have bonuses that you've run in the past, but you need to repurpose those bonuses. You need to do, like, whether it's a pancake day or it's a Halloween, and you need to be able to do that really easily. So here is an example on how we used a custom instruction to make it Halloween themed. And then it took the same content, it repurposed it. It might need a little bit of touch-up, but it's really, really good, and you can continue to tune that to make sure that certain things are not touched with. Another way to use a similar feature is suggest. So if you wanted to change around your wording and you say, okay, I'm going to highlight my title of my email, and I'm going to I want suggestions on how that can be variants put out. That's what just happened there. Coming out from this, it highlights another feature right now, which is called the auto login. Auto login is used by quite a few of our partners, and it's really cool. It creates a secret link. All right, so it embeds a secret link. So all of the links that are leading to the website of the operator is automatically, it's a magic link, just like Slack. When you get one of those emails and you click that email and you come logged in state into the website. This is super cool because it helps the conversion and engagement rates on the campaigns. The last thing I want to show you here on this particular part of the demo is the channel prioritization. So again, we have this little bubble appearing in all sorts of places in the system, which is called the singularity model. And right now I clicked that, and what it did was that it's using a data model. It recognizes that I had both an email and SMS, and if you had a push notification, it would understand that as well. And I used that button to essentially prioritize now. So now it's not going to send an email, SMS, and a push notification to all players. It's going to pick one of them. So that's the data modeling doing its job. That's the singularity model. So all of this is building towards making it easy to ship campaigns and also making it easy to try new ideas and build one-to-one experiences. Now I'm going to do a little bit break. We're going to go into a different part of the system. So I'm going to see if my flow is following me. There we go. Whoops. OK. So I'm going to stop right here for a bit. So that first part is really about showcasing a couple of key features on how what Fast Track is doing in the space of making it easy to ship things. Now we're going to talk about something that's taking it to the next level. You've heard me talk about the singularity model before, and this is really, really cool. So now, the next generation of CRM is not going to be that you're setting up one activity and you're targeting a specific segment in your database. The future of CRM is that you are going to create collections of campaigns, and you're going to use an algorithm that you're going to build yourself in how the platform is going to prioritize what is sent to each individual player. And I'm going to show you right now how to do that in the platform. So the singularity, you open that from the left-hand menu, and we're going to go straight into collections. And inside collections, it's going to give me a few of them and show me on the screen. And here we're going to go into churn prevention. So that's going to be the example that I run today. Churn prevention collection is now going to be topped up. So I've already prepped that in the system before I came in here. Tons of different offers that I'm ready, or different types of content and experiences that I want to ship to my players when I'm coming closer to having a player that is probable of churning. So here is 25 different experiences that is at the platform's disposal in order to send out to the player. Now, all of these have been QA'd, they've been checked, right? So they're ready to go. Now, what you do is that you go into the next tab in the system, you go to models, and then you build your own algorithm. This is really cool. So at the very first step, you put your restrictions. You're telling the model, OK, what is absolutely forbidden to do? Because you're going to have a lot of those. You might have certain jurisdictions where you cannot target with certain bonuses. You saw me translating a reload bonus over to a Swedish translation before. I hope that Swede lives in a different country because I cannot send that in Sweden. But that would be a perfect example of how you can use the restriction model to prevent that. You can use the restrictions and eligibility model to also prevent frequency of communication, right? To make sure that you're not sending players too much on the same day or the same week. And the few things here that has been highlighted, so it checks for opted-in channels, that it's played previous products that I'm promoting, that it's matching the player language so that there is a translation available. And what else has been selected here? We have the maximum allowed offer value. This is really cool. So we've got data models that is essentially costing up an entire campaign, and then you use that to make sure that the maximum allowed value that you can send to any given player, it's not exceeding that. So you're giving it a lot of restrictions. Then you go down to the fun part, which is the scoring model. This is where we're building the algorithm for how it's supposed to prioritize in terms of what campaigns will be sent. And we're doing a lot of work in this space, and this is super exciting. So in this particular case, we have added in a number of things. It's going to be super hard to read probably from far, but we have preferred game types, most played products, predicted deposit bracket, preferred offer types, release mechanisms. We are meta-classifying this content so the platform understands these things. So then it's essentially looking at the player profile and the player behavior, and he's saying, okay, this guy is a casino player. He hasn't really engaged that well in sportsbook in the past. He tends to play, you know, the very fun, high volatile slot games. And, you know, if the content includes that type of stuff, that will be prioritized for what is communicated. And it's also the models that are used there for the predicted deposit bracket is working phenomenally well, and especially that in combination with a bonus type, because some people, they don't respond well to free spins. Some people don't respond well to deposit bonuses. Some people just respond well to positive communication, whether it be reminding them that we have very exciting ways of, you know, sort of responsible gaming features, whatever it might be. This is the type of segmentation. This is how it needs to happen in the future if we're going to scale this from a one-to-one experience perspective. So this is super cool. So I take this model, and the last thing that I'm going to do is just show you how easy it is to then take that collection and put it into action. So we're again going to publish this one, and we're going to create an activity. And in this case, we're not going to do an activity that sends on a specific day. We're going to tell it to do an automated activity that is based on churn prevention and when players are showing a high probability of churn. So we got these type of models in the system as well that will identify that. So you will see now that the trigger is a high probability of churn trigger. And then it's going to go down and charge up all of the active players in the database because we want to move them, continue to have them retain the activity and not lose them to churn. And after we have selected this, there's going to come 3 buttons here, and we're going to press the one-to-one experience 1. And you're going to see how that looks like in the front end. So here we go. We're going to click the one-to-one experience button. And then my collections are going to appear, all of the different ones that I've already built and prepared and published. And I picked the churn prevention one because that was the one I wanted to demo. And there you go. You're going to have 25 different campaigns. You don't need to do anything from a segmentation perspective. It's all in real time, going to figure out. and self-learn on top of that in terms of which of the campaigns are actually the most performing one. You get a preview over here that the audience that you've selected and targeted, so in this case active players, that you have a good distribution of campaigns, that things are working in the right way, and that you have enough content to provide. So in this particular case, it tells me that I have an excellent scoring in terms of that. So this is the future. This is how it's going to look like. And this is going to be a transition now. We're going to have to sort of stop working in a transactional manner where we are sending one campaign to one group of users at any time. We're going to start transitioning into this reality now. And it is really exciting. The type of numbers and improvements that we see on the CRM plans already now is super exciting. And I can't wait to see what that's going to help. So if you want to come over and chat to us and have a look at this in more detail, and maybe you want to have a tech talk with me and you want to know exactly like what happens underneath the hood, I'm more happy to do that. Just then come and see me at the stand or my team. I got loads of people here, so it's going to be great. Thank you so much for taking the time, guys, and listening in today. Thank you. Awesome.
Wonderful stuff. Simon Lidzen, fantastic. Yeah, come see some cool stuff. Absolutely do head over to the Fast Track stand and see some more cool stuff with Simon and the team there. Right, we are going to be kicking off here again in 10 minutes. We've got a session all about the complex relationship between regulators, operators, and the illegal market in iGaming. And chairing this is our powerhouse, BP3 Bill Pasquale III. So do not miss it. Set your watches now. 10 minutes. We will be back here on stage. If you're staying here, my challenge to you is to ABC, always be connecting. Speak to somebody you've never met before. See how you can help each other. The magic is here. Let's make it happen. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hey, good to see you guys.
When it's just us or the one that's acting like nothing happened here. We always talk until the morning.
Hello, my friends. Great to see you all here. Absolutely wonderful. If we haven't met before, my name is Oisin Lunny. I'm in the app on the agenda. Feel free to connect. My personal motto is ABC, always be connecting. This is very much about empowering you for the year ahead, building your contacts, building the ecosystem. As Todd Householder said, when one wins, we all win. So this is what it is all about. And also, we need to share the incredible vibes and brilliant content that we got on stage here. So please do share using the hashtag NEXT Valletta and tag the good people at iGaming Next with your thoughts and any observations about the brilliant speakers that we have joining us on the stage here. Now, as an Irishman, I find that conferences are very thirsty work, and at the end of the day, there's nothing I like more than to join my colleagues in a bit of convivial liquid networking, particularly in the iGaming sector, I have to say. It's something that iGaming does perhaps better than any other sector on the planet. I speak from very fun experiences there, personal experiences over many decades. Right, so speaking of which, the wonderful people at Pragmatic Play have actually opened the Pragmatic Play rooftop bar right here on the roof of the MCC in Valletta. It's got the best views in Valletta. You are all invited there to join me and Pragmatic Play for a glass or indeed several, if you should so desire. And you're also invited to check out their brilliant game that our dear friends were showing us earlier. Virginie was showing us Treasure Adventure game. It looks very, very cool. So you can come and join us for a few drinks on the rooftop bar with Pragmatic Play. Check out Treasure Adventure and win prizes. Yes, points being prizes. Check out the game for free. Right, we are going to move swiftly on. We're going to welcome back one of our rock star moderators to talk about a very important topic that I have seen him leading discussions on many times. And he always gets to the heart of the matter, and he tends to say things that maybe some other moderators might not say quite so candidly. So I'm very much looking forward to this session. It's about a very important topic, the complex relationships between regulators, operators, and the illegal market in iGaming. So I know it's first thing after our little lunch break. I want you to give a very warm welcome to our rockstar moderator. Please welcome to the stage the partner of Princeton Public Affairs Group Incorporated, the great BP3, aka Bill Pasquale III. Yes. Welcome, Bill. Great to see you.
Oisin, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming back after lunch. Hopefully you got a bite to eat, and I'm hoping to see you all this evening at that wonderful drink reception. Please join with me in welcoming our panel. A very important topic because it is impactful for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in welcoming Savas Fellis, founder MRQ. Savas? George Maridulakis, Chief Operating Officer, Campion Gaming. And Ian Perrygrove, Chief Risk Officer of Quiff. Alexander? Oh, Alexander's here. Alexander Stevendal, CEO of Video Slots. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Good, good, good.
Did you get a bite to eat?
Not yet.
You need some food. You're withering away. So, we've talked a little bit about, both on this stage and on other stages, about the black market. And scratch our heads oftentimes of why companies, powerful companies, would even enter the regulated market because of the barriers, licensing fees, compliance, etc. Let's start off, Savas, with why it's important for operators to collaborate with regulators, and what are the challenges in doing that?
I think if we don't collaborate, you end up in the situation that we have now, where there's a real kind of a gap in knowledge on both sides of the fence. And that leads to chaos, confusion, which doesn't end up any good place. It's about alignment, consistency. It's also about sympathy, because if we don't collaborate, if we don't talk, which I think is happening now from a UK perspective. So I can only speak on behalf of my experience with Mr. Q, which is 100% UK, you're seeing a shift now in dialogue, in communication, because whenever you don't work together, you end up with these black market situations, which seems to be a common thread. And so I think on both sides of the fence, we need them and they need us to stop the kind of fallout that, to a large extent, is intangible. We can't measure it.
George?
I think it's important to talk to each other, actually. Regulators and operators need to communicate. We can learn from each other. We need to learn from each other. If we don't speak to the regulators, us operators, we're not going to be letting them know of what we're doing in order actually to protect our customers. Because not all of us are in the regulated markets per se. We are licensed though. We are MGA licensed, for example. So we do fulfill requirements. We do fulfill KYC requirements. We do fulfill AML requirements. Therefore, they need to know that we are with them to a certain degree, yeah, because we want to build the business. And if you are not regulated nowadays, how things evolve, you cannot build a sustainable business, a sustainable brand. I mean, obviously, in Campion, we are a multi-brand model business. But in any case, now we're shifting towards regulation. We're moving and we're applying for licenses. So we want to comply. We want to speak to the regulators. And we want to align ourselves with them in order to create the right environment for our players and for the industry as well to grow. Only in this way we're going to be able to build sustainable businesses.
Ian.
It's true, we should engage with regulators. They're not our enemy. And here in this topic, we're going to say a partnership's better. Use your regulator allies, come together, protect your revenues, protect your operations, your licenses you fought hard to get, engage with them, educate them. But how many are in the room? How many are listening? So that hope of achieving it is very difficult, It's the hope that kills. Inappropriate phrase maybe in the gambling sector, but like it is difficult to envisage that true partnership that we want. It doesn't mean that we can't feed them, ways of improving intelligence, try and foster that relationship. It doesn't mean we should surrender the fight, but I think I'd temper it a little bit and not put all our energies into that. Regulators learn in cycles in different ways, depending on who leads, who brings the structure, who's in governance at the time. Very much like we have this sort of symbiotic relationship with the regulator. They don't really thank you for great assistance. You don't get a public thank you from a regulator for helping them. Similarly, we also need the black market to keep the white what it is, to keep its value, to demonstrate how good a white, clean, regulated market is and the benefits of it. I think that's difficult as well, right? To swallow that I also need that enemy. I need something against me to make me look better.
Yeah, become better as well.
Hopefully.
Alexander.
What was the question again? There was so many talks.
Why is it important and is it possible to have collaboration with folks that are regulating you?
Well, I do think that the regulators and operators are working together in good and bad today. Regulators, however, seem to be more interested in stop gambling instead of making it safe, how I see it. I mean, the facts are that the crypto world, the crypto casinos are exploding. I mean, the last few weeks, I'm very active in online forums, and the only thing people are talking about is how we can play on crypto casinos and how do we do that. You have streamers, you have everything, and this, I haven't seen this in UK before, but UK the last few weeks has been insane. I mean, people have been playing on the black market, but now it's just exploding. So I really think that we are in a big challenge, and I think it's going to be hard to stop this because they're both playing on VPN and they're not really using their own documents, KYC and country. You know, they're creating fake profiles and managing to play. So there is a big challenge ahead regarding the black market. We can see it in Germany. 90% of the customers are playing in unregulated markets. I mean, right now, I think we are on a really bad path.
Do you blame the regulators for that?
I blame probably is everyone involved. But yeah, I think the regulators at the moment are pushing too hard. And they have, I mean, we are very regulated, and I think that we have just pushed it too hard, and now we're pretty much in the shit.
You know, what perplexes me, regulators seem to be massively interested across the board, we won't single anyone out unless you care to, at fines and further compliance and further regulation, barriers to access, massive licensing fees, right, George? Massive compliance costs. What in God's name are they doing to focus a little bit of that energy and power and influence with the black market, which helps them, creates further tax revenue, helps us, and also impacts RG, right?
Completely intangible. Completely intangible.
Why?
Because how in the UK, how are you going to tell me this point about Germany being 90%? How would that be measured? If I go and gamble with a casino that doesn't have any license obligations, has no commitment, how is the UKGC going to be able to measure that? And when I went to a briefing with Andrew Rhodes in November, and it came up, and it's as intangible to us as it is to them. And so you're at this stalemate of like, you can't tell me how bad it is, so it doesn't mean that I'm doing a bad job. And on the other side, we can't tell they can't tell us how bad it is either. So where do you go from there? How bad is the black market?
But we also have the problem with the sponsoring from the crypto casinos. I mean, if you look at the Argentinian national team, they're sponsored by BC Game. They're having Messi on their front page. I mean, it's becoming very accepted. We have stake.com, which is both unregulated and regulated, and they're sponsoring these massive teams. So people are, of course, looking for them. Even here in the conference, if you look around, I mean, there's mostly crypto.
George, isn't it the regulator's responsibility to do more and crack down on the black market? And what can they do?
In my humble opinion, I think that the regulators should be looking at the market more carefully, actually, because with all due respect, I've lived through the black, so to speak, gray, and now obviously we're moving towards the whiter than white. Through the years, you can see that when actually there was no regulation at all, because I launched the first brand, the first online gaming website in Greece in 2001, yeah? Where there was no regulation whatsoever. But still, the competition that came afterwards, bwin, Sportingbet, and I can name the rest, we were all operating in an environment where it was self-regulated to a degree, yeah? In 2011, the interim regulation came in place. It wasn't aggressive. So basically what we noticed, it was clearly that the black illegal, because there is a difference in my mind's eye, there is a difference between being illegal, not licensed at all, being regulated through Malta, and being locally regulated, yeah? I believe that if the regulators would take a pragmatic approach towards the industry and problem gambling as well at the same time, so in order to protect the consumers, we need to have this set of rules. But at the same time, we understand what the business is all about. It's entertainment, after all, yeah? We need to find the right balance. We cannot apply taxes all over the place, because what we're doing is we're pushing the actual players to go somewhere where they're not going to have to pay all these duties actually. So the crypto, the crypto casinos, with respect to them as well, they emerge.
I don't think players care about taxes, though.
When they pay taxes, they do care about the taxes as well.
Yeah, but like, if I'm a casino player, like whether I'm in the UK and I pay 21% tax, or whether you're somewhere else, I pay 35%. I care about my experience.
Absolutely, there is, of course, there is the user experience, yeah. But this is not diluted by the application of the taxes and the responsible gaming stuff. Okay, of course, in Germany, for example, the maximum bet is, €1, compared to the 20 euros that is the spin in Greece nowadays. So there are ways, in my opinion, again, there are ways to find the right balance. The question mark to me is, do we want to find the right balance?
Ian, did you want to comment, or?
I think something you mentioned before, regulators being obsessed with sanctions and fines. I think we are. I think the press loves it. There is, to a certain extent, something in it. You're right. A focus on that. It draws some blood, it draws some attention, maybe too much so. We'll all remember UK significantly large fine, nearly 20 million, a little while ago, was very well published. That's because the CEO of the UK Gambling Commission was on UK Breakfast News way before the sanction was put on their own website to advise us operators about how to be better operators. So they were clearly lined up days before the publicity for this. So you're right, to a certain extent. Publicity wins some hearts and minds in certain sectors that we have here. Can they use their might to do the other things? Yes. Can they talk about that in the same way? Probably not. I think we talked about it. How do you measure that? How do you quantify that? How do you find the value in that? There's a certain amount of money coming in, like every business almost, and a regulator has to decide. Remember, a regulator, by and large, is a policeman. It's an enforcement entity. It gives advice, but it doesn't write the rules at the top level. That comes from government, and every government comes and goes, changes its metrics, and that comes from public opinion. What newspapers are pushing and screaming, what the bad operators are supposedly doing and ruining the pool. But to target, what is a negative sector, an unlicensed sector that may not have sufficient controls, may not have sufficient protections, may make our industry look shady. We had a long history of looking a bit shady in gambling, but shadier. That is difficult. The levers that used to be there were often in and around payments. So this is a perfect point, a perfect example. Crypto makes it so much more difficult to challenge that, to cut that off, to cut that cash off.
I can't help myself but share this story contextually. I hope it's a little red meat for you to pounce on. And I want you to pounce on it if you're willing to. My first trip to Malta was April of 2010. You all remember the famous Black Friday, I'm sure. Most of the young folks in this industry, dominated by young people, don't have a clue to what that is or what it was about. Isai Scheinberg, who I hold in very high regard, hired me because he was spending $40 million a year to lobby Congress, the US House of Representatives. One of the members of that House, back then, still today, is my 86-year-old father. He's on the Ways and Means Committee, was a sponsor of the iGaming bill in Congress. I said to Isai, what a waste of time. Congress couldn't run a one-car funeral, let alone pass iGaming. And we know in the US we've regulated that to states. Why do I bring that up? Black Friday, which was also Good Friday. I'm Roman Catholic and proud of it, and I was in a church in St. Julian up on the hill, George. You know it. I went to the wrong mass. I went to a Maltese mass, but thankfully I could follow it. And my BlackBerry, for those of you who know what that is, blew up. The US Justice Department under Obama and the Attorney General indicted the three major poker companies. Isai claims, and I believe him, you can laugh, but I believe him, that he thought it was a skill game and he wasn't violating any issues. He ceased and desisted immediately Him and his son Mark were sued hundreds of millions of dollars. Mark 50, Esai 750 million, paid it, refunded all their players and the other two companies. Esai hired me, I had to get an opinion to allow it, to bring iGaming to America. Then I had to break the news to him. You're not going to get licensed. Is that fair? Is that overreach? What did the regulators accomplish by doing that? Savas?
I'm not quite sure exactly what the question is.
What did the regulators accomplish by blocking PokerStars and requiring them to sell the company so Esai could get out? They sold it to Amaya, David Bazoff.
Ground zero of nothing.
It accomplished nothing,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Now Esai could get back into the market. He's last January, he paid his dues. Didn't go to jail.
I guess this is kind of happening on a fragmented scale. As said before, I think people are being blocked from coming into... A lot of the questions today have been about, why would anyone go white? Why would anyone go white? And I think people are being blocked from going white. The barriers to entry to go white are really, really hard. And I think they're also being pushed out of white. Because I think these regulators do want to distill it down to, I know who's the market players are, it's the Flutters, the Entains, and I'm just going to deal with
So you think there's a reverse impact that the regulators are having?
I think there's an engineering plan on, I'm just talking about the UK now, on their part to say, why are we dealing with this whole spectrum of operators, of white labels, of B2Bs and B2Cs? Why don't we just keep it to like a few players and we just navigate the few players? Because I don't think they want to give out fines. I mean, Andrew Rhodes did say it. He's bored of giving out fines. He's bored of these public statements, and rightly so. And we are to blame. We are massively to blame. But they have to get to a point where there is a bit more prescription, less ambiguity, a bit more prescription, so that when you go into these audits and these assessments, it's not, well, that's too high. Well, what's too high? Like, you're just going to say the same thing next time. If I give you 10 of my top players, every single time, as long as the law of the land has ambiguity in it, you're always going to find problems, always. And so that's the challenge, really, is like the prescriptive approach. But to quote Andrew Rhodes again, careful what you wish for. Because what might be right for me in their prescriptive law of the land might not be right for someone else, and vice versa.
George?
Again, I think there are different approaches around the world. Last week I was in Canada. Yeah. They're very liberal. They've opened the gates, the market gates, and they have welcomed everybody, actually, who wanted to take a license. Whether it's viable business nowadays or not, that's another story. And actually, they are to blame to a degree because they've overdone it with some overcomplicated compliance actually measures that they're applying due to the the provincial approach of the market opening there. However, they are talking. They're talking to all the operators. They're having sessions upon sessions. They're trying to improve. They know that the market as it goes now, it won't be sustainable for everybody. Yeah, there are 71 brands now in the market. In a market of 14 million people. So I think, and I think the colleagues here are going to say the same, it's going to be very tough, actually, for this market to continue as it is. It will have to be re-regulated to a degree in order to normalize itself. We've got, in Europe, there is another jurisdiction, in Denmark, for example, very liberal approach. But there are others who are very conservative. And, when you have a license and you have breached the local regulation, even for a while, you're not entitled to apply for a license until 2035. Is it right? I don't think so, because at the end of the day, going and applying for a license, it means that you want to take part in what's happening in the market and you want to pay your dues. So they should allow you, okay, you breached the regulation at some point, you should be allowed to amend and go back into the market. That's the way I see it.
Ian?
No one's do we really expect that everyone's going to be happy? Like everyone. So is your regulator happy, your government happy, your business happy? Some businesses will struggle, some businesses will struggle because of regulation, some businesses will point at regulation. It'll be a myriad of things. It is costly, it is difficult. The fact that we're sat here talking about it, lamenting it a little bit, means it's well known, it's not a surprise anymore. And surely that's sort of what you want. You want it to be a little tough. You want it to be known that it's tough and that you're going to have to commit to get into it. And quite frankly, hopefully, to know pretty quickly before you get too far down. Because your example was clearly a lengthy and painful experience. You know, you wanted joy from that, or the entity wants joy, it wants happiness, it wants success, you know, it wants to move forward, and not everyone can do that. And similarly, the flip side, the regulator, I don't think it has necessarily capacity for happiness and joy, but there's a bunch of people in there. You know, they change, obviously, they've got different experiences and backgrounds. They're probably less motivated than all of us in this sector. That's not to say they're not motivated, they'll have certain aims, but they may be more purely focused in terms of, listen, RG is my thing, I need to, you know, push on that, I need to be the best that, you know, our sector can be in that, I need to push that, whereas we're business entities. We have here, as was already mentioned, individuals outside selling you the capacity to do almost whatever you want, wherever you want in the world, black or white, turnkey solutions to turn on. You know, we're an innovative sector, like most are. We don't physically create much except cash and hope, I guess, again. So that structure exists on our side. There's more here on our side than there is on the regulator's side. So yeah, it is more difficult to deal with an entity like that maybe doesn't understand, doesn't want to understand too much. They're happy with their 9 to 5. You know, they want their, you know, regulatory regime to be respected, as do we, because we buy into it by taking a license, by listening to CEOs' briefings and reading, you know, missives that they write to try and improve our operation. Yes, we want better, but when you make something better, when you make it black and white like that, then somebody will say, that's a bit too high still, or that's a bit too low for me, or again, it's a super difficult balance.
Savas, did you want to?
I just think from the regulator's perspective, I think they just have to wake up to the hard truth that this form of entertainment, whether they like it or not, is here to stay. And if you work off that fact, okay, now how can we work together to regulate it? Not to push people out, because the idea of a regulator is to stop people from going and being unsafe elsewhere. Okay, so those are the facts, all right? Now we just need to fine-tune it a lot more. But I don't think they've really woken up to the fact that Pandora's box is open and you're not going to close it. I think they are changing slowly, but it needs to happen much quicker.
Alexander?
I mean, regarding the PokerStars issue, I don't think it was right that he was not allowed to apply. I mean, there was, of course, many operating in the US at that time. And I do think I mean, we have regulators acting like that in Europe as well. And I mean, it's the wrong, you know, if you want to get a license and apply and follow the laws in place, I mean, I think you should be allowed to. I don't think you should be blocked just because before it was unregulated that you had players from a certain country.
This is for anyone. What, in your opinion, is the toughest regulatory regime?
UK.
You think so?
UK.
Worse than Germany?
Germany has a lot of financial implications, but UK, it's like, there's too much ambiguity. You don't know which path to take. Like the tax on turnover, that you have to manage the financials there. But
so tough, but not fair.
Which one?
UK.
Yeah, I'd go with that. I'd go with that. Tough, but not fair. You can navigate it. Like we're 100% UK. Germany has financial challenges that don't even sound manageable. But UK, they are thirsty for blood. They're thirsty for
George.
As we speak, I think Netherlands is a tough market. It's a very tough market from a tax point of view, as well as the entry requirements. They go back 8-10 years in your history as an entity, as a legal entity, in order to determine as to whether you can apply for a license. with all due respect, 8 years ago, there was no regime there. We had clients, so what, you know? Other than the Netherlands, I think Germany, Germany is a difficult one.
Ian?
A difficult one.
You didn't define tough. And for whom? You know, the regulator for delivering it, the government for preaching it, us for trying to work within it, vendors trying to survive within it and find little parts within it. But would you be asking the next question of which is the least tough? Is that the next question? Because surely, if you want to
no, because I think we can list dozens of those.
Maybe, but if you want to onboard black market, surely that's a question. If you want to give them a runway into regulated sector, make it a little bit easy, if that's what we're saying. If we're saying that the UK is pretty tough, pretty aggressive, or we're saying that Holland doesn't like the history of this and that, then how are we going to get them into it? Some of the lighter touch regulators, maybe they have a role to play, to try and bring people in. A regulated market is clearly meant to be difficult. It has value. It gives you, as an entity, some value. Quiff has quite a few licenses, weird ones. We have some African licenses. It's fascinating for us to experience it. It gives the entity some value. It gives, the operation its potential to grow and understand sort of wildly different markets and looks for a future operation and a licensing structure. It's not meant to be easy, I don't think. I think that's where you get success from, that challenge.
Alexander.
I don't see that anyone is tough in that way. I think the regulations are quite good, but I don't think they are very clear with the operator. I mean, if you ask them a question, usually you don't get the answer. They say it's up to you, and then if you do it wrong, then you get a fine. I mean, it cannot be like that. We have to have a more clear communication. What I'm very worried about is that the regulators are destroying the entertainment of gaming. And that is a massive issue. I mean, you can see that in Germany when they added the 5-second rule and remote autoplay and €1. I mean, the market just disappeared. It wasn't the problem with the limit of €1,000. The problem was when they entered the game and started to put rules in how fast the game can be. And then the whole market just poof, gone. And that happened to everyone who wanted to be on the market. And that is, I think regulators really need to wake up to that. And you cannot remove the entertainment from gambling, because then it's only gambling left, and you will only end up with the addicts. So, yeah, that's my view on it.
Closing thought to share. Governor Chris Christie just announced his second presidential campaign 3 weeks ago. He was polling at less than 1%. He's now starting to shift because he's taken on the Donald, who, by the way, 20 years ago tried to convince the legislature in New Jersey to allow for sports betting. Remember, George? And he failed at that. Governor DeSantis is working with Hard Rock to produce that vertical in the state, and they're now in federal courts. New York Times today had a story criticizing Governor Christie for creating massive gambling addiction trampoline effect. This will become a part of the presidential debate for sure. So stay tuned, because don't forget, Jersey was the leader under Governor Christie, both for iGaming and for sports betting, the 10-year campaign to repeal PASPA. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great afternoon. Please join with me in thanking Alexander, Ian, George, and Savas. Have a great day.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, my friends. Great to see you all here. I have a very special announcement for you if you happen to be an operator or an affiliate. And that announcement is, let me clear my throat, that the Papa iGaming Club is now open on our lower floor. That's the iGaming Club run by Papa. So if you want to go down there, fill your boots, have some fun, take the stairs down to La Valletta Hall. And remember, ABC, always be connecting. Okay, my dear friends, you will notice on the stage that we have some beautiful podcast mic here. We have some iGaming Next branded cups. It's getting a bit cozy. There's a plant, there's candles. We are now going to have an intimate conversation on the stage. Just the few hundred or thousand of us indeed here. Can I just ask for a show of hands? How many of you have ever tuned into the iGaming Next podcast? Have you tuned into all right, loads of hands. Fantastic. Bonus points to all of you. If you haven't tuned into it already, please do. Please make a point of it. We're actually going to be recording live the next iGaming Next podcast right here. Now, the iGaming Next podcast is one of the things that really is iGaming Next secret sauce. It's special ingredient that gives it such relevance and impact in the industry. And it really sets the tone for the whole of the industry. It kind of invites amazing people to have very intimate chats and gets their thoughts about moving forward, where we need to go next, what we need to know about, risks, threats, opportunities. Everything gets discussed on the iGaming Next podcast. Now, they made the significant milestone of passing 100 episodes, and we're actually well on our way to episode 150. In fact, what we're going to witness now is episode 147 of the iGaming Next podcast, and it's a real pleasure to welcome back to the stage two wonderful people who are going to have a deep dive into their thoughts, their insights, and what the industry can expect for 2024. Stay tuned, it's going to be very much worth it. So please join me in welcoming to the stage the CEO of YOLO Group, Maria Part, and the co-founder and managing director of iGaming Next, Pierre Lint. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Oshin. Thank you. Oshin, I thought you were going to give away a car or something when you said you had a special announcement. I got a heart attack here.
And
Jesus
I'm going to give away a car.
No. You get a car. You get a car.
Pierre's car. I'm going to give it away.
Not today. Thank you, Oshin. And hello, everyone. Good to have you guys here in the audience with us today. This is a very special podcast, actually, because myself and Maria, we've been acquainted here since a couple of years back, actually. And the theme of today's discussion is leadership through challenging times. And that's a little bit of a prelude here, as an introduction. I would say that, for me, Maria is one of the most inspiring persons that we have in the iGaming industry. Maria started 10 years ago as a customer support agent at YOLO. And in these 10 years, she has climbed the ranks and is now the CEO of one of the biggest online gambling companies in the world, in YOLO, and one of the most respected ones. YOLO is also, if I'm not mistaken, Maria, voted the third best place to work, as well, something like that, in Estonia, with Bolt being ranked number 1 or something like that. It's a pretty good kind of competition you have there.
Yes, we've certainly received a couple of good nominations and recognitions over the years, and we are certainly a part of kind of the startup community.
Yeah, absolutely. But not everything is sunshine and roses, of course, to kind of go through the ranks. And obviously, YOLO has a reputation of always been doing great things. But I know that it's been a lot of challenging environment to get there as well. But without me introducing you too much, I wanted to start by just asking Maria, kind of your own origin story and how you managed to get from a customer support agent to the role you have today and the challenges that you faced along the way.
Thank you, Pierre. First of all, I'm actually really excited to be back on the stage again. It's almost like this is our second podcast that we're doing, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing where the conversation goes.
Yeah, me too.
But to get back to the story, then actually, when I started in the industry, this was 2010, so already it's now 14 years almost. And as a college graduate of just a 20-year-old girl, I certainly knew very little of the industry in general, very little of what the entertainment or the technology part or the opportunities are going to be. And what I will say is that actually back in 2010, I would say that the industry itself was completely different from where we are today as well. In essence, I've gone through the rise and fall of professional poker, all of the like affiliate networks, the rakeback, and whatever else you name it. But even in terms of like the regulations, landscape, or the payment opportunities, the blockchain and crypto, I think everyone was talking about big data and AI, but compared to where we are today, it was certainly 180 degrees behind. It's interesting how the world ends up going in cycles. So when I started in 2010, obviously this was at the back of the global financial crisis that had just started picking up again. And the learning points that all of the businesses had to take from there, and I guess it was you could say that only the strong ones survive, can't you?
Yeah. And how did you, so you've had this journey now, like I said, starting as a customer support agent to getting yourself to the CEO position. Was that always your aspiration to make this kind of journey, or how did you kind of go from step to step? Was it always a step process?
No, not at all.
No?
I think the key part to this was that I always, I've had this like inner drive, knowing that I can't stand still. Like I want constant movement, I want constant progress. And when I was exposed to the gaming industry, it almost like this became a part of my DNA. Yes. And like the startup vibe, I joined a team of 6, so everyone got the chance to be themselves and actually like experience firsthand everything that there was to offer. And that certainly like shaped my experiences going forward. I've never believed in leadership by titles that much, if I'm honest. I think from the times when we were a team of 6 or a team of 50 or even a team of 100, then actually like everyone had to, there was no hiding. Everyone had to take responsibility. Everyone had to lead by example. And when we first established YOLO Group, as it's known now, in 2013, the key there was that we actually we stayed true to the mentality that had gotten us that far.
Yeah, but do you think as the company grows larger, does it become more difficult to retain that feeling? Because when you're a small company, it's like, you know, you all work together. Everyone is pulling their weight, you know, you have to do what you have to do. But when the company gets bigger, does that put more pressure as well to be more driven by processes rather than kind of do what needs to get done? Do you feel that as well now that you are approaching, you know, almost 1,000 employees and so on?
I took my first like C-suite role in 2015, so I became officially like the CFO. Yeah. And it even felt like it felt very like strange, almost like I couldn't own up to this title. And I think at that time we were a team of around maybe 50 people, and you were still expected to like step into this leadership role within like still a fairly small team. Now, fast forward a couple of years to now last year, it's almost like I woke up one morning and I was like, oh my God, it's not the same business anymore. It's not this team of 50 people. It's 1,000 individuals. And in essence, you all need to be on the same path.
Yeah. And what do you attribute the fact that you are now voted the 3rd best place to work, for example, in Estonia?
where does that success come from? Is that this? I know that you have the open door policy, for example, and the company is very open to learn from each other. But like, is there anything particular that you attribute that success to?
So today we have fairly autonomous verticals within YOLO Group. We obviously have the B2C business complemented by the business-to-business offering, as well as the Bombay experience, the yacht and everything. And I think the key there, although we are a company of 1,000 members, we still very much refer back to this like the startup mentality, that you actually still need to first of all own up to the responsibility. You need to make sure that you're not carried away with this like big entitlement or big bubble. Like in essence, like in big corporations, I feel that sometimes it's so easy to hide away or point fingers, whilst this is something that we really can't afford. Yeah. And we've been running these verticals pretty much as separate startups with a very strong management team in each, but allowing us to make sure that we still bring together YOLO Group's vision into one based on these values that we actually had in 2010 as well.
Yeah, fair enough. And I guess it doesn't hurt either that you have a YOLO super yacht as well for the place to enjoy as well.
No, not at all.
That bumps you up a little bit on the scale too. Bolt doesn't have that, that's for sure. So in 2022, last year, it was a very challenging year for a lot of organizations, and particularly YOLO. You have interest in Ukraine, of course. Obviously, Estonia, where your company is based, was very heavily affected by the war in Ukraine in terms of inflation and so on and so forth. A lot of challenging macroeconomics in general, the industry uncertainty. Can you talk about the challenges that you faced in 2022 and how that kind of changed yourself as a leader, perhaps, but also your organization?
I think actually like the circumstances combined from all of the recent years kind of like culminated in 2022. It was like us coming out at the back of all of the COVID pandemic, a changed world between working from home and from office, the war, as you mentioned, the macroeconomic status, the crypto crash and banking challenges and whatever else. Plus, if you then combine it together with like talent crisis, how do you keep everyone motivated? At the back of YOLO actually expanding very, very rapidly, not just in terms of headcount, but also in terms of volumes and amount of projects. It's very hard to keep it all together.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like in YOLO Group, you have in the portfolio, there's like 100 companies almost doing a lot of different things, and it must be difficult, especially when in this like kind of rocket climate, to keep it all together. I mean, and as a leader as well, keeping the teams together and keeping kind of company together. Did it change the company? Did it change how you approach the vision of YOLO in any way this time?
I think this is actually the beauty of it. I think as a leader, you actually need to learn something new every day. And when you're faced with that many challenges all at once, it kind of forces you to actually look at it from another angle. And this is where the opportunities arise. Very much so.
Yeah, interesting. And you know, I'm also curious, Maria, you're something that struck me the first time I came to the YOLO headquarters in Tallinn, except for it being like, I know that you were part of designing those offices as well, and they are like incredible. If anyone ever gets the chance to go over there to see the YOLO headquarters, it's like a piece of art, this building, right? But you know, what struck me as well is the fact that you have, it's very cliche to say, I think, that, like, but it's almost like a bit of a family feeling within the offices as well. The employees are very proud to show the guests around and what everyone does and so on. But I wanted to ask you, like, what would you say that your kind of like leadership principles are. Do you have any? I know that you're a bit principle-driven. Is there anything? Are there any principles that you carry with you in your day-to-day work that you always try to enforce and think about?
Absolutely. I think it's so important to like, first of all, obviously stay yourself, but at the same time, you almost like you need to challenge and question yourself like every single day. You need to ask like all of the difficult questions, like, am I doing the right thing? Am I still on the right path? And you could, in essence, you could call it even like an imposter syndrome, that you're always like questioning yourself.
Yeah.
But I think it's actually unhealthy paranoia that helps
I think that's a great way of saying it.
Going.
Yeah, we spoke about this in another episode of the podcast, but imposter syndrome is really interesting because when you kind of listen online to self-help gurus and so on and so forth, they talk a lot about how do you beat imposter syndrome? How do you like switch off that voice that is telling you, that is like doubting yourself and so on. But personally, I have a different view of imposter syndrome, that is something positive.
Mm-hmm.
That imposter syndrome, it keeps you on edge,
Going.
like, and it keeps you at the forefront. Like when you question yourself, you also become better through that. And imposter syndrome is almost like a source for learning and a source for staying on top and a source for improving yourself and so on.
I agree.
Yeah, what do you make of imposter syndrome in general?
I absolutely agree. I think like once you think that you've made it, like once you think that I've got it all and I'm the smartest person in the room, then actually this means that you're not progressing, you're actually like taking steps back. Competition is always fierce, and I think it's so important that as a leader, you actually surround yourself with people that are much smarter than you are. And I think it's also so important that you don't lose the humility. So like asking for help and still having like these inspiring figures around you, your mentors and your like support network, because otherwise it can become lonely.
Did you feel this when you kind of rose through the company, that you had the people in the organizations that were helping you as well to make that journey? You mentioned it's maybe not a journey that you did on your own. You needed people who were there for you as well to get to the point you were. Yeah.
100%. It's like it's certainly like building up a group that big. Like this is not down to one or two individuals. Every single team member has to contribute. Like otherwise, why are they there in the first place, right?
Yeah. But it's interesting as well. I mean, I remember when I moved to Malta 12 years ago, I worked for Betsson Group as a poker VIP manager. And the C-suite, part of them were not based in Malta, they were based in Sweden at that time. And so we were like somewhat disconnected with the C-suite in the company back in those days at least. And there was almost like, it was almost like a feeling like these people, like the people in the C-suite, they are something special that I am not, and because I am not raised as a CEO in those environments, and they are kind of like up here, and I'm down there. And it's something interesting that I notice now when I'm building my company here with iGaming Next is that like as the CEO, you feel like you are so willing to help those who have that ambitious kind of journey ahead of them as well. And my girlfriend, she asked me the other day, she's in the beginning of her journey in Presenter Group, one of the operators here. And she asked as well, she wants to learn, she wants to like understand more how the company works. And so I told her, speak to the CEO and ask if he's willing to kind of mentor you or to let you be the CEO trainee or something like this, because I'm sure he will love doing that, because there's so few people who dare to do that.
I agree. And like in a way, I would say also that the world has changed. I think this like approach of silos doesn't work anymore. I think the new generation is certainly looking for something more meaningful. And I think for the leaders of all of these different organizations and businesses, you now actually do need to step out of your comfort zone.
Yeah. This is funny. The origin story of Steve Jobs. When he was younger, he lived in Silicon Valley, and he was in his kind of late teens or mid-late teens, and he took up the phone book at that time, and it was like the founder of HP was listed in the phone book. So he gave him a call, and he said, I'm looking for spare parts to my HP computer. Do you have any spare parts? He asked the founder of HP. And the CEO founder, he thought it was so funny that this kind of teenager calling him directly, asking for these spare parts. So he said, you know what, I'll give you something better. I'll give you a job at HP. And then you can learn from there. You can get the spare parts. So Steve Jobs, he talks a lot. He used to talk a lot about like so many careers or so many like great paths are made by just picking up the phone or actually daring to ask that question to the person who is in charge, kind of thing. And I also feel that now as a CEO, like I said, that I think we are always open for those younger professionals who aspire to get to that level. But it actually doesn't happen often enough, I think. People they still feel a bit scared of kind of opening that door. I don't know if you feel that too sometimes.
I do, but I think this means that more often than not, you are the one who needs to take the first step. Yeah. For example, you mentioned remote offices, and although our headquarters is based in Tallinn, we actually have multiple offices around the world, in Malta, in other parts of Estonia, but also in LATAM. We have a big office, plus obviously we used to have offices in Ukraine, we still do. So there's, you need to make sure that you are seen and connected to all of these, all of the teams.
Yeah, and I mean, that must be a challenge for you, considering that you have that many different offices. Again, like growing the company, at some point it's kind of becomes a bit more impersonal, perhaps. Do you try to kind of mitigate that somehow?
I guess the best mitigation of this is to have team leads in place who actually live and breathe the same values. So again, I come back to the importance of the DNA and the principles that at least YOLO Group was built up upon. Not a day goes by that we can really forget about those.
Yeah, true. So, Maria, how do you personally deal with the pressure and stress that comes with not only being the CEO of a large company, but also the added major pressure of going through a difficult period like 2022? I mean, carrying the weight of a company of nearly 1,000 employees, and you are responsible to some extent for these people's livelihood. This is a huge responsibility and pressure and stress that comes with that. Does that affect you in any way, as a person? And how do you deal with that stress and pressure?
Of course it impacts me.
Yeah.
I guess what I will say is that I don't think that there ever will be a day where I'll feel that, okay, you have got this. It's almost like every morning when you wake up, you really have to be aware of the responsibility, and you need to make sure that there is good balance, in essence. I think there's just so much that still can be learned, and I feel that you'll never be complete.
No, for sure. Do you ever have off days?
Sorry?
Do you ever have off days where you can't get stuff done?
I do, and actually this has become a very important part of my routine as well, that I still take occasional holidays. Yeah. I make sure that...
I follow you on Instagram, Maria. I can see those holidays are very well planned out.
But that actually can only happen when I have a strong team in place. So without my management teams, this would never be possible.
Yeah.
And this way I can come back and I can provide more value as well. I think as a CEO, there's a big danger that you'll almost get stuck in this day-to-day hamster wheel. Yeah. And you need to come off this. You actually, occasionally, you need to look at the bigger picture from a completely different perspective, to be able to take the business forward, because otherwise it's you almost get too objective, and it's easy to kind of forget that the main point is still to increase the value of the business, right?
Yes, yeah. It's a very good point. You can get very stuck in the day-to-day, and because as a CEO, you cannot. Your job is to take quick decisions all the time. Like you take 100 very, very important but very quick decisions every day, and sometimes, as you point out, you can kind of miss the forest for the trees. So you just take these quick decisions day by day by day by day. That is sometimes difficult to kind of zoom out and look at the company and the strategy of the business and like, are we actually doing the right thing? And COVID was a very interesting kind of period in our life for that perspective, because for many people, including us as a business, we were forced to take a step back during that time and really scrutinize the business and ask ourselves, are we doing the right thing? And in our case, it ended up from us going this direction to completely changing to a different direction. And it just kind of highlights the importance of sometimes being able to just step away from this kind of like day-to-day and really look and scrutinize the kind of the bigger picture and so on. It can be quite difficult to get into this like deeper way of thinking or like deeper focus in order to understand, like, are we doing the right thing? And then actually changing direction.
But then actually, when you look at the situation retrospectively, you understand that this actually happened for a reason and the outcome was for the better, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we always joke that, like 1 month every 2 years, you should just like shut off internet for all employees, and then let the employees have a month and give them a task to like come up with the biggest idea you can think of for the company. Like if you were the CEO and if you were in charge, like what's your one big idea to change direction of the company? And then let them come back, a month later, and you kind of talk about these ideas together. I think, it's a cheek in tongue, but it's not a very bad idea. There are big companies that have actually implemented something similar. They get kind of forced leave. They're not allowed to answer email and come back then with this like kind of big idea, because those are it's enough with like one idea to transform a company to something much greater than it is today, perhaps. Would you consider that, to give all the employees a month of forced every second year?
Well, maybe in some sort of like a slightly different format, but I think you are absolutely right in saying that like almost like innovation requires space.
Yeah.
People are very they're very prone to switch back to their old habits and be a part of the processes that they think are right.
Yeah.
But then if you put it to the perspective of how fast the world is changing, how fast our industries are changing, then perhaps the things we used to do 5 years ago or even a year ago, they actually might not be appropriate anymore.
Yeah.
But you need to actually allow the space to make sure that people can think, not just do.
Yeah, exactly. I think like AI is a good example of this, where like if we would take just a couple of weeks or just shut off and just think about how the current like AI revolution could change our own businesses and how it will change the world, we would quickly be able to recognize some ideas that we can build towards to change our businesses. But this is a good example of like most businesses, they see ChatGPT, they see GPT and the advancement in AI, but then they get stuck in the to-do, and they don't have that time to kind of zoom back then and look at the big picture. Do you find time sometimes to take that step back and think more strategically of the company? Like, do you have any tips for how to do that?
I've literally learned to do it. It didn't, like this isn't something that comes naturally, especially when you're so used to the like fast-paced environment and kind of like keeping yourself like constantly busy up until one point when you really need to ask yourself like, am I doing the right things? And once you realize that, then it becomes a lot more natural to take a step back frequently.
Yeah, interesting. So starting to kind of wrap things up a little bit today, Maria, what advice do you have to young leaders who perhaps aspire to become the CEO one day? Like say that in your customer support team today in YOLO, those who look at your journey and they get inspired by that, what advice would you have to them to make if they consider to do the same journey as you?
Well, first of all, work hard. Don't lose sight of your ambition and your real goals in life, but also make sure that you're always surrounded by people who inspire you, people who give you energy, people who you can actually learn from. And I think before you know you're further forward than you ever would have imagined. Don't forget to celebrate either.
Have fun, basically, yes. Final question for you today, Maria. Where do you see YOLO in 3 years' time? You know, YOLO is such a dynamic company. You do 100 things at once. I can imagine in the offices when Tim walks through the door and he has another idea, you know. But where do you see the company in 3 years' time from now?
So we certainly want to leverage the technology, and something that currently very much is lacking, not just in our industry, but globally, it is the payment options and the rails onto it. So that's certainly going to be something that we're looking to further on introduce to the ecosystem. However, that said, in order for us to achieve it, I would say that the most important thing we have to do is not forget what made us the success we are today. We have to remind ourselves constantly of this mentality of a team of 6, the startup vibe, making each other accountable, doing what we enjoy, and most importantly, keeping the customer at the center of this universe that we're creating.
Fun, fast, and fair. Thank you so much, Maria. It's been an absolute pleasure today. And guys, please give Maria a round of applause here. She's an absolutely fantastic leader. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Amazing, Maria. Thank you. That was great.
Hello. Hey, hi there. Listen, thank you so much to Pierre and Maria for that fantastically intimate and kind of open chat there for the iGaming Next podcast. Like I said earlier, if you haven't tuned in already, you really are missing out. Find them on any of the top podcast apps or find them on YouTube. Just search for iGaming Next. Tune in. That was episode number 147, and you are going to get the opportunity to see episode 148 recorded right here tomorrow afternoon. Okay, now it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next session to the stage. It comes from the mighty Playtech. As you can see, they are indeed leaders in next generation gaming content and technology. They are great friends of iGaming Next, and we are so happy to have them as partners for our event this year. Our next session is about trends and transformation, exploring the technology revolution shaping a safer, environment-led sector. I cannot wait to see what our next expert speaker has today. She is the head of casino at the mighty Playtech. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Jade Pecorella. Thank you. Welcome, Jade. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for having me here. So I'm Jade Pecorella, and today I'm going to be speaking about the trends and transformations in our industry. And today, unless you've been living under a rock for the past year, I'm sure you've heard of the word artificial intelligence or AI. It's the biggest buzzword used in all sorts of entertainment. And one second, there. And it is everywhere, from our social media hitting 36 billion views on a simple hashtag on one media source, to our news and also our 9 to 5. And our industry has been no different, especially in casino, whether this new form of technology is a friend or a foe. But is a new form of technology a threat, or is it a new superpower? Just like a game of poker, there's an element of uncertainty. When a new technology enters the game, you want to see all the way from the flop all the way up to the river. But in order to do so, you need to play your hands, you need to call the blinds. Though our industry is always changing. We had stone dice to stone chips, drawing on cards, the first one-armed bandit hitting the casino floors. Our industry has always grown, been diverse, and adapted to always be one step ahead. The trends in our industry, much like the odds of a craps game, can be uncertain at times. Yet in the vast universe of trends, some stars burn brighter and longer than others. One such star in particular was the rise of the online gaming. And with that came the mobile platform. But it has dug its heels in deep and has become the revolution of gambling. Technology is reshaping the online gambling industry. Players have access to more games, transparent rules, fair odds, and exciting in-game features that we never imagined before. And with access brings vibrant competition, which can only lead to intense competition between operators, always supporting a player's demand, always running for new innovations, keeping up with upgrades, and improve a player's experience. The sector is no longer dark underbelly, but a reputational industry with brand loyalty, high levels of trust, and transparent regulations that define it. Now, who would have ever thought 15 years ago when you first heard of the iPhone that you'd be sitting down on your couch in your PJs, really comfortable with your cat purring right next to you, and you've got your favorite slot a click away. You're there comfortable, you open up your slot, you spin the reels, the symbols align, and boom, you've hit the jackpot right in your living room. From playing live dealer games where you're interacting with a live dealer with live cards in real time, it's like having the cake and eating it. But instead of being an actual cake, it's a full-on casino experience. That convenience and intimacy has been given the game changers fundamentally alternating how we experience casino. But that's not to say the brick and mortars of casino will end up the same way as dinosaurs have done. The thrill of dressing up, walking into a bustling casino, hearing the symphony of the slots, as well as actually feeling the texture of poker chips. It's an immersive sensory experience with a real magic that is something we should strive to preserve and enhance. Now let's take a moment and appreciate the fact that AI has been making waves since 1997. I'm not sure if much of you remember the showdown between IBM's Deep Blue and the chess champion Garry Kasparov. It was a battle of wits. Everyone was witnessing a grandmaster being challenged by a robotic AI. The first year, the champion had won, but the second year he was defeated. And if you're not into chess, let's think about video games and think of the enemies becoming faster as you vanquish them, creating thrilling progression. Games like Pac-Man, like Halo and Fear, they took it up to a notch by employing ingenious AI techniques, such as behavior trees and system plannings. And when mentioning video games and AI, we can't not mention Red Dead Redemption 2, where it brought a sophisticated AI engine that mimics the behaviors of animals and how you interact with your horse during the gameplay. It's not just about captivating the story, it's about the immersive experience where your gameplay is truly unique, like no other player. Though with the introduction of new, especially in this era of let's get rich really fast, the world of influencers, where you have clicks, views, hearts, and hits, we create in another dynamic wave. So going to any media source and requesting how to win, how to get the jackpot, how to bypass anything. You now have all these media sources where you can find any streamer who's telling you how to hack it, how to win, and how to win. So thus we need to protect our users. And AI has already learned that it too must use its intelligence for good and to educate. Here's a simple example. I asked the AI, how do I get an accurate number on the roulette table to hit the big win? It did not provide me with any numbers. It did not provide me with a strategy. But instead, it provided me with educational information for me to learn and be educated before moving into the unknown. So here is another example. I've now used it as I could use any form, where I've asked for random numbers from 0 to 36, forming the roulette table, and I've asked for 5 random numbers. On the left-hand side, you can see that the winning number, in a second, is actually one of the 5 numbers that the AI tool had generated. You and I may understand that 1 out of 5, that's an 80% loss. But players who are uneducated, they will see this as a 100% win and use these tools in a way that is not protecting themselves. And what I did over there was I could have done that with any other tool. I could have rolled the dice, multiple dice. I could have put my hand in a bag, blindfolded, and pulled out a random number. So we need to utilize the AI technology and understand the patterns of our players, from bet sizes to duration, and bring a gentle AI nudge for our players before they understand any issues that are being created. If you think about it, AI is the face of a veteran bartender who's at the bar, he's seen you play too many hands and suddenly tells you, hey, let's take a breather. Because picture this, you've been on the slots for a while, the sims are flashing, the music is going, they're blending into one another, just like a Picasso painting, right? You're engrossed and you've forgotten how much time you've spent. But most importantly, you've forgotten how much you've wagered. So AI isn't just the future, it's the game changer we've been waiting for. There is no one-size-fits-all. And when it comes to understanding how our players' behaviors are, we need to potentially educate them. With Playtech, we use BetBuddy. And with BetBuddy, we can utilize machine learning with the likes of real-time notifications to increase effectiveness and success rate. And just like we've learned from any fashion faux pas, one-size-fits-most measures imply all players are the same. And just like in any other industry like fashion, assuming that all our players fit into one box is a failure on our part, and then to rather adapt to each player individually. Utilizing responsible gambling with AI prevents problem gaming through self-imposed limits, automatic timeouts, and self-inclusion features. We can enable the early intervention and help mitigate risks. And remember that AI is not a replacement of human intervention. It's a responsible gambling tool that is invaluable for us all to use. So let's take a breather and let's discuss the magic of AI and all its wonders and powers. I know perhaps a lot of you creatives, artists, sound designers, animators are a bit worried, but before you get up and head to the exit, let's try and utilize this AI tool and see if it's as easy as it is as they make it sound to be on the internet or word of mouth. So here what I've done, I've just typed in, let's make an Egyptian game. I've asked it for 4 low-pay symbols using the symbols from a deck of cards. So you have the clubs, the spades, the hearts, and the diamonds. For the high pays, I've asked it to create 4 gods. I've asked it to create a gold scarab with the word wild, and I've asked it to create a gold pyramid with the word scatter. This was what came out of it. So however the amidst of technological marvel, let us always remember the vital importance of our creations, that we do need the distinctive touch of humanity. But you may say, okay, Jade, but you didn't give it enough information. You just asked it to do some scripts. Let's take 2 successful games. So here I've chosen Sahar Rish's Cash Collect and God of Storms 3. And I've asked it to merge it together to create a game that I could deliver perhaps in 2 weeks. No. It may have reduced the Pinterest time or ArtStation Behance research that you may have done for a week or 2, though we are still in need of the talent among us that has been handpicked throughout the years and has elevated the industry that we sit in together. Though the role of AI can help elevate our diversity. So here what I've asked it is, can you create a game that our players will enjoy? And when it's come back with is an actual sound design idea, variants, RTP ideas, it's given me a theme, and it's given me some features. In the end, it came out with a space theme, which we could definitely use. You could push this onto your team and ask, what do you think of this? Is this a good style? You can ask the client, is this a more space theme? Is this the color tones? And you can work from there. So what I did and then was I asked it to create the same game with the same features for a female audience. And automatically it picked up within seconds to create an enchanted forest with fairies and unicorns, which may not be for every female, but it tried. It went there. But what's interesting, though, that it did change up the hit frequency of certain features that were in the game. So maybe it's onto something. In the end, it came up with a nice mood board that we could actually use as the starting of a concept design. You could take ideas from it. A future shaped by AI can transform gaming over new levels of immersion and personalization, offer insights to craft remarkable player experiences, and most importantly, encourage inclusion disregarding gender, culture, or age, because AI has no shape or form. It gives us a voice, a way of communication. And I'm not talking about a text-to-speech while you're at a poker table. I'm talking about enhancing your creativity and having that connection with your stakeholders, with your clients, and trying to understand what kind of shade of red they're actually talking about. So I'm sure for the creatives here, we've all been in a situation of asking for feedback. And the only thing we've come back with was, just create an Egyptian goddess. That's, for us creators, we just go like, which one? There's over 20. Though what we can take from this is at least a communication with our clients, with our stakeholders of, is this the way do you want to go? And then we can start communicating on the same language. And like that, it's instead of taking 2-3 weeks, perhaps coming up with concepts, iterating so much, we can utilize AI. And within seconds, you can come back with a preview to show your client or stakeholder and say, and wait for the response of, maybe it's too gold, maybe it's too flashy, maybe a bit more green, maybe a bit more blue. So for most creatives here, E for efficiency should be the third letter when it comes to AI. And it's not just for artists, it's also being utilized by QA, from developers to product owners and production. We all remember this device, the always-on, always-connected wireless world that allowed us to secure and reliable access to emails. It was the peak of 1998. It had a small screen with impeccable keyboard buttons that you could feel, and of course, the trackball. It became an instant hit, and there was no looking back for the founders. Why change it? It works. But then who could have seen the iPhone, the first prominent touchscreen? Who didn't need a keyboard, didn't need a trackpad, just utilize the entire space? BlackBerry ignored this new technology initially. However, with the iPhone being such a huge hit, this was the start of the BlackBerry's demise. We need to hop on the train because it's not just about flashy lights and catchy music anymore. I'm sure most of you remember the first slot you ever played. Three reels, one simple pay line, one spin button, and boom, that was a slot. But fast forward to today, and wow, what a transformation. We have now multi-reel slots, intricate pay lines, interacting bonus rounds, and teamed games that transport you into a different world. So we need to embrace and enhance our technology by innovating continuously to meet customers' needs. Be responsible also with our technology that we use. Because it's not just about winning. It's about embarking on a thrilling journey and witnessing the game's narrative unfold before your players' eyes. It's not in the business of fun and fortune. We must never forget that we're not just spinning reels, we're spinning stories for our players in a responsible way. Our mission is to create that resonate our audience and invoke genuine excitement and emotion in a responsible way. And for all of us, that is the true jackpot. So I thank you for listening. Stay playful, stay curious, and keep the games rolling.
Can you hear me? Yes, now you can. Wonderful. Hello, hello. That's more like it. Okay, my name's Oisín Lunny. It's great to meet you all. I hope you're having a fantastic time. I must say, you're all looking very hydrated and caffeinated and networked up to here. That's what I like to see. We are now going to move on with a fascinating topic. I'm actually going to be staying on stage to moderate it, and I'm thrilled to be joined by some very brilliant speakers. The session is called From Gateway to Gatekeeper, and this really looks at the allocation of slots and how it's become increasingly competitive, and aggregators have also potentially offered the perfect solution. But have they also caused an imbalance in the market? We are about to find out. So please join me in welcoming to the stage my amazing guests. We got 5 chairs here. We got 5 stars lined up in the wings to come and join me. So I want you to give them all a big round of applause when they come on stage. First up, we're going to welcome my great friend. He is the founder and CEO of Alea. Please welcome Alexandra Tomic. Thank you. Welcome, Alexandra. Hey, great to see you, buddy. Thank you so much. Once again, we're here. That's what I like to see. Okay, joining Alexandra, we've got the Director of Casino Product over at Relax Gaming Group. Please welcome Shelley Hanna. Thank you. Yes. Team Shelley in the house. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Make yourself comfortable there. That's what we like to see. Good crowd involvement. Next up, we've got the former Chief Business Development Officer from Blue Guru Games. Please give it up for Liam Mulvaney. Thank you. Welcome. Liam, or should I say Jason? Good to see you, my friend. Jason from now on. That's it. We're in Malta. Right, next up, we've got the Head of Account Management at the Mighty Swint. Please give it up for Tanya Axisa. Welcome, Tanya. Wonderful. Welcome, Tanya. Great to see you. And rounding up our all-star panelists, we've got the co-founder and CEO at Holiday Games. Please welcome Robert Lenshofer. Thank you. Robert, welcome. Great to see you. Thanks so much for joining us. So, as we would say in the music business, this is all killer, no filler. And seeing as it's my session here, I notice we've got 10,000 minutes on the clock, so we're going to go with no. Okay, we've got 23 minutes left. Right, in time-honored fashion, let's come to your good self first, Alexandra, and just tell the good people here who you are and what you do if they don't know you. Thank you.
Well, hi, guys. It's nice being here today. My name is Alexandre Tomic. I'm the founder and CEO of Alea. Alea started as a B2C operator in 2012, and now we are an aggregator, game aggregator, focusing on B2B markets.
Fantastic. And over to your good self, Shelley.
Hi, everyone. I'm Shelley Hanna, Director of Casino Products at Relax Gaming. I've been there for coming on 5 years since the beginning of the aggregation setup, and in the industry for 10 or so years.
Fantastic. Thank you, Shelley. Over to you, good self, Liam.
I'm Liam, so I founded Blue Guru and another game studio, and I've been working with B2B game studios over the last 11 years. That's pretty much it.
Fantastic. And from Liam, we pass the ball to Tanya.
Hi, thank you for having me. Tanya Axisa, Head of Account Management at Swint. I've been with Swint for almost 2 years now. In the industry, pretty over 10 years now, so.
Excellent. Okay, we have some very qualified people on the stage here, myself obviously excluded from that statement. And rounding off our introductions, Robert.
Hey, I'm Robert Lenshofer. I'm in the industry for 22 years, quite a long time now. And I'm the co-founder and CEO of Holiday Games. It's a new startup in the video slots area. We do games plus also RGS business.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to kick things off right away. I'm going to stay with your good self, Robert. Now, talk to us a bit about the balance between suppliers and aggregators and the balance between studios and aggregators. How can we make things better?
Yeah, so the landscape is changing, it's evolving. When you look at how many studios are out there, I saw a report the other day that it's around 600, 700 studios. When I started in 2001 or so, I think we had like 100 games, not 700 studios. And it seems also that the tax threshold is changing. Things get easier. There's a lot of tools and utilities out there which make it easier to operate, create a studio business and also an aggregation business. And there's friction these days, of course. When everything grows, there's too many studios perhaps. There's a lot of aggregators, a lot of studios becoming aggregators. And there's a lot of room of improvement where we are today. For instance, like a friend of mine who is head of aggregation nobody here on the panel, but somewhere else, asked me, well, you know, I'm running an aggregator, what should I do? And I said, well, you know what? What if you raise prices and increase service level? Because what I've seen with the aggregators I know, it's becoming harder and harder to see the studios as a customer and service them well. It starts with simple things to pay the invoices on time, starts with simple things that there's a vendor manager in place. So I think there's friction at the moment because there's too much of everything.
Too much of everything. Good suggestion there. Be brilliant at the basics. It's always good advice. Coming over to yourself, Shelley, talk to us a bit about what the iGaming world would be like without aggregators, if you can imagine such a thing.
Yeah, so I think 10 years ago we had a few suppliers, like Robert was saying there. Aggregators, I think, came into play when there was more demand for suppliers, but you know, where would we be now without the aggregators? Operators would be backed up with integrations. There may be less operators able to kick off their businesses, I think, because a lot of new operators rely upon the aggregator setup. And I think there would be a high level of inconsistency across the tech and across the offering and what the operator receives at the end. So it would be a very different world, and maybe a good world in some viewpoints. Less games, less, you know, but...
Okay, controversial statements on the stage here, right? You're in the right place.
In some viewpoints.
Okay, diplomatically controversial statements on the stage. Well played, okay. Nice deflection there. So coming back to yourself, Tanya, now talk to us a bit about, you know, what's best practice over at Swint in terms of like the B2B angle on this, working with aggregators. You know, how do you see it from your point of view?
From our perspective, we like to work with aggregators a lot because it gives us easy access to new markets. For example, when we work with our partners like Relax, promo tools, there's new studios that are also available through the aggregator. One of the cons might be about not being able to build that relationship with the customer as much as you want, whereas in the past we used to speak directly to the customer. I mean, not all aggregators work that way, but you have to find the middle ground and go through the aggregator, which makes it a little bit difficult for us. I mean, coming from an account management perspective, building the customer relationships and being able to give them the service that we want to, as in showcasing our games, making the games visible, setting up promotions. So there's the benefits and the cons as well to it. I mean, as everything else, obviously.
Indeed, pros and cons there, and this is what we're here to discuss. But let's just talk about like the past 10 to 12 years. Does anyone want to jump in with any observations on how the landscape has changed in the past decade or so?
I think on the slot side, if I can, so on the slot side, the addition of aggregators, of course, I think Shelley kind of, the controversial part of it, it might be a better thing is, you know, we got to a stage where there's a lot of aggregators. The barriers of entry have reduced massively for game suppliers. So that is one of the biggest changes that we've seen, I think, across. So we get easier access to regulated markets, easier access to those, you know, direct integrations, which nowadays are become impossible. But then the question is, it's a bit of a catch-22, right? So without those aggregators, possibly operators would have been continued forced to doing the direct integrations. So again, it's very hard to say how it would be now, but we've seen, Robert as well touched out on that, 700 suppliers, about 28,000 games in the market nowadays, and if you consider last year alone, 7,000 of those were released last year, right, out of those 28,000. So it's been a massive shift, made it much harder for game suppliers, of course, to get their voice out. But I think it also gives us an opportunity, something which we've missed, I think we've been missing in the past. And again, Tanya touched a bit on this. On the account management side, the commercial teams need to get stronger to be able to go out there and present themselves to become even better for the operators and bridge that shift between aggregators and game suppliers, I think.
Right, well said indeed. And Alexandra, coming over to your good self now, you actually used to be an operator. So like back in the day, not that long ago, but a while ago, what was your feeling about aggregators when you were an operator? What would you have said about them in a conversation in a pub, for instance?
And I still run operations apart from Alea, so
Oh, yeah, of
it's still a valid conversation. Back in time, we would never use an aggregator. We didn't like aggregators.
Okay.
They were adding latency they considered that their team technically were not as good as we were in order to integrate games. They were irrelevant. Why would you use an aggregator if you had, let's say, 5 to 10 software providers? Basically, I'm sorry, I was saying aggregators as a parasite, as an unnecessary.
Come off the fence there, Alexander.
And
How do you really feel?
I mean, you know, like these companies, they exist just to take the money out of you. It was a nonsense. And then what happened is that more and more software providers coming out, integration getting more and more complex. The integration APIs are getting more complex than they were before. I don't want to enter too much technical, but APIs call, you had the bet in the win in the same call before. Now we have 2 different calls, and you need reconciliation, retries, and rollbacks. And we have more and more games. We have, as everybody said here, we have more and more studios coming up. So you could say, okay, I don't need these studios. I won't try them, and I don't give a shit, and I will use pragmatic play and evolution, and with that I have 70% of my business. And you will be right.
Yeah.
And on the other side, so I don't want to integrate all of these guys. And there are even aggregators that are taking that stance. They say, we stop integration. We do a freeze on integration because all these studios are shit. The other thing, you say, yes, it's true, partially. There's 90% of them, they won't make it next year. Yeah. But they are hidden gems. Mm-hmm. And you may miss them. And you may miss the No Limit City, the push gaming. You may miss all this big-time gaming. When I saw it first time, to be honest, I wasn't very impressed. You will miss all of these gems. Should you integrate 100 providers to get 3 or 4 that are going to be good at the end? No, you can't. At a cost level, it's just not possible as an operator. You can't do that. And actually today, you must use an aggregator, and you must use an aggregator almost as a testing platform for these new software providers. So you onboard them one by one. Aggregators should allow communication between software providers and operators, because we can't know neither all the games. More act as a technical platform, as a game broker, also as a game specialist, but leave the communication open between software providers and operators, and allow the operator to test all these games and take them and throw them away. Take them, throw them away. But without having to do all the due diligence, commercials, integration. It's just not sustainable. And even your development team is going to hate you. I mean, the development team is going to say, I know we had a problem in China. We don't want to work on these APIs anymore. I want to do products.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to do the
Yes, totally. So you're kind of taking away a world of pain for your developers, a world of boredom in some cases. You know, oh my God, do we have to really deal with this? The answer is no, because you're kind of working with aggregators, you're working with new solutions. But is there an element of this that's helping you reach new markets, that's helping you scale? I mean, who wants to jump in and talk about this? You're very welcome.
Just quickly,
Yeah.
Of course, because there is time to market.
Yeah.
Signing a contract, from the moment we start as an aggregator, but it's the same as an operator, to talk to a software provider and we integrate them, it's between 6 to 12 months. Mm-hmm. Imagine you want to integrate 10 software providers. Setup fee, minimum fee, it's just not possible. You won't do it. You can't do it. So you're going to sign your pragmatic, you're going to sign your evolution, and then seriously, all the rest, you take it through an aggregator. And slowly what you do, you see, and I can say it very openly as an aggregator, you take your best performing software to the aggregator and sign directly with them. And you use your aggregation platform as a testing platform. You know?
That's very smart. Absolutely. I like it. You're kind of looking at the new technical solutions, the new opportunities, and using them for what's most optimal for your business. Now, speaking of which, Shelley, yourselves, you have this great, very popular program at the moment called Silver Bullets. They say there's no such thing as a silver bullet. There is. It's your program. Talk to us a bit about it.
Absolutely. So I'm a great believer in aggregation needing to fit different needs of suppliers. And the Silver Bullet program's there to allow innovation for new young studios who just don't have the ability to have licenses and the tech and everything else. And you know, I'm a very lucky person. Over the last 10 years, I've watched small studios go big through that, and I think you know, you asked the question before, what would it be like without aggregators? Well, this is an aggregation method. And I think we would be left with the 3 or 4 that were, you know, so active back then. And I love that it is a bit of a stepping stone towards, or a diving board towards success.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it. A diving board's a better metaphor than stepping stone.
I totally agree.
Played.
I got that one wrong.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Dive in, folks. Dive in. Coming over to yourself, Tanya. How do you see it from your point of view about the opportunity for smaller studios in this kind of new ecosystem?
It's definitely got a lot of opportunity from my perspective. For example, Swint, we're taking a little bit of a similar approach as well when it comes to aggregators, as in we're onboarding new studios. At the moment, we've got 5 studios, so we're hoping by the end of the year we're going to have an additional 3. So all the games will be available for our customers. Hopefully, there might be the next big game coming along from one of these small studios. Is just giving them the opportunity to showcase their games, to get visibility, and to, especially being as there's so many suppliers out there, I mean, maybe they don't have the RGS technology themselves. They're able to build on our own technology and get their content branched out, which I think is a really nice opportunity for them.
Yeah. Well said. Now, I'm going to introduce a 4-word phrase that's very popular at conferences. Show me the money. Who wants to talk about what a modern kind of financial settlement might look like in this ecosystem? What kind of deals are going on that folks should know about?
I can.
Okay, well volunteered, Robert, well volunteered.
You mean in terms of how aggregation works financially?
Yeah, absolutely. What should folks be aware of in terms of like the money side of things?
Yeah, I mean it's a very simple business model. It's based on typically on a percentage of the revenue share. There's 2 models out there. One is a percentage of what you earn, basically, and the other one is a reseller model. So you have a fixed percentage. You sell the games to the aggregator, and then the aggregator is finding opportunities to sell the games at a higher price. So that's quite, I think, can be quite interesting. Of course, you, as a studio, never quite know at what price your games are being sold to customers. And I think there's a nuance, like also with Relax and Silver Bullet and RGS to RGS, there's a nuance how close you are, basically, to the operator. If you are a Silver Bullet partner of Relax, you're kind of closer to the partner. And although the pricing might differ, that could be an advantage. So it's not just about the pricing itself, but also really, I mean, to the point I alluded before, there's really 2 components. One is tech, and the other one is service. And at the moment, the trend currently is tech is getting easier, but the service level is also going down. So I think, so if you look at pricing of an aggregator, I think these days, both sides should look at service. How well is the studio equipped to be responsive on the communication channels, Skype or wherever? On the other side, well, am I being serviced by that aggregator, or am I just part of their list on a sub-page on their homepage?
That's a very, that's a question to be asked with a lot of candor, I would say. That's a very good point. Now, of course, when we're kind of opening up this interconnected ecosystem, we got APIs, we got, you know, integrations, etc. But all of these are introducing more vectors of attack in terms of cybercrime. And obviously, it's a very lucrative and attractive area for cyber criminals. You know, what say you about this world of managing the security side of things? What should our delegates here be aware of when approaching this world from the point of view of security?
I may take that one. We've seen a lot of hacks happening lately. And I mean, again, I speak a lot about that, and the more I speak about it, I had a conversation like 2 days ago. I spoke about that in Casino Beats, and the guys comes to me and say, "Oh, you spoke about us. Thank you for not telling our name." I said, "No, it wasn't you actually." "Oh, you? Yeah, but we too." "Okay."
Oops.
All right.
What hack? We weren't hacked. I was just messing with you. Yes.
All. Especially the new ones, the new software providers. Why the new software providers? Because they're more sensible to these attacks, because their API are not so robust that a software provider has been here for 10 years, okay? So if you go through an aggregator and the aggregator forces a software provider to do the reverse integration, saying, okay, your job is to do good games and our job is to do good API, then you're more protected. I don't say you're completely protected, but I say you're much more protected.
Yeah.
Okay? And we had credit card fraud before, we had bonus abuse fraud, and now what we're seeing coming more and more is a game API fraud. Okay, so hackers are able to generate illegitimate wins, okay, or winnings without bets, for example, and they test each new release or a game, each integration into a different, for the same software provider into different operators, because sometimes integration is not exactly the same. And when they find a flaw, then they move from operator to operator, and they exploit as much as they can. And it's becoming an issue, and I think it's an issue we're going to see more and more.
Yeah, indeed. And this opens up a whole can of worms. On the can of worms is the word liability. So Tanya, talk to us a bit about the liability in this kind of situations. You know, is this well defined? Is it nebulous?
It's a little bit tricky. I mean,
Yeah.
as Alex mentioned, we do see these happening more and more. I mean, I think at some point every software provider, I mean, is going to have a hack happen, I mean, at some point or another. So it all boils down to, I mean, finding that middle ground that is going to make it work for both the aggregator, the operator in question, I mean, that has been attacked. So, I mean, obviously you want to keep the relationships going, you want to keep everyone happy. I mean, there's a lot of money that is being lost along the way. So it does complicate things. I mean, and you need to add that level of security. So, I mean, hopefully, you know, you'll reach that middle ground to avoid them as much as possible at some point.
Yeah, indeed. It's another thing to be aware of when embarking on this. And coming over to yourself, Shelley, talk to us a bit about the, you know, challenges and opportunities around the customer experience, the user experience, because we all expect everything to be completely flawless and, you know, to flow from one thing to the other. What should folks be aware of?
Well, I think when it comes to being an aggregator or working with an aggregator, you want consistency. When it comes to user experience. So you think back in the day, there only were a few suppliers. People are familiar with, you know, how all the different messages are handled. Nowadays, you know, there's so much regulated stuff happening. You want the consistency across. And so, you know, things like a front-end layer to make that as consistent, at least across the aggregator level. I realize we don't always like working together across between aggregators, but at least at the aggregator level, we have a bit of consistency there. I think for me, aggregators are, you know, yes, a foundation in tech, but more and more we see other people offering really good platforms out there. For me, the aggregation package is just much more than the tech. It's important, it's a foundation, but it's everything around. And it's hard work. We have to step up as aggregators to keep the value for money, keep everything else.
Yeah, well said. Absolutely. I saw everybody's head nodding there, so that's great. It's something we can all agree on there. So coming over to your good self, Robert, now you've been doing this since 2001. Talk to us a bit about where you see it going next.
Yeah, so, I mean, the landscape has changed, I think, like in 2004, 5, 6, 7, when was it, when NEXT was born? And you basically you integrated, as a casino, you integrated NEXT and microgaming back then, and you were basically done. Now, like, there's lots of studios out there and aggregators out there, and if you basically sort of draw a technical line where it will be heading in the next 10 years, the trend is already there. It's just, you have to open your eyes and look into the future a little bit. Where it's obviously going is, well, the tech is going to be easy. Latest in 10 years, likely in 5, maybe in 3. So also to my point before and what Shelley is saying, the aggregators take, like, if a customer loses €1, aggregation takes between 1.5 and 3 cents of the whole value chain. And if tech becomes free or too simple to pay for, basically, the value must come from somewhere else, basically.
Ooh, intriguing statement there. And I'm going to come over to your good self, Liam. Now, we've got like a minute and a half on the clock. Time to get your crystal ball out. Where do you see this all going next? Or what's your kind of closing remarks for our awesome delegates?
I think eventually we need to come to the point where either the quality needs to come up from every side, from the aggregator side, I think, as we said, game developer side. I think operators need to come more into control as well of what they want to release into the market and be a bit more leading the way in regards to right now. I think it's a bit of a free-for-all. Operators will take all the content, and I think it comes from the fact that all the content is readily available. So that's something I think which we will start seeing happen again. And even lately, I've seen more operators take a bit more of a stand in regards to content they want to release and the amount of games they are looking to release. And rates, we're hearing it more and more. There's blanket rates coming in, people not willing to spend more than a certain amount, which makes it harder across the board. Because as we said, the value chain is being taken more and more and more. Operators are not willing to pay more than a certain amount for content anymore. So that, of course, makes it much harder for the whole value chain. Yeah.
Fantastic, and we've actually kind of moved there from gateway to gatekeeper. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists, Alexandra, Shelley, Liam, Tanya, and Robert. That was absolutely brilliant. Okay, do remember, photographs, post online, hashtag NEXT Valletta. So, my dear friends, we're going to have a little stage change over here. I'm going to go off and come back on to introduce our next wonderful speaker, but that was absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. My dear friends, that was totally fascinating. Brilliant stuff, as always. Merci beaucoup. Great stuff. Okay, our next session is called Story Selling. I'm going to tell you about it in 2 minutes. Folks, welcome back. Great to see you all still here, and you are in the right place because we have a fantastic session coming up right now with a really brilliant speaker, a brilliant communicator, and I suspect some of you may have seen him before at this very stage, and his sessions are always worthwhile. They're fascinating, full of great takeaways. And our next session is called Story Selling. It asks the question, how do you sell the future? How do you make a client see something they can't see and feel something they don't feel? Through the primary way all humans see the world, storytelling. So my dear friends, I would like a very warm, very loud welcome to our amazing rock star speaker. He is international business speaker and coach at David J.P. Phillips. Please give it up for Alexander Grabner. Jalol, thank you. Yes, dude. Good to see you again as always, my friends.
I just changed my mind. I thought when I walked up on the stage that, hey, let's do another 15-minute keynote TEDx style. That would be valuable, right? But then I changed my mind walking up here and saying, nah, let's not do that. Instead, let's turn this into a workshop. Because I want to give you guys something that will give you an advantage in every single meeting that you will have, every single time where you talk to another human being, and also that will put you in an advantage when you are having a little mingle, maybe upstairs tonight. Does that sound okay with everyone? Yeah, okay, great. So 5 people, again, you're warming up. I want you to fully understand that what I'm about to give you for the next 14 minutes and 15 seconds will literally, honestly, change the outcome of the rest of your life. I think I even said that the last time, but this time I mean it, for real. But before we go into the conjunction of how to implement stories in your everyday life, let me just go through this real quick. This is you. These are the driving force in you, your instincts, fear, food, reproduction. Right now, you're just sitting, okay, maybe I feel fear for this, maybe I am hungry, or I just want to reproduce myself with somebody in my near vicinity. Well, we're not going to do that, though. The second part of your brain is this part. Like, all the emotions. Some of you are right now feeling glad that you're here. Some of you are feeling, is this a waste of time? And some of you are probably just going, ooh, this is going to be exciting. Hercules. These two are the driving forces in your life, instincts and emotions. And still, to this day, 2023, we are focusing on implementing this in every single meeting and every single time we have the opportunity. And that is to implement logic. How many of you think that the logic is a big part of your life when it comes to decision making? Good. You're wrong, I'm right. There are no studies in the world that shows that you ever base your decisions based on logic. They're based on instincts and emotions that you get. That's why I'm going to implement, so you understand fully, that microstories can be implemented everywhere, anytime. And you're going to build that together with me today. But this is you. I want you to really get into what I'm about to tell you. Because a lot of you think that a story is something where you have to sit in a cabin in the Alps by the open wooden fireplace, talk and speak with some form of Oprah Winfrey or Morgan Freeman type of voice, but that is not true. Because this is the truth about storytelling. A story, the true definition is this: an object in motion. That is the true definition of what a story is. An object in motion. Let's everybody say this so we can really just imprint this into our memory bank. A story is an object in motion. Okay, again. A story is an object in, oh, beautiful. So let me introduce this. This is called the story wheel. This is something that you're going to go through for the next 11 minutes and 21 seconds and fully understand that it's 4 parameters. If you use these 4 in every time you meet another person, people will start following you more. They will start liking you more. They will look at you going, aha, you are a storyteller. And that's something we all want, right? Because we want to have people saying yes to our things. We want to have people saying yes to our ideas and the products that we are selling, pitching, whatever we're doing. So the first thing that you need in a story wheel, what is that? It's dopamine. And now you're going, but Alex, what is it? What's dopamine? Well, honestly, dopamine is the anticipation of reward. Every time you tell somebody something, this is what people want, but we don't deliver to them. So how do we do this? Well, first of all, I want you guys to think about an object, because we're going to practice this, we're going to exercise this. So just pick a random object and put that object into motion. Because the object can be yourself, it can be an item, like me, just pulling out this water bottle from my pocket. This is a water bottle, and all you can see that, right? Correct? Now, that was in motion. That wouldn't be too fun to tell somebody else, right? So I was holding a water bottle, and I dropped it. It's an object in motion. That's why we have to create the anticipation of reward. We have to create something that triggers people going, oh, what happened then? And then, and then, and it keeps on going and going and going, and you can nag on for 15 minutes, an hour, even 3 hours if you want to, just creating that anticipation of reward. So now what I want you guys to do is to pair up 2 and 2. Pair up 2 and 2. Move your body and sit next to someone if you are alone. And nobody's moving. I love this. Great. We're getting there. Anyway, now I want you to tell that person what object that you are moving right now. But I want you to implement the anticipation. So then you say, Alex, how did that sound? All right, let's take the water bottle. Then that sounds like this. You know what? I walked out on stage, and then something happened I would never imagine would happen. There was a water bottle in my back pocket, and all of a sudden, this is the crazy part of this story, it fell out. You're going, oh yeah, no shit, Sherlock, we saw you, But I still created that anticipation of reward. And you're like, oh, that's nice. I want to hear what happened to the water bottle then. So now, I want you to tell the other person what object that you have put in motion, implementing a little bit of this, the dopamine. All right? So create some suspense, some anticipation. I'm going to give you a roughly 15 seconds each. So it's going to be quick. All right? So go ahead. All right, you can change if you haven't changed yet. Let the other person speak. No, now we're going. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that's nice. Cool. Excellent. All right, good. See, you're natural borns at this. We have done this for roughly 250,000 years, but we haven't implemented it in the business area yet, so this is a good stepping stone. So the second thing we now have to have done, now you have implemented dopamine into it, you have created a little suspense, anticipation of your object that is in motion, then we take back the wheel again, and then we talk about this, the structure you need to implement every time that you open your mouth and you want to tell a story. The wrongful thing that many people do is that they jump right into the conclusion and the finale, and then people are going, okay, and then what? And nobody wants to listen to that. So here's a 4-step structure. I want you guys to visualize this in your sleep, really try to get this in. First thing we do whenever we tell a story is this, guys. We walk over here, right here. Then we talk about this one. We need to prep people. Prepping someone can sound as simple as this. When I walked up on the stage, the craziest thing happened. Then now you're prepping, going, okay, what's going to happen? That's interesting. That's nice. You're prepping their mood. Then you jump into the second one. You give them the background. As I was walking up on the stage, the craziest thing happened to me. I never thought this would happen, and I've done this for 10 years, being a public speaker. I mean, giving you the background to why this is going to be a different thing. Now, this is what people usually do, and what you're learning is that people implement and they have to then start developing the story. So I have prepped the mood, I've set the background, now I've developed it. So when I walked up on this stage, the craziest thing happened to me, and I've been a public speaker for 10 years. This is something I never thought would happen. So I walked up on the stage, and all of a sudden, from my back pocket, I did not know what had happened, but the water bottle jumped out of my back pocket. You're going like, oh, okay. And then you come to the finale. And the scary thing was, do you know what that was? Is that there was nobody else on stage, and my pocket was super tight. So it must have been a ghost. Huh? Yeah. I'm getting to you, am I not? So now what you're going to do is that you're going to implement this into your object that is in motion. Yeah, okay. So now, guys, 2 and 2, again, as you did, let's redo this again, but now you set the structure. Prep the mood, set the background, develop the story, and give them a finale. 15 seconds each, go. If you haven't changed, change to let the other person speak as well. All right. Thank you. Very well done. You're understanding now that this is something that you can work for a long time, and then you keep on going and going and going and going and evolving in. But we have to jump into this one. I can guarantee that roughly around 85% of you told the story using one sense, and that was the visual sense. But did you know that we have other senses as well? We have touch, smell, hearing. What's the last one? There we go. What I want you to do now is that I don't want you to tell the story about just using the visualizations. Oh, well, I was walking up on stage, I filled the water bottle, and it may be scary, it was a ghost. I want you to go up and tell a story and implement the other senses, not just the visual ones, but the other ones as well. Saying, as an example, something crazy happened to me when I walked up on stage, and I've been a public speaker for 10 years. I walked up on that stage, and I had a water bottle in my pocket. All of a sudden, I did not know what would happen, but the craziest thing happened, and it was popped out. And I was smelling around the area. There was a foul scent in the air. I could touch and feel that something was touching me from in the backside of my, no, I don't have any hair on my head, but you can pretty much get the picture. But the scary thing was then that due to that I had so tight jeans on, they felt really comfortable. But the scary thing is that the water bottle was not supposed to drop out. Maybe it was a ghost. Maybe that's because the foul smell was there. And you see where I'm going with this, right? So you implement the senses into your story. You have the structure, you're creating this anticipation. Soon, you're fulfilled storytellers. So, guess what you're going to do right now? So, for 15 seconds, you're going to tell the same thing that you told before, an object in motion implementing senses. Go ahead, 15 seconds each. Yeah, if you haven't changed, change. This brings out the final parts that I know will make the total difference, and that is in the story wheel we have something called delivery. Right now you've been sitting down. I can see that there's a moderate tone, there's not so many gestures. But the more gestures we implement, the higher trust people get for you, whatever you're saying. So we need to stop sitting down. We need to start being alive. And we want the facial expressions to join the story. So what I'm going to ask you to adventure yourself on now is that everybody's going to stand up. Stand up. Stand up. You're going to do the same exercise again. You're going to tell that story. You're going to put that object in motion. You're going to implement senses. You're going to implement the structure. And now you're going to live in the energy that you want the other person to feel for the object that you're putting in motion. So guys, stand up. Do this exercise 15 seconds each. Let's go. Change if you haven't changed. I'm impressed. Guys, you can keep on standing because I'm about to finish this off. I just want to say these things. You have now become a couple of steps closer to what is the real change in every situation that you end up in. I've given you the solution. It's 4 basic steps that you need to implement every time you speak. Take a photograph of this. Use it. You now have become the master in selling your stories. And I encourage all of you to, when you take the action outside of this door or walking upstairs to the mingle situation tonight, tell a story about yourself and see how you will transform that person and move that person from one area to another. With that said, if you haven't connected with me before, I also urge you to do that. This was not a TED Talk. This was a really simple 15-minute workshop. Thank you.
Hello again. Listen, thank you so much, Alexander, for that amazing session. Wasn't that brilliant? He always brings such profound takeaways. And as he was telling that story, I was thinking, you know what? As I was walking down here this morning, I walked past a naked man on a balcony singing opera with headphones. And I was just thinking, right, this could absolutely become one of Alexander's stories. So I'm going to work on that a bit more. But listen, thank you as always, Alexander. That was great. Right now, we are going to have a really engaging panel discussion all about the iGaming industry, which is going to explore the crucial aspects of public perception and risk management. Our next session is called Perception Matters, Lessons from Big Tech and Other Industries for the iGaming world. And we are delighted to have a wonderful moderator for the session. We could not have a better one for this subject matter. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Global Account Director at Fujitsu, Nick McDonald. Thank you. Big round of applause for Nick. Thank you so much. Big tech in the house. I love it. Good to see you, man.
Good afternoon, everyone. So great to see many of you here, and absolutely awesome to be here in Malta. Let's get everyone on the stage, the rest of our panel. So Andy, Emma, and Max. I'll go in the middle there. So before we get started, let's just introduce ourselves. Andy, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm Andy Rogers. I'm the founder of Rocker and the Rocker Network. I've been in the industry for about 15 years, but before that I worked in a whole range of different sectors where I ran agencies, digital agencies, and other businesses.
Emma?
Yeah, hi, I'm Emma Blaylock. I'm CEO of Pretty Technical. My background is I've been in the iGaming industry just under 2 years now, but prior to that, my whole career was in tech, worked at Sony and Amazon, and also in consulting, management consulting for tech companies too.
Excellent, excellent. Max?
I'm Max. I'm the CCO of SoftSwiss, and we are a B2B iGaming software provider. I've been in this industry for 9+ years, and I've actually witnessed the transformation of SoftSwiss from a startup mode company to a way larger enterprise that it is today.
Excellent, excellent. And myself, so I'm Nick McDonald. I'm the Global Account Director at Fujitsu, responsible for data center and hardware solutions provided to the iGaming sector today. So let's get started with innovation. Andy, do you want to just talk about how other industries may be ahead of us when it comes to innovation?
Yeah, I mean, obviously innovation's a big area, right? So it's difficult for us to say one thing's better than another. I think where we do see some really interesting progress from other industries is where they start to cannibalize themselves. I think Emma's going to talk a little bit about that. But there's lots and lots of examples of innovation in different sectors where we don't get them in the gaming industry. And I mean, I know you wouldn't think about it, but I quite like McDonald's. And I think McDonald's is one of those companies that have done a fantastic, they've innovated fantastically. They had a really tricky time when they started serving salads that were more calorific than burgers. That was a bad look for them. So they went through a rebranding process, and through that rebranding process, they came up with a new vision, which was to be the most progressive burger company in the world. And that's quite interesting, to be progressive and a burger company. And what they do is they lean everything against that. That everything ties back to that progression. And they were really the leaders in changing the fast food experience, and everyone's followed suit. And I think that's a really, really good tangential example of that kind of innovation elsewhere.
Yeah, and it's good to hear the McDonald's example, especially from Fujitsu's perspective, because they're a large customer of Fujitsu's, and we help them develop that journey. Emma, do you want to talk about some of your background and some of the cannibalization that you've seen around tech and
yeah, absolutely.
Things?
So, yeah, as I mentioned, I worked at Amazon, and I was on the team that launched Kindle in the UK and subsequently in other EU markets. And, that was a really interesting time. Amazon had and still has great print book sales, and yet we were launching an e-reader and digital books, and kind of cannibalizing those print sales potentially. So it was really important to think about how both those teams were incentivized, and actually the way that we did it they were quite separate. It was competitive, it was quite a healthy competition, but incentivized separately around our kind of print and digital sales at the time. And then as the business grew, we brought the teams together. As that became more of a successful business, we were then incentivized across the whole account in terms of the business that we were doing with those publishers. So I think it's really important that as you think about innovation, that's not about just continuously improving what you've got. You've got to be prepared to take big risks. You've got to be prepared to potentially kind of upset your traditional models, because if you don't, someone else is going to, if it's the right kind of opportunity. So, a really sort of important principle we had at Amazon was very much around kind of disrupting, simplifying, innovation, and everyone, throughout the company is assessed on your ability to do that.
I'd like to see a little bit more of that in the gaming market. Mm-hmm. I think I was lucky enough to spend some time at Apple a few years ago, and we had some time with Johnny Ive, and he was talking about how he wasn't that bothered about going out to the market and asking what the audience or what the consumer wanted. He said, that was a Henry Ford moment. If we ask them what they want, they'll tell me a faster horse, right? And so he said, if we'd have gone out when we did the iPhone and the white headphones, if we'd have asked what color headphones should be, everyone would have said black. Or should a phone have keys on it? Yes, that was. But he was really bothered about what people thought about it, and then how to iteratively improve that experience. The development of the earphones and the earbuds and the shape of those, the development of the iPhone. But to your point, there was a bold step. There was a really fundamental bold step that took from one state to another, and I'm wondering where we see that in our industry. Who's taking those bold steps at scale? Because we're not talking about the startups. We're talking about big companies cannibalizing their own businesses in order to drive that innovation.
Well, I know everyone always talks about it, but Kodak and Blockbusters are a prime example of exactly that, aren't they? Yeah. So if we look at finance in the iGaming industry today, what can we learn from other industries and how they are reporting of their financial information, and how can we get better at that?
Yeah, I mean, we deal a lot with investors. We deal a lot with mergers and acquisitions, and I think where we look tangentially, you want to avoid the horror stories, and that's obviously done with good due diligence, so we don't get any Elizabeth Holmes moments, in Thanaros, and there was a lot of bluster, but underneath it was all a manual process. And actually, in our industry, in the gaming industry, often that's the technical, does the technical solution work? Is it fit for purpose, but not maybe enough looking at the team and the things that go on there. So I think from a perception point of view, it's about having that view across the business and how these things work, not just is the technology fit for purpose. If you turn the team off, the technology will just die. So having a look at all the things around that. And I think also, again, to draw parallels, external things, it's about having the right data. If you're investing in a business or you're looking to buy a business, it's about having your analysts have the right level of knowledge about what it is that you're buying, and not, for example, buying a company that takes a load of money out of X, Y, Z market that they shouldn't be, and you not knowing about that, and having a really clear view on that.
And you touched on that content and data piece. That's going to continue to grow in our industry, right? And how evaluate and you use that data and evaluate the changes of users' behavior with that data? Is that
Max might have a view on that. Yeah.
You got any? So in terms of content and data creation, there's loads of that going on in our industry, right? It's going to continue to grow. What sort of things can we do, or should the industry be doing in terms of evaluating how users' behavior changes and getting the most out of that data?
Well, first of all, to add to the first question of yours, I think innovation-wise, unfortunately, iGaming lags a little bit behind the big tech, or let's say the e-commerce. And I personally feel that there is this certain lag between, let's say, e-commerce in this example and iGaming industry about the understanding of data and putting it to use. So the gap is being breached, I think, now. But I guess maybe 5 years ago, the gap was just palpable. And I feel that definitely any company in this industry, especially a tech company, should be data-driven. And right now we have a lot of tools, including AI, the buzzword.
Has anyone mentioned AI today?
Yeah, I feel this is just unavoidable that we should be evaluating our data more and more and building, a long and large models in order to attain our task. So there is no single recipe. For example, if we're preparing for let's say a merger or an acquisition, of course there will be one model that evaluates your data and content that you created from the financial point of view. But if you're entering a new market and are predicting how the audience might behave there, it's a sheer prediction. Of course, you should build a different model.
Okay, cool. Let's talk about news stories. So we often hear a lot of news, especially around our industry, that's hard to take news for companies, and sometimes not great news. But I believe it's how as an organisation we deal with that news. Andy, Emma, do you want to add something to that?
I mean, I think it obviously depends on what the news is and everything, but I think the key there is, being honest and authentic with your response, or what you're portraying in terms of what's happened. I think that goes a long way. People will see through that if you're trying to kind of cover it up or not kind of explain what's happened. So I think kind of explaining the situation, being honest about how that's happened, being clear about what steps are being put in place to make sure that doesn't happen again in the same circumstances. I think that's the right way to do it. And if you've got some good news to share alongside the bad news, great. But ultimately, people want to hear that you're taking accountability, you're taking responsibility, and what you're doing about it. So I think that's kind of the key there.
Or if you're Facebook, just go and hire Nick Clegg, to sort it out for you, and then he'll do that for you. I think to your point there as well, that tone of voice, that authenticity comes from owning your brand. And if you have bad news, as with any comms, any communication that comes from your business should be managed in a way that's tonally correct. And you know, if you're a slightly jovial, you know, risky gaming operator, you know, then you've got a particular tone of voice. Or if you're, you know, appealing to VIPs, or you're appealing to some, like, there's plenty of good examples in the wider world of how people control that brand experience, that tone of voice. And I think we often just talk about brand as like a visual brand. You know, the thing that you see, the logo or the, you know, the visual identity. But brand should go way further than that, and that should be, it should be, you know, injected into your PR machine as well. So if you have those stories, you know, the industry is full of those, you know, pressures from regulators, you know, misdemeanors, greater or smaller for various actors, good and bad, you know, different parts of the world taking money, you know, in ways they shouldn't be, etc. Lots of headwinds, you know, in the gaming industry, potentially. Then it's how do you address those, you know, through that communication, through that tone of voice, and how does your brand respond to that? Where do you sit in that market? I think that's really, just own it, you know, and that doesn't mean be bolshy, but just do it in the way that you know, that you are confident of doing it.
And to this point,
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to add a small point on top of that. I think also the timing's important, right? Responding promptly and quickly with that ownership. Otherwise, you know, it's just going to create more confusion and potentially, you know, become a bigger problem. So I think the timing's also a key thing to think about.
The idea, like the key idea, how to respond to such bad news or negative feedback when it hits the fan, is just to create a crisis communication plan that you just put maybe in your drawer, but it's there. And this communication plan should first of all include the team, who is your work group, responding to the crisis. These are not only PR managers, of course. These can be your legal personnel, your tech personnel, maybe your CEO, right? And you should also make it clear according to what categories you define the level of crisis or the type of crisis. It can be an internal botch up, or it can be some negative feedback from a customer, or it can be just a network-wide, internet-wide defamation campaign that just dawns on you. There can be different situations, so you have to categorize what crisis you might have, and create work groups and create clear escalation plans. So this will definitely add up to the speed of response, and you would have thought without any panic, without any last-minute decisions how to communicate with the public and also internally. Internal communication is also quite important, saying, hey guys, we're dealing with this. This happened because of this and that. We are to blame for this, but not for that, etc., etc.
I think that internal perceptions, that communication is really critical as well. When we talk about, you know, the panel's called perception, right? And some of the perception that are driven, again, the gaming industry is rife with this because people move from company to company. You know, there's little bits of knowledge that travel through the sector and through the businesses, and you know, I'm sure everyone will have a chat on the terrace later while having a drink. You know, how are you controlling that perception of your business? How are you controlling that narrative? Are you being, if you're authentic as a business and you do control it, then anything that people say about you should be right. They shouldn't be giving you they shouldn't be saying something that's incorrect about your business, and the perception of your business should be on point. You know.
And the good, and again, going back to the good news pieces, we should encourage people to talk about the good stuff, right? And ESG is a prime example of that with us, with Fujitsu. ESG is a massive thing in every industry nowadays. Fujitsu have had ESG policies going back 10 years. We've been heavily involved in it, but it's only now we're starting to see people talk about it and shout about it and say what they're doing in that space. And I recently read a white paper last week that was about, in the iGaming industry, about how that's going to be a real key thing. And if people are doing well in that space, then they need to talk about it and tell people about the goodness that they're doing in that bit.
I think on the ESG side, we're doing some work with a company called Go Code Green, and you know, it talks to the sort of environmental sustainability of software, and not just, you know, it's quite complex calculation to work out what the environmental impact of software is, but they've managed to do that. And actually, the first time I saw their presentation, it genuinely made me feel a bit sick. Like they did 17 companies across 30 websites, and that's all that they took the environmental impact from the first to the third stage on that, which is including all of their suppliers and everything that goes into providing that website for a bank. And the amount of environmental impact that had was the equivalent to 500 trees on 11 websites. It did make me feel a bit sick when we don't really think about these things, and it's hugely important. And the quick parry in the gaming industry as well. The grey market operators don't care because they're making a load of money. Why would they care about that kind of stuff? But there's actually a full saving as well. Running your software in a more environmentally friendly and sensitive way actually gives you a fiscal saving on your cost of your software, but also on the regulated markets, it's a good news story. To your point, it's a positive thing that actually
you need to tell people about.
And I don't know. We were doing some research recently on B Corp. I don't know if anyone knows about B Corp, but it doesn't say it can't be a B Corp gaming business. That's quite interesting.
Let's talk about AI, because I'm sure no one's talked about it all day today. AI is going to continue to grow. We know it's here. Fujitsu have been heavily involved in AI projects for quite a long time. We've got stuff out there like age verification, online age verification, retail age verification, safety of workers in a manufacturing facility. How can we promote more good use of AI within our industry? And do you want to give some examples of how AI can help improve perception of AI?
Do you want to talk about our industry a little bit, Matt?
Sure. Actually, there are a lot of ways we can put AI to use. And what we did when this AI and GPT avalanche happened, we launched an internal questionnaire, like, hey guys, how are you using AI already now? Because we might not be aware of the people already having smart ways to use it that can be scaled and expanded to the team level and the inter-team level. We think that AI will definitely ease and optimize the work of first-line support to players. We think that our creative teams, like design teams, have got a tremendous tool, saving on the trivial day-to-day tasks, optimizing them and making their creative juices flow better. And to make it used the right way, we just need to explain whoever the end client of the solution is that, hey, some AI has been used. And especially this involves not only design, but some generative text. So if any text was generated through AI, I think that we should, like in general, any industry should put some disclaimer or some mark there that this has been generated by AI. And I know that OpenAI has already been experimenting with this tool and making it open for companies, for them to be able to predict and for anyone to be able to evaluate how much, to what extent, any piece of text content was synthesized.
And I think it's important what you talked about there at the start, where you talked about using AI as an internal thing before you publicly put something out there, because I think that gives you the exposure to it and to test it and to make sure things are working. Andy, we talked about a story. Do you want to touch on that? And I think this is, go on.
We were just having a chat beforehand, and we work a lot in the gaming industry, but we have other clients in different sectors and things, and we're just doing some work in the health sector at the moment. So we've been doing some research about this, and I read an article last week about a study with GP surgeries in the UK, and they did a 200-person study where half the people were interacting with the GP online and half the people were interacting with an AI bot. It's just ridiculous that actually 80% of those people preferred the AI experience. Firstly, 80% of those people thought that the AI delivered them a more concise diagnosis, so a better diagnosis. In terms of the empathy levels, which is just madness, the empathy levels, microphone's gone off. In terms of the empathy levels, 45% of people rated the AI as empathetic compared to 5% of the people rating GPs as empathetic. So not only was the absolute data perceived as better, the interaction and the empathy, the humanity was better. And that's where I think that's something we can definitely think about. It's not just the information, it's how it communicates the information and our ability to generate perception at scale, at real scale. It's, comms, PR, interactions, every touch point of the business. If you can, again, talk authentically, you're creating perception at scale.
I think the other piece to add on to that is, the explainability of how those decisions have been made from the AI tools. And, we're kind of in the early stages of that right now. But being able to explain how a decision is made, why that decision's been made, being able to cite references, that have informed that decision. With a health decision, for example, you don't want to get that wrong, and you want to understand, not only the conclusion, but why, what that's based on. And I think that's a really kind of key thing that we will need to consider as an industry. Other industries as well all need to, think about that. But how do we explain the decision-making process as well as the outcome?
Having that ethical part of it is really, really important.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed the debate and the session this afternoon. If you want to find out any more from any of us, do come and find us. I'm sure we'll be around upstairs for a drink later. And once again, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey everyone, how are you doing? Okay, I mentioned 4 magic words earlier. Show me the money. A very important question, request, demand, invitation, if you like. We are now going to explore the potential funding challenges faced by the iGaming industry in these uncertain economic times. We have a fabulous panel of experts who are going to delve into the current state of investments in the industry and share strategies for overcoming funding obstacles to drive innovation simulation and predict who will be the ace in the pack for 2024. My dear friends, I appreciate it is getting late in the day, but we do need to bring the energy here. We have some fantastic speakers. I would like you very much to join me in welcoming to the stage General Partner at the mighty YOLO Investments. Please give it up for Julian Buhalger. Thank you.
Hi everyone, it's the graveyard slot, I know, we'll get through it, bear with me, just 25 minutes and we will get through. We have a fantastic panel here today, I'm going to stand up and actually welcome the lovely Martina Ackerland. Welcome on stage. We have Alex Martin, CEO of SKS. Martin, welcome on board. Hi, good to see you. Chris Bowman, Base Esports. Lloyd Danzig, Sharp. Hey Lloyd, good to see you. And last but not least, John Karantzis of ISX. Got an audience, well done. It's funny because actually we've got quite some interesting topics today. We're talking about headwinds, we're talking about challenges, but we're also talking about some really interesting recent developments. So first things first, I need to get something off my chest. You've probably seen on social media this week, right, that iGaming NEXT has just finished an investment round, right? It's great. There was peer press release, everyone's happy. The reality is that most of the work had been done already almost 6 months ago, right? Almost 6 months ago, so get this. But, and this is a headwind issue, right? We had two issues, right? Two issues. First off, is there anyone in the audience who either works with an auditor or works with an accounting firm? Put your hands up. I mean, guys, there's AML, right? And there's billable hours, right? It took us so long, right, just to prove where money's coming from, what's going through, let's claim this invoice of £20, where did it come from, right? And we cannot really make any transfers until it's all done, until all the audit's done, so the investment can complete. And then when the investment's done, when you've told everything about yourself, you've talked about your first girlfriend, the first car you drove, right, where you've lived, right, in the first 18 years of your life, you try and make the payment, right? And then what happens? Then the banks say, sorry, we're not going to let this payment through because you haven't completed Form A1, which actually shows about AML or KYC. So the whole process, right, has taken effectively more than 6 months, which should have probably been less than a month, right? That's one of the biggest headwinds we have right now, over and above the recession that we're currently seeing in valuation markets, and we'll talk about this a bit. But I guess the first thing we should probably ask, right? Lloyd, I'll start with you. Is it challenging to invest these days in the gaming industry?
There certainly are the exact type of challenges that you're describing, particularly in the US now with the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, First Republic, and others that were especially kind to the gaming industry previously, and now many gaming industry stakeholders have had to go through the arduous process of onboarding to banks that are just a bit less friendly to the gaming industry. All of these challenges are quite unfortunately frequently experienced by investors like yourself, us, other people in the building. However, I do think it's worth noting that just as when you are a startup and there are barriers to entry that make it difficult to enter an industry, those barriers then become your moat once you have overcome them. Being an investor that is willing to go through that process perhaps offers the silver lining of making you one of only a handful of investors that is able to invest in a fantastic company like iGaming NEXT or like other high-growth, highly profitable companies. So perhaps it is the lawyers with the billable hours that have made out better than anyone, but I do think it is always worth noting that when there are massive barriers to entry, barriers to investment, being an ultra-specialized firm that is willing to endure those, go through the AML process, the licensing process, it becomes a competitive advantage in a weird way. And I think in the long term, it allows you to invest in companies that have growth opportunities that many others are not able to pursue.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think depending on the life cycle of the business, the more credibility you have in later years in your life cycle, the easier it is. But then you end up with this whole catch-22 situation, right? Where you can't get funding if you're a startup. You're not going to get a startup, so you're not going to get any funding. So that's the biggest challenge. Alex, what's your experience? Obviously, you have a very different company at a very different stage, but it's keen to understand what your perspective is.
No, I'm running SKS 365, which is a gambling company with a flagship brand, Planet Win 365, focusing on the Italian market, where we're holding both a retail and an online concession. And Julian, as you were saying, we have been experiencing that for many, many years. You always have to go through all these kind of processes because holding licenses, holding concessions, having proper banking accountants nowadays in place, payment providers, and certainly you have to fulfill all these kind of due diligence processes. And I'm remembering back in time going for a license in the US, it was not only me that had to go through the license and the company that had to go through the license and the UBOs. I also had to fill out all the forms for my kids and my parents, which certainly were not in the age of running the business at that time.
And 20 years of bank accounts, because we all keep them, right? Martina, obviously you're part of a startup I'm invested in as well. You're the CEO. I think you've done a fantastic job in turning the business around, but I know it hasn't been easy. Give us your perspective.
Well, for sure. I also have 20 years of experience from the banking and finance industry, and I think that we are seeing, like, when I started in the banking and finance industry, it was almost as this industry is now. It's under development and it's maturing, and of course, being a startup where you have to show your KPIs, you have to show your growth quickly. This is extremely important to be able to find the best investors, and we're super happy to have YOLO on board that have supported us in so many ways. But of course, it is a tough landscape, but I think that we have also been in a boosted economic landscape, so I think that we're maybe back in more like a healthier environment right now, where all of us have to adjust. And when this is happening, you will also, in 2 years ago, it was an economic landscape where almost everyone could get funding and money. Now we're seeing a shift in that, so it will only be the strongest and the most adaptive that will survive going forward. So I think it's also a healthy development.
I'm seeing more failure rate in startups today than I saw 3 years ago, and that's a challenge. In a way, it's good because you get the filtration process of some really good startups going up. But I have a lot of distressed companies that are like, please, we need a bridge. We need a bridge. And we're like, okay, at what valuation, right? And it's not going to be Hint, the same as it was a year ago. Christopher, your experience, obviously you're in the esports industry, so I'm keen to get your perspective on how that vertical is faring.
Yeah,
I haven't done well in esports, by the way, just so we're clear, because I'd like to hear a success story.
We'll talk later. So I would echo what the previous speaker said. We went through these exact stages that we're talking about. So last year when we had iGaming in New York, we had actually just raised 6 million, which was handed to us very easily, like from Davis, whoever knows him from Las Vegas. And they didn't really ask many questions. They were diligent, but they didn't ask many questions, so we were just giving that money, basically. Then Las Vegas Sands went away, and kind of we felt that turning point. And we were able to raise another 3 million at the end of the year, but we already we had to give a little discount on the share price. Yeah. And now in the current funding discussions that we're having, we're hearing the word profitability a lot, right? So it's exactly those stages that we're talking about. And interestingly, I had this quick conversation with Lloyd backstage. And maybe that's because I also come from banking and was an investor for a family office for a while. I actually think this is a healthy correction. Like, I think if we go through these pain points right now, we will be much better off in the future. So if I give an example from Base, it was basically a company that was formed by some gamers that were getting together, like to make it very plain, who were playing games, and they formed a company. So you have a certain type of people in that company, and you also have certain processes that are not in place. And what I've been focusing on for the last 2 years that I've been there, 1.5 years, is make these processes, these internal processes, to show these KPIs much more professional And I'm already seeing that this has an effect on our clients and as well as on our content partners. So I actually think this is a healthy correction, and in the end, we'll all be better off.
Yeah, look, I think we're going through the paranoia phase right now. So we've gone from 3 years ago, massive valuations, right? You can raise so much just on a PowerPoint deck, right? To the point where people are like, okay, you got product, but you pre-revenue. Don't worry, we're going to focus on growth, right? Growth is a euphemism, right, for VCs. We don't really care about profitability. We just want to make sure that we're going to hand you over to somebody who's going to pay more than what we did, right? It's classic rally race. When they talk about profitability, then you know that they're worried, right? Because I talk about profitability because I'm worried about my net asset value, right? My NAV. You don't get a good net asset value, your investors, your LPs are going to be worried, right? So you get to that stage right now. I think we're in the final stage of correction, right? I think we're bottoming out in valuation, right? And at some point we're going to rise. But I agree with you. Right now, most investors are focused on profitability rather than growth. John, you have the complete polar opposite, right? You're a publicly traded company. Keen to get your perspective.
Well, the reason we originally looked at a public sort of raising of capital was addressing your first point. So as a financial institution, in order to get those relationships with other banks, correspondents, regulators and so on, we actually looked to the public markets to get ourselves listed, get that transparency as a public company initially. And of course, as everyone should know, it's simplified due diligence if you're a listed entity. And we liked the process so much that we actually bought a stock exchange. So we now have a tier 1 stock exchange as part of the group, and we are fostering companies to come through and use the same approach. Now, the advantage we think, particularly for gambling and regulated sector businesses, is that by raising your capital through a stock exchange, you don't go through everything that you just went through.
It's awful.
Right? Because
seriously.
It's all transparent.
I do not wish it for my worst enemy. You do not want to go to...
It's absolutely terrible. And, you know, all of that transparency then works in your favour. And it's not that much more pain. So what you're actually doing is going through a process of actually regimenting yourself to get it all done up front. And once it's done, it's done. You're not doing it every second week for every third person that comes along.
Yeah.
So we think that particularly for the gaming industry, it's not an area that has been properly explored or well explored. The stock exchange that we sort of own is in Australia, and Australia, of course, is a very large betting market, and you know, it's a very natural home for gamers to perhaps consider taking an alternative route to bring their investors to actually use a public market, you know, to achieve these sort of AML and other compliance issues.
Yeah, fingers crossed, right? We'll see the back end of this. Look, I get it. Malta is a good example of this, right? 2 years ago, Malta was grey listed. We went through all this process of fact-finding and things, which actually wasn't really about the audit process. It was just about making sure our UBOs had proper names attached to them as opposed to some shell companies. But I think now we've gone proper wacko, right? We're doing a lot of things, and the big fours and all audit companies are getting massive billable hours, right? Let's be clear about it. For what, right? We're just delaying the process of getting cash, right, to some cash-strapped organizations like startups, which actually has another trigger effect, and I want to talk to you, Lloyd, about this, because you're an investor early stage just like I am. This has an impact on valuation, doesn't it, right? And what are you seeing valuation-wise? Are we going up, going down? Are we leveling? I'm keen to get your perspective on things.
Certainly on a revenue and EBITDA multiple basis, the peak for valuations was about mid-2021, and those multiples have declined significantly as the whole world rotated out of growth assets and into value, especially through 2022. Since the start of 23, especially as people have begun to take signs that there may be inflation and interest rate relief on the horizon, and especially in the US as operators have demonstrated a path to profitability, we've seen valuations and multiples start to rise again. DraftKings is up about 115% year to date. I don't think we will ever reach the multiples that we saw in 2021, but...
No, with DraftKings, that's for sure.
Not on a multiple basis, but on an absolute valuation basis. Not only are we seeing the total addressable market expanding, but we're seeing hold rates and margins expanding.
Yeah.
Now, the private markets, and earlier you get, have always lagged public markets significantly.
About 6 months, roughly, right?
I would maybe say at the pre-seed or seed stage, even more, perhaps. But yes, certainly at least 6 months. And so one of the challenges deploying capital today is that investors who are perhaps more attuned to the financial markets than founders who are building every day, we have adjusted our exit expectations and made corresponding downward revisions to the entry valuations that satisfy our return criteria, but founders perhaps have not done so. And founders who dedicate their life to their business, they tend to tie their personal identity to the valuation of their company. And it can make negotiations quite unpleasant. When I'm looking at a deal, and I know Yolo's looking at it as well, I kind of figure, let them deliver the bad news to the founder so that they can take the heat and I can benefit from the valuation reduction. And so I certainly think it is quite complex. There also is a reality, whether it's justified or it's groupthink, that VCs do not like down rounds. They seem to convey a lack of progress. And so the very same company, take company X with the exact same unit economics, trying to raise at a $25 million valuation today. If its last round was at 10, it might be easy to do that round. If its last round was at 50, again, same company, same unit economics, it's really difficult. No one wants to participate in a down round. It takes more work and more justification. And so I definitely think we are seeing a lot of startups in distress or perhaps on the heels of failure.
For the wrong reasons, yeah.
We're seeing founders who were able to stick to it when everything was moving up and to the right, but are having a harder time. Not to be crass, but as you put it, there is a bit of a natural filtering event occurring where the startups that survive this period are perhaps the strongest. But we definitely have seen valuations peak and then probably reach their trough in the public markets. I think you're right. We're about at the point where valuations are probably bottoming out, and we're seeing investor friendliness at all-time highs, not just in terms of valuation, but investor negotiating leverage, liquidation preferences, anti-dilution rights, board representation, and things of that nature. But as many people have pointed out here, although of course it has been painful for those who have seen value and valuations destroyed, this all likely is healthy and sustainable and was quite necessary for ensuring the longevity of the whole business.
I agree. I think we need to purge some. We need to burn some, right, to make some. And we're at that stage right now where some startups need to fail, right? We've lost a couple of startups last year, but we were proud to lose, right? Just like, I don't like taking the loss, right? But if this is a poker game, I'm happy to lose a couple of hands, right, and play the long game. Alexander, what's the challenge in raising today? Are you finding any challenges at the moment?
No, we don't see any challenges in raising any kind of funding because we have a strong story as SKS365. We're a highly profitable business. We have our own product and customer experience that we are driving further. The business is healthy. The outlook for the next 2-3 years is even more healthy. We have a lot of untapped growth opportunities. And most of all, and most importantly, there's a very strong and resilient team behind it that is driving that growth over the last years and is committed to drive that growth even further.
So I want to ask you this, right? Okay, so you have a business that's growing, right? Everyone's happy, all the numbers are green, right? Surely your investors now are asking you about a liquidity event, right? They're telling you, okay, are we presenting ourselves? How challenging, and I know because I get that all the time, right? How challenging is it to push away, right, predatory investors to say, well, you need to sell now, so we'll bank what we make, and actually say, no, you need to play the long game. Do you have these kind of conversations?
No, these conversations have been going on always, and as we are very known in the industry as a company, and there has been shown a lot of interest over the last years, and that's going on a constant basis. And then it's a discussion with the shareholders where we're standing today, what is the outlook for the future, and then at some stage maybe there will be a different mindset, but it's good to be in that comfort zone when a lot of companies are actually coming and showing high interest versus you have to seek out.
I agree with that. Martina, where's Triggy at the moment?
Well, I'm hoping that we could make the same press release as Pierre just did shortly, but also like part of this of the topic is one of our investor is a crypto investor, and it's a difficulty to accept crypto with banks, know your customer processes, and so forth. So we're really in a discussion with the bank right now how to accept this in the best possible way.
I'm hoping on that note, right, that we will reach a stage specifically with crypto where there's a whole seamless KYC process, right? PayPal had to go through this, right, 20 years ago. So it's not, the KYC process for a new tech is not something relatively new. But as long as we can commoditize the KYC process for what essentially is either crypto or let's call them alternative payments, then it'll be easy to accept funding from whatever source, if you agree.
Well, exactly. And I think this is like, I think we see great innovation with this area right now. Many like fintech companies that are really focusing on getting the pay and play process in a much better way, but also like the KYC process. So I think this will be important from an innovation perspective.
And we give accountants less billable hours as well, which is always a good thing.
Always.
Christopher, your perspective.
Well, I would think, so for the esports industry, the problem is that it needs a lot of education before investors get into it, right? So there's a lot of education to be done on the content partner side, on the client side who use that content, especially around integrity, and I know there's an interesting panel about that tomorrow here. But I could talk for half an hour about integrity. That's a big issue for us, so there's an industry dynamic that we need to tackle. And from a company perspective, or most of the companies in the esports space, it's that profitability, right? So, I mean, everybody talks about the outlier event, COVID. Esports was heavily affected by it, as many other industries, but there was a strong growth. And now you kind of need to educate everybody who's in that market that this was not the baseline from which we're starting now, right? So there needs to be this correction. And for us as a company, we need to raise a bit of money and not give up too much of the company along the way.
Okay. Haircuts are always going to happen, right? On valuation, you're going to get to that stage. And how much founder capital are you going to sacrifice, right, and equity to make sure it's still worth the while for the founders to have skin in the game, right? But then at the same time, you're still offering enough on the table to get there. For a startup, it's a challenge. I've had my own startups. Some have failed ludicrously. Some, thank God, have done reasonably well. But the challenge is always the same, right? It's the optics. It's preventing that. It's making sure that you can grow and organically, right? Where it's always conjuring up that image of reassurance, right? Maria had this speech earlier on, right, on the one-on-one as a CEO of a company. You always have to do that, right? The optics are there. You have to conjure that. And that actually helps with valuation. John, obviously, you don't have these challenges, but you do manage payments, right? I'd like your insight on payments, where the industry is heading, or at least what your thoughts are. Because I actually think a lot of solutions down the line will be solved with an innovation in payments or some form, right, of automation that allows money to go faster from A to B, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. So picking up on some of the themes here, and in particular KYC, we are very much getting behind open banking and the full orchestration of open banking. So it's not really enough to just be yet another open banking initiator, and there's a lot of those around. We see that the industry should be moving towards full service. So, for example, we provide bank accounts for our customers. We provide notification services when money has been received. We provide KYC services. So whenever we KYC a customer onto the platform, we can share that KYC with the explicit consent of the customer. And there's a range of things that we do to help the gaming industry facilitate or streamline or actually just do what they do best, which is the gaming aspect. Now, it's difficult. I mean, we have to negotiate with various central banks to get access to rails, to get settlement accounts with central banks, open up our own bank ID codes, issue accounts to customers. It's not an easy thing to do. And there's very few players that actually do the whole lot. But we do see that when we actually deploy that sort of solution to our gaming customers, that their number of transactions rises and rises steadily because it removes the friction of onboarding and then on play.
Yeah.
And that's a big deal, obviously, for everyone.
It's interesting because I do see that as one of the enablers. Another one is where crypto lies in all of this, right? Because there's a lot of uninvested capital purely coming from the cryptocurrency market, right? But for various reasons, right? It can't touch what essentially are white assets right now, not unless going through a whole cavity search. I think that and having some sort of automated OTC brokerage should hopefully help. Fingers crossed. It might be one of the innovations, which I guess leads me to the next question, right? What's the next 12 months going to look like for the industry, right? We know, I agree with you. I think we're flattened out in terms of valuations. I think we're slowly starting to rise. We've seen some acquisitions in white markets where we know that the valuations are starting to go up. What does the next 12 months look like? Lloyd?
Yeah, it absolutely seems like the future is bright and things are heating up on the M&A side. Neo Games being acquired by Aristocrat for 1.2 billion US, STS for close to $1 billion US by Entain, several others in the mid-9 figures. DraftKings and Fanatics currently in a bidding war for PointsBet US assets, and I think we will continue to see that. As I think has been covered quite well here, there certainly will be some startups that are not able to make it through the filtering event, but those that are, the future is bright. In the US, sports betting gross gaming revenues will grow at a 30 to 40% compound annual growth rate for the next 5 to 10 years, regardless of whether there is a recession. Lottery sales are positively correlated with unemployment rates. There are a lot of very strong secular tailwinds. There are new geographies that are opening up, Latin America, Brazil in particular. So I think we will see what we have already seen, which is a bit of a flight to quality. Investors still have dry powder to invest, and although the majority of startups are struggling to raise money, those few high-quality assets, perhaps as was described here, that are highly profitable with high growth rates and strong teams, they are perhaps actually commanding even higher valuations, or at least have stronger negotiating leverage than in the past. And I think we will continue to see something of that. Perhaps another way to put it is that a few years ago, if there were 5 different investment firms and 5 different companies pursuing a particular business model, each investment firm might have chosen one horse to back. In today's market, we're seeing all 5 investors get together and anoint a winner, if you will. There were 5 investment firms nominated for the EGR Investment Partner of the Year award, which YOLO, of course, won, and we were not as fortunate to have won. All 5 of those investors are on the cap table for one of my favorite companies, Kiro Gaming, which is probably here somewhere. And I think that's a great example of the movement towards coagulating around higher quality assets.
It's the wisdom of crowds. So yeah, might as well share some information here. What I am seeing is we are collaborating. There's more collaboration. There's more sharing of info. Whereas even 3 years ago, VCs were really secretive. You're not going to touch my secret sauce. I'm not going to tell you anything of who I'm investing. I'm investing in dark pools. Nowadays, we've got open Telegram and WhatsApp channels where we trade stuff. Hey guys, have you seen these guys? They're claiming about this amount of money, right? And they're still pre-product. And it's almost like we end up colluding, right? Let's be honest about it, right? On early stage businesses, because we've been burnt over the last few years, and actually shared knowledge actually helps us go. I see an issue with that, let's be clear, because at some point we'll all end up just drinking the Kool-Aid on a specific product, right? And I think that's, in the long term, is bad. But I think in the short term, I think this collaboration is really healthy. And I think that's where we go. Alexander, what is your view on the next 12 months? You see higher M&As, higher valuations?
You know, we have been seeing in the industry, particular M&A has been strongly coming back by the latest deals we have been reading in the news in the last months. And I see that will be continuing. They're attractive markets. Lots of companies want to enter other countries in place. There's high appetite for regulated market. There's high appetite for profitable businesses, because we have been hearing over the day some countries are quite difficult and some kind of businesses are quite difficult. So putting something into the whole operations then as a profitable business in the portfolio is quite good. And then having also then a team of people that maybe can turn around something which isn't profitable today into something profitable, that's an asset itself.
Good. What's the next 12 months in the industry for you, Martina?
Well, I have to agree. I think it's stabilizing. US, like the coming 12 months, might not be as high as it was 2-3 years ago, but I see amazing development within Brazil, India, Japan, great markets. So I'm looking forward to following them.
Fingers crossed. Christopher?
I will again focus on the esports part of it. I think a bumpy 6 months at least, and maybe a recovery of 6 months afterward. And then I think for esports you need to take a bit longer view for the reason I mentioned earlier. There's a bit of education to be done on all sides. But yeah, definitely bumpy 6 months, and then we'll see.
John?
I've absolutely no idea. So, yeah, there's all these sage people telling us that this is going to happen or that's going to happen. And, you know, having been a CEO of a stock exchange and looking at all the data and everything, and this is the way it's supposed to go, it hasn't been. You know, I just don't know how to read it, and I'm not even going to try to read it. But there's still stupid money going around. We've seen some deals that just make your eyes water. And then we've seen other deals that go begging, you know, that, you know, good companies that appear to just not to be able to sell themselves in this environment. So I am hoping that it will get better, obviously, like everyone else, but the data is just too all over the place to try to read it for my book.
Perfect. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I agree. I think the next 6 months are going to be rough, to be honest with you. I think beyond that, I think we're going to start to see valuations go up. Beyond that, to be honest with you, it's a gambling decision. But hey, we're in the gambling industry,
Here we are.
right? So we do what we do. One last thing, we're already late, so I'm going to be hauled off the stage, right? But I have to ask this. Hot picks from all of you. You're backing Kero, right? What about you, Alexander?
No, I always go for the gambling industry. It has been shown resilient over the last years and will be continuing so.
Good. That's your hot pick, the whole industry. Good choice. Martina?
Well, I think everything within like AI and social will be interesting going forward. And I have to come back to the LATAM market. Now we're seeing many like international operators that maybe have the process, the structure, and the tech, but maybe not the market knowledge that are entering those markets. While we see local operators that have all the knowledge, but maybe not the tech, the processes, and the structure. So I'm looking forward to see the company that get it all right.
Yeah, me too. I'm backing LATAM in particular. One of my investments, Valletta Gaming, I think is doing really well. It's growing and growing, but importantly, LATAM is gambling. Christopher, quickly before I get hauled off.
I'll try to be very quick. My hot pick will be a trend. So a trend that we've seen in other areas like golf, for example, but a very specific esports case where Saudi-backed funds with a big war chest are entering the market. They bought a big tournament organizer, ESL, and they combined it with another company, Faceit, and it's one of our main partners. And we can already see that the big money that is flowing from Saudi Arabia is it leads to a different thinking in the industry players. So I think it will be very interesting to see three things. That is the overall strategy, which we think is from the Saudis, that they're buying niche players that are very, I'm going to be quick, that are very good in their field, and they're trying to combine them. The second one is, will they be moving closer to betting, because currently they cannot. And third is like the social community aspect, like because esports community is very inclusive and non-discriminatory.
Very good.
It will be interesting to see how the
that was a bite-sized recommendation. Thank you, John. Final word.
I'm just going to take a punt and say the gaming industry as a whole, it will just keep going from strength to strength.
It will.
I love Lloyd's numbers or statistics there. It's the correlation between cyclical, anti-cyclical, good, bad. It's always on the rise.
I agree with that.
We love the industry.
Gambling industry will be resilient. We're all good on this, right? But importantly, I think we'll all find very interesting things to put our money behind, because that's what the industry is. We all like a little bit of a gamble every now and then. Guys, I'm going to get really told off at the back. Thank you very much for your time. It was absolutely a pleasure to have all of you. Well done. Enjoy the show, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Alex, well done. Thank you. Come on. Chris, pretty good size. Thank you.
Hello, my friends. How are you doing? Yes, thank you very much for bearing with us there. We just have, you know, sometimes you get at live events, tech gremlins come in and they start messing with the live stream and all this. So apologies if you're joining us on the live stream and it's a bit delayed. We just have some gremlins behind the scenes, but we're working on it. Right, we are going to crack immediately on. We now have a fantastic panel, and it's all about the transformation of the legal culture in the iGaming industry, specifically here in beautiful Malta. So our awesome panel of experts are now going to share their insights on the evolution of the legal framework, the importance of transparency and compliance, and how the industry can continue to raise the bar for legal culture in iGaming. I love a good pun, so I do. Yes. So please join me in welcoming to the stage. We got a quartet of awesomeness coming up. First up, we're going to welcome the founder and partner of WH Partners. Please give it up for Olga Finkel. Welcome, Olga. Fantastic, and Olga is joined by the General Counsel at Betson, Corinne Valletta. Welcome, Corinne. And also the Director of Legal Affairs at Bragg Gaming, Alma Meglic. And then rounding up our quartet, we've got Legal Director at Push Gaming. Please give it up for Denise Delareve. Merci, fantastic. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. We finally got to the stage by the time we should close this panel. But fear not, we're still going to discuss our topic. And our topic is corporate legal culture, which refers to the shared values and practices within the legal departments within the organization. And it also refers to the value the legal departments themselves hold within the organization. Corporate legal culture embraces and promotes establishing of ethical standards within the organization and influences also how legal risks are dealt with and how professionals, legal professionals, actually contribute to the overall objectives and missions of organization. And the strong legal culture, promotes transparency, accountability within the organization. So how strong is the corporate culture within our industry, within iGaming? Well, as a lawyer in private practice, I've been supporting the industry for over 23 years now. It's a big number, scary sometimes. But I recall that maybe 20 years ago, when a client would come from any other industry, regulated industry, the main question about specifics of the industry would be, please tell me what the rules are and how do I do my business without breaking them. But I recall very clearly that in those early days, when an executive from iGaming company would come, more often than not, the question or the request rather would be, please tell me how not to get caught. This is something that struck me and shocked me at the time. To our participants in this panel, in-house counsel within the gaming industry, you joined from different paths, different routes, B2C, B2B, later in more recent years. How have been your first experience when you joined the industry? Have you been shocked with something as well? How were your expectations and what did you find on the inside? Denise, you joined the industry in 2018, I believe, and you came from the private practice. How was your transition?
Yes, so just to give sort of the background, so I came from consultancy law firms. I worked for some of the global law firms. And obviously, as you can imagine, the standards there are very high. You have very demanding clients, you have very professional legal departments coming to you, and they expect you to essentially be better than them. There is no room for wiggle, no room for risk, there is no room for error. So your advice needs to be top-notch and needs to cover all kinds of risks, actual or potential. And when I moved to the industry, it was a bit of a shock for me. I believe partially it's because of the transition from consultancy to in-house, but there were things that really struck me. And to be fair, some of the things that shocked me or struck me were related to stories I've heard. If you think this is bad, you should know how it was 5, 10 years ago. So I started piecing things together and, stories about people signing agreements that had no authorization to sign them, agreements not getting reviewed by legal at all kinds of shocking things at the time. And obviously there was, the motivator was commercial. Let's make money. Let's not, waste too much time reviewing contracts. Just make it happen. If there's a risk, flag it, but that's about it. So it was a huge transformation for me to sort of be able to put myself on the other side and get on that mode of strictly business thinking and limiting the review, limiting my work to what is essential. It took some time to getting used to, and I think it also depends very much on what kind of company you work for.
Yeah, we'll come to that
yes,
later.
Yes, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Corinne, you had a different experience. You first joined the industry by joining the regulator in 2011, I believe, and then you moved into in-house position in 2017. How has been your transition from one to the other? Were people around you surprised that you chose this industry in the first place?
Exactly. So my journey as such has, I hear some things from what Denise is saying, and when I first joined the industry officially, let's say, but when I joined the regulator, that was 2011, it was a very different time to a very large extent. And I do still remember a little bit of what you said in your intro, that, let's see how we can kind of get away with it. And you would, if you're not smart enough working at the regulator, you would very quickly, pick that up from the industry. But then things have progressed, things have moved on. just as, operators have become smarter and smarter, I believe so have regulators. And then I think we are in a different, very different time, actually, at the moment, a very interesting, challenging time for both operators and regulators. But if I just have to stick for now to my personal experience, coming from regulator to operator, for the purposes of this question, I would say that there was a lot of the same. I didn't have the shock that Denisa had from the consultancy industry, from the consultancy side, because I was effectively an in-house lawyer with the regulator, then to the operator. It was the same industry, so that was all similar. The speed, however, the speed at which you're expected to find solutions, that's a totally different story. The pressure you are under on a day-to-day basis, I mean, not only are you in-house, I think this would be characteristic of most in-house counsels, in other industries as well, but when you couple that with the gaming industry and the profile of the gaming industry, how competitive it is, how brutal it is when you get out there. I mean, I was expected, within my first week on the job that I actually, propose solutions without even knowing enough about Betson at the time. Obviously, right. I was just jumping into the fire. So yeah, I would say that was the main thing that took me back when I did my first move.
How was it for you, Alma? You joined from the 3 participants in this panel latest, 2020, yes. And you joined the B2B operators. How has it been for you? Have you had less shocks, perhaps? Have you been moved positively over the years? What do you think?
Well, I can draw a lot of comparisons with what has been said already. So, like you said, I joined the business, the BREC, the industry, in 2020. Maybe, adding to what was already said, perhaps the biggest shock for me was that the scope of the industry itself. So coming from the continent, Slovenia more specifically, general public is not even aware of this industry there. So it was perhaps for me the biggest shock was the scope and the volume, the speed, everything. I was used to, being involved in the regulated industries before in investment banking and finance realm, but basically this was, the fast-paced environment, and basically this industry has been a new thing for me. We knew about BREC in this small circle of M&A corporate lawyers in Slovenia because we knew about the transaction, so basically the acquisition of formerly Oryx by BREC at the time, but it wasn't something that was part of the public perception that there is one of the leading B2B software providers that has offices in Slovenia. This was not part of us being aware. So I joined also at a very interesting time, I must say. So it was just after the acquisition, but before we really restructured the business to, in line with the consolidation under BREC. So basically that was the opportunity, and we took that opportunity to take a hard look at ourselves as a legal department as well. What can we do to step up to the challenge? And we did just that. Basically, we restructured the department, reassembled it, enhanced the compliance function as well, and we basically came up with something leaner and capable of meeting the demands of the industry. And we also took the challenge of leading by example at the time to basically transfer the industry from a more kind of, startup culture to a more mature corporate business.
Right. That's a very interesting point. So basically, when the professionals move in, it's very clear that you start driving the change from within, especially when you have the legal departments, you drive the positive, the strong legal culture from the within. But in my experience, another thing that drives this change, so to speak, is the attitude of the top management. You mentioned it depends on the company, the attitude of the top management. I recall many years ago, 20, maybe 15 years ago as well, some conversations with in-house counsels at the time. And what struck me in this, that sometimes quite a few of them were frustrated or depressed even, because they would say, I'm not valued in my organization. Nobody hears me out. Nobody values my opinion. Sometimes they ask, but nobody follows it. So early on, as far as I can recall, more or less the attitude was, let's act today, let's make money today, and we'll decide tomorrow how to deal with it, okay? Make hay while the sun shines, and we don't care about tomorrow. Corinne, has this attitude changed, what you see in the industry today? Is it still, let's do first, think later, or let's plan it properly, ask legal department to assess, and then implement it? In other words, does in-house counsel today have a seat at the decision-making table?
Most definitely. I mean, sustainability is key, right? It's the latest buzzwords, and having a sustainable business has become the most important thing. I mean, I myself sit in Betson, you know, a large B2C company, largely a B2C company, and we obviously take a lot of pride, you know, in being in the business for a very long time, and so the only way you can stay there for a very long time is that you are making sustainable business decisions. So I have seen a bit of a journey, if I have to generalize about the industry, of kind of compliance and legal matters being a sort of necessary evil, a kind of checkbox that you need to go through before you get, and sometimes, you know, they forget about you and you find out about something too late or whatever, to a time when, yes, I am part of the decision-making process. I know about something before it actually becomes a business, you know, decision, or we know all the risks before we actually take that leap. I see it, I think even when I talk to other operators, even smaller operators, I know that this is the way it is mostly being done out there. We can't afford it anymore. I mean, gaming has become, no matter, you know, I always say that no matter how much we you know, we think it's fun, you know, to be in the gaming industry. You know, it's all online, it's cool, it's modern, it's fast, it's dynamic. But really and truly, I mean, Betson holds over 20 licenses. There is no way that you cannot make compliance part of your inner gaming culture. You just won't make it. It will be a matter of you know, months, if not weeks, that everything will come down.
Thank you, Corinne. Alba, what is your experience in this? Once in-house counsel is actually at the seat, has a seat at the table, decision-making table, how does it change the culture within the whole organization?
Yeah, so barring the bad actors perhaps in the industry, yeah, like I can agree that the whole industry has taken a shift towards a more sustainable business organization, more sustainability. That I completely agree with what Corinne said. And perhaps especially in this changing business environment where sometimes, you know, the profits are less and you have to chase them, it is, you know, the companies are seeking also competitive advantage in, you know, finding solutions that are more compliant, better products, you know, more care for the players and so on. So there's definitely a lot to be said in that direction. I mean, Bragg being a publicly listed entity, and we do have a management with a long track record, you know, across various jurisdictions. We are lucky in that way that they completely understand the risks involved in terms of legal and reputational. And yeah, exactly like Corinne said, there is actually no other alternative.
Right.
So yes, that's extremely important. But I would also emphasize that perhaps first and foremost, it's the legal department's job. It's not the management job to understand the legal and compliance aspect. So basically, it's first and foremost on us to really make sure that the decision-making is informed, so that we really understand that basically they are taking into consideration everything that we see. So we really have to sometimes be really, you know, smart in really painting the picture. Like, okay, decision, you know, there's a certain decision on the table. What does it mean? Yes, okay, business will survive tomorrow because, you know, taking a certain decision, but what does it mean for the business along the line in 3 years, in 5 years, perhaps? So yes, basically, we do take the responsibility, or we should take the responsibility for that part. I think so.
Right. Well, it seems that with the development of the industry and with upgrading ourselves and putting our standards higher, it seems to me that the industry very much becomes similar to any other regulated industry when the legal department in size, competence, complexity is depending on the size of the business and the legal risk profile of the business. But at the same time, all this complexity and growth creates difficulties and managing this legal department. And not only do you have to manage the legal department, but also you have to keep track of all the deadlines you have. And you have to be proactive and pro-business. You can't really say, which is the easiest thing to say by a lawyer, you cannot do this. This is not what the business is looking and expecting from us. Denisa, how do you manage all these different aspects?
So I think it's essential what the ladies here mentioned as well, that you have the support from the company, from the management. So it all goes from the top. So if you have the trust and you have the acknowledgement from the management of the importance of the legal and compliance issues, it's much easier to sort of do your job and be efficient at the same time. And of course, all the other departments have to buy into this idea. So if this all comes from the management and you get the commercial teams and the marketing teams on board, it makes it very, very easy. I mean, relatively easy. And I think I'm very lucky at Push Gaming that we have set the bar from the beginning very, very high, although we were a small company and still are comparably smaller than some other players out in the market. But one of the reasons why I enjoy working there is that there are no compromises. And we reflect that in our hiring processes. We are very transparent in what we expect. We know that not all the companies out there have that bar, perhaps. And so we want to make sure that everyone sort of buys into that idea. And that makes it possible for me to manage all the complexities, as you mentioned, because I know that my sales team will support me. I know that our commercial director will understand and sort of fight for my idea, and so on and so forth. So I think it's essential that it's made a value of the company as a whole, and that value is followed by all the teams and the departments.
Right. Well, complexity and growth of the legal department has another aspect, the cost that comes with it. And in my experience, long ago, early, but not present today as well, is that sometimes the organization sees the cost of the legal department and legal costs in general as unnecessary burdens and non-productive costs, and they just want to get rid of it as much as possible. How do you manage your budgets to make sure that they're not viewed as burdens on the organization? At the end of the day, you're protecting the back of the company, right?
Exactly. So that's what I remind them, basically. So they tell me, Corinne, you're a cost center, you have to keep it down. I tell them, but we have licenses. Without our licenses, we don't come to work in the morning. And they shut up. But the truth is that it's true. It's it's challenging, kind of, to keep it going both ways. I mean, obviously, we have, a pretty large legal department, and that has a lot of positives, because that means I've got a mix of, people with different expertise, people with different languages, which has become so important. And so that in itself makes it more possible to avoid certain external costs, But the external costs, unfortunately, are always going to be there because, of the litigation in local countries, for example, experience you want from other consultants. So the best way is what you said, you do manage and you prioritize. You prioritize what you really need, this year. If you have a certain budget on certain issues, you need to, let go on certain other areas, unfortunately, even if they're kind of nice to have, and, it would be fun to have, this memo about this country and to know what we can do over there. But you let it go if you think that it's going to, mean that you can't get a certain approach, certain advice in something which is more crucial to the business.
Okay. Well, let's look at the regulatory side, at the regulation of the industry, regulatory framework. I mean, I've seen for sure, it's moving from practically non-existent, no rules or gray rules or vague rules, and now we are at a stage where we have maybe too many rules. There are too detailed rules, very prescriptive rules. Every minute detail of everything we need to report on and do is prescribed to us. I mean, on one hand, it's a good thing because things are more explicit. We know what to do, what is expected from us. But on the other hand, and I'm sure all lawyers will agree, it's impossible to have any set of rules that would never, ever, ever require any interpretation. At some point, you will need to see whether it's this way or that way and possibly discuss with the regulator what approach is better to have and come to a particular, common solution. I come to you, Corinne, as well, as a B2C in-house counsel and working in many jurisdictions. So how do you manage this process? Because I think talking to the regulator is probably very much influential how the legal culture develops. What are the good-to-have approaches and what are unhelpful ones that you've seen?
Yeah. Well, the challenge has been trying every time, like getting it right with every regulator, which has a different, nationality, different culture, different approach. And you don't immediately realize what that regulator is all about and how that regulator needs to be approached, unless perhaps you have a local partner, and then you maybe will have a little bit more insight. The trick part is, once you get that down, then you've got to translate it, so to say, for the business, because the business is usually, a few degrees removed from the communication with the regulator, so it will be difficult to explain to them, why we need to do things in a certain way, why, with the MGA, for example, to mention one, like we do things this way, because this is how, it has always worked with the MGA, but then we're going to a new regulator in Latin America, for example, that is not how they want to do things. That is, they don't want such an open, for example, line of communication. They want it to be a little bit more formalized, a little bit more official. They need an official letter. Sometimes it needs to be signed actually originally, you need to send documents in writing and stuff. So so getting that right is I would say one of the biggest challenges when there are so many regulators who talk to each other on how they want to regulate you, but not how they actually get business done fast. That is not the forte, unfortunately.
In fact, when we were preparing for the session, you mentioned actually that some regulators told you, do not communicate with us.
Yeah, we've received a couple of emails. Please don't send any more emails.
Okay. Alma, what is your experience in dealing with Maltese regulator versus maybe others that you've dealt with?
Yeah, in comparison to what we just heard, I think very positive overall. We really appreciate this open door policy that they have established, and we are in communication with them on regular basis on various issues, and we always have this, feel of, yes, we are all in the same boat approach, and this is like, it's immensely appreciated, yes, and because like it was mentioned, we do have other experience as well, like for example, regulators that only want to deal in formal written communication, or sometimes you deal with a more apprehensive, regulatory body that is more apprehensive towards the industry. It might be due to, I don't know, lack of knowledge or, politics, various reasons. And then you have to, usually engage an external counsel to send an anonymous general query, and, you might not get the best results. I think that this open door policy really promotes compliance, and, this is how we get the best solutions done. And there's also one thing I would like to mention, which we also really appreciate about this Maltese framework, is the recognition and understanding of the aggregation business. So basically, Bragg being, an aggregator, this is not just a given in any, in all other regulations. Basically, this horizontal approach towards regulating the B2B side, this has helped us on day-to-day basis immensely. It's not, like I said, it's not necessarily recognized in other jurisdictions.
Right. Well, talking about regulation, there is at least one other aspect of it, is that, we came to the point where we have very detailed multiple rules, multiple sets of rules, even though they are kind of the same, but not really the same. Same by different, they say, right? Mm. But if we see, and I think we do agree that we see, that the legal culture in the industry has really stepped up. We are not cowboys or unruly teenagers anymore. Then aren't we supposed to be there and do things more in a free way? Why should we be forced to have everything prescribed in the menu details, and we have to waste literally our limited resources on things which may possibly not even matter much? Why shouldn't we focus on what matters most? How do we deal with this with the regulators? Denisa, what do you think? Where does it come from? Why is it like this? Is it because the regulators don't trust us? They don't understand what needs to be done? Why is that? What do you think?
I think it could be very well related to what we discussed at the beginning. So I think they might be stuck in that era where, you know, things were not done properly, let's say, or there were some cutting corners going on. And of course, we know that the industry has made a huge progress. We know we have stepped up, and we have professional legal departments, and we take things very seriously. But I'm afraid that the regulators have not always realized what happened, and they still have the old ways of thinking. So I think there's a lot of mistrust, for sure, plays a major role. I think it could also be partially down to some of the regulators not having enough professional staff that actually understands the problems from a practical point of view as well. It's not just theory. I mean, it's like having a judge sitting on a panel deciding a case, a commercial dispute, but if they never actually worked in the business and they don't understand the business, it's very likely they will render a bad judgment. So it's a little bit like that, I think. And then, of course, as I think Alma mentioned, we need that open door policy. We need to be able to talk to the regulators more. They need to see us as the same people like they are. I mean, we are all lawyers, so we should be a bit more in direct communication and have removed that barrier. We are the regulator and you are the business, and we are the police, and you need to comply with our rules. I think we need to loosen up that a lot,
Right.
and that's, of course, a huge job.
Right. We are basically running out of time, but I would like to see where we're going from here. I think we can all pat ourselves at the back because we have contributed to the improvement and upgrading of the legal culture in this industry. But where do we go from now? Can we just stay as we are? Should we improve? I guess we should improve because there is always room for improvement. So if I ask you to focus as concluding remarks for this panel on one important thing that you think is important and will drive further improvement of the legal culture, what would that be? Corinne.
I think the industry has really matured. You know, the cultures have matured, the regulation has matured, and regulators have matured. And I think we should use that to our advantage. I think we should be open with regulators. I think we should, you know, the few Alma mentioned, you know, maybe, you know, there are still some bad actors out there, and that unfortunately, you know, taints the perception, so to say. So if we are more open with regulators, I really feel that I would say over-regulation that we are in, the conundrum of over-regulation that we are in at the moment is, you know, partly symptomatic of the fact that regulators weren't fully understanding for a long time about how to regulate. So, you know, you put in extra rules just in case, you know, something gets missed. That's not the way to go, but obviously we are in this place now and they need to step back. So I think if we are open with regulators and them with us, you know, taking that kind of open door, like listen to us, we listen to you, so to approach, I think we can go to the next level of what this industry is all about and what makes it so great.
Great. Alma.
Yes, so I like to focus on things I can control, right?
Okay.
And that's basically communication from our end. So, and it's not only towards the regulator, it's not only towards the management, it's with our colleagues in development, it's with our colleagues in sales, and so on. So, and this basically helps us to get our insight even, you know, down the product line at the time of the development. That's one thing. And also communication across, you know, the other in-house departments within the industry. For example, like Malta is really special in a way that it's a really small, tightly knit community of experts. Perhaps, you know, in terms of broadening this and sharing this knowledge, it might make sense, I don't know, to have like a local in-house council, you know, association of gambling lawyers. And this could basically be an open door also for experts such as myself that do not reside here, and could join in discussion. I mean, I'm really happy that I've been invited to join this panel and meet these lovely ladies and, you know, exchange views. So I would continue doing what we can control and what we already did good to bring the industry to its current position.
Excellent. Denisa.
I think the one thing I think we should focus on is to open up the industry to influence from other industries. I think we're still seen as a pretty much separate industry. Some could say a bit shady, depending on where you come from. And I think by inviting experts and peers from other industries to the debate, getting inspired and learning from their mistakes, because I could name, for example, the tobacco industry, which at the time they were the bad guys. And they somehow managed to turn that image around. And I think there's just a lot that we can learn from other industries who may have been through a similar sort of journey, being the bad guys and then, turning the public perception and the way the authorities view them to their favor. So I think I would say let's talk to other industries. Let's have conferences where that are not dedicated to gaming only, but tech, any sort of related industries. And I think eventually that will open up to the regulators as well, that should not isolate themselves from other regulators. Same thing. So I think if we combine all these three initiatives, it could actually bring us somewhere.
Lots of things to do, lots of work ahead. Thank you so much for a very insightful, engaging discussion. Thank you for the panel. We're close on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much to Olga, Corinne, Alma, and Denisa. That was an absolutely fascinating panel. Okay, my dear friends, we have now reached the grand finale of the day here on the main stage at day one of iGaming NEXT Valletta 2023. Get ready to meet your new co-worker, ChatGPT. Our next session is going to explore the exciting possibilities and potential pitfalls of incorporating the very latest, very hottest AI tool into your iGaming strategy. And in fact, as you noticed earlier, I am now a programmer slash flowgrammer with my amazing demo with James King. Thank you very much for that. So let's actually get ChatGPT even on the screen, and let's get some help in putting together this next session from ChatGPT. Okay, ChatGPT, are you there? Come on down. ChatGPT, look at me. Oh yeah, there we are. Okay, here's ChatGPT. I'm going to ask it a question. Right. Dear ChatGPT, who are the best speakers for our next session? Let's chat. Are we one gaming tool away from removing brand identity? Okay, that's not too shabby. It's pretty fast. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Who are the best speakers in the world? Bring it on, ChatGPT. ChatGPT says, as an AI language model, I don't have personal preferences, but I can suggest notable speakers who are well regarded in various fields related to AI, tech, and the iGaming industry for the final panel of the day. And those speakers are partner at T2 Marketing International, Corey Padvin, Alexi Dingley, Professor of AI at University of Malta, Orimas Marcinkevicius, SEO expert at Betson Group, Gesina Kunkel, Managing Director at Impulse Q GmbH, and Simon Liston, CEO and co-founder at Fast Track. And as if by magic, here they are on stage. Give it up for ChatGPT's favorite speakers for our final session of the day. Thank you.
Well, here we are. First of all, thank you all for sticking around. I know it's been a long day. I promise we'll keep this short, no more than an hour and a half, and then we'll definitely get you upstairs for a drink. So first and foremost, I'd like to take a quick straw poll. First, thanks to the panelists. Thanks for everybody at iGaming Next for putting this all together. I want to take a quick straw poll from the audience. If I can see some of you up there, crazy that there's still people sitting in the dark corner at the end of the day. Out of curiosity, how many people here are currently using, have played around with, or are very well versed in large language models like ChatGPT? Just by show of hands. No. All right, so a handful. Actually, quite a few. Okay, great. How many people here would say that they are using it on a daily basis or that it has completely changed the way that they work? So fewer, but still quite a few. So a good number. So I'm glad we have the conversation that we're having because over the course of the day today, I can't tell you how many times I've heard the word ChatGPT mentioned. I can't tell you how many times the letters AI have never had such a time in the spotlight. And so I think one of the big concerns that a lot of people have had, and this is a question I'd like to open it up just to get the conversation started, a lot of concern has revolved around, is AI out to get me? Is AI, our large language models, is ChatGPT going to replace me and take over my job? So I guess, Simon, we'll start with you, seeing as how you already spoke quite a bit about this today with Fast Track. So go right ahead. Let us know.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. Is the microphone? Yeah, it's working. Good. I have a couple of mic issues before. So, I mean, I think it's not really replacing yet. Maybe some. That there might be certain things that are happening that are impacting certain people's contracts with work in certain ways. But I think I want to say that from a ChatGPT perspective and what's happening with generative AI in general, I think Jenny put it really eloquently in her session up in the HR Connect track. And it's very much about low impact and high impact work and what we are sort of offloading. Right now, the priority is not really like sort of getting rid of or trying to use those sort of, or being worried about losing jobs. It's a very exciting technology, and I think most people have so much to gain from taking advantage of it rather than thinking about how is this going to threaten my career. I believe that it is helping us. It's helping us focus more of our energy at high impact work, and there is a lot of things that it does really well. I mean, where if you have a huge text and you want to get out something out of that, maybe classifications, or you can get a lot of help in research. You can come up with variants on language. You can, I mean, in our space, when it comes to CRM, for example, in iGaming, which we are very involved in, and we talk about productivity in teams, it becomes so clear that there's so many tasks, like you take an SMS that is three SMSs long, and that's not a very cost-effective way of sending communication to your players, for example. You can very easily use ChatGPT to help you shorten that. That could be a time-consuming task, but it's not really like the best use of my time, right? I can use my time for something else, hopefully coming up with new ideas and things that I can do instead and do data analysis, whatever it might be. So yeah, that would be my little add to it. I don't think people should embrace this at this stage.
Sure.
I'm very optimistic about it.
Sure. Armas, your thoughts?
I can agree as well that it is more opportunity, not necessarily like a challenge or something negative. But I can say that, yes, some people will be impacted more than others. So probably the most impactful currently people I can see that would be impacted would be customer support people. Even now it's being outsourced offshore. Lots of AI bots are used at the moment as well, not as advanced. But when companies will start using more advanced models for customer support, especially when they can train these models with their own data from their own customer support to actually give proper answers to the users based on previous data, then most likely as customer support will definitely be impacted. Other people I see impacted is, for example, graphic designers with the models that are generating images. They might not necessarily be out of job, but let's say their job might be, let's say, less valuable, so they would need to adapt. So they would probably need to start using AI as well to compete with their own peers who use AI. And if they don't use, they might get behind.
So looking at it more as an asset, a value add to the individual rather than
you will probably, let's say you will probably take a bit less money for your job, but you might do more work. And then probably at the end of the day, you might be earning even more than you earned before. But if you don't start, if you get behind, then you can be left out, to be honest. So like I would suggest quite a few people, yeah, who are affected to look into this if they still haven't. So yeah, that's my opinion.
Just now, please.
So I think with every technology, like there are positive sides and negative sides, and I think with AI it's not different, right? So and I think AI is disruptive. So AI is changing like the whole existing structures in the whole industry and markets overall. But in my point of view, I think that AI won't take over entire jobs. It's just like I think AI will just take over some routine activities and not entire jobs.
Sure.
So that's my opinion.
The mundane, repetitive tasks that you can assign.
Exactly.
You've always kind of wished you could assign to a robot.
Yeah.
And Alexei, please.
So can I back to the with what was said so far?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think you are underestimating the power of this technology. First of all, you have to keep in mind that we're here because of ChatGPT. Okay, if it wasn't for ChatGPT, probably we wouldn't be here on this panel today. But ChatGPT, without minimizing anything of its capabilities, I describe it like a full stop in a novel. All right? There are loads of other AI technologies which a lot of people are not aware of. Many of them are still in laboratories, they're being researched, but they're coming our way. And the effect of ChatGPT is big because probably you don't realize, but one of my expertise is natural language processing, which is this field of study. ChatGPT practically wiped out the entire field of study in a blink of an eye. So the profound effects of this technology is huge. And what will happen, I don't know, of course, I don't have the crystal ball, but for sure, there will be a lot of disruption. If you see report after report, we're seeing that, for example, a few weeks ago, there was the Future of Jobs report by the World Economic Forum. They're estimating that it will affect 1/4 of all the jobs globally. And keep in mind that it's not just about changing small tasks. First of all, we're still at the beginning of this revolution. And, a lot of people don't realize that this is only 6 months old. So we're talking about this because it's 6 months old. But think about what will happen in the coming months. And we're seeing a very rapid change in these past few weeks. Keep also in mind that even for us, that we program, we create code, the way in which we create code is very different than it was 6 months ago. Today, I don't need to actually write the program. I go to ChatGPT or similar technologies. I ask it for a particular function, and it actually creates the function for me. It's not right 100%, but most of the time it's pretty good. So even when it comes to development of software, it's being speeded up now. And that is why we're seeing this rush of new technology coming our way. And what I'm saying is not something that, it's happening now. It's happening all over the world. Just to give you an example, a few weeks ago, I was interviewing somebody from Toronto in Canada. He was an investment banker. And he told me something which set me thinking. He told me, listen, I do not employ juniors anymore. And I told him, why not? He told me, why should I? When I have an AI that is capable of doing the same thing for much less cost and much faster and probably even better. And that's problematic because these changes are becoming very rapidly. If you're a junior trying to start your career, where are you going to go? Because the AI is doing pretty much most of that. So, disruption is coming towards us. We are just in the beginning. And if you see the advances that happened in the past few months, I mean, we talk about ChatGPT, but there are loads of other models, Falcon, Bloom, the ones which are going to be integrated with Office now, the Copilot. So this wave of technology is coming towards us. And when it comes, it will change profoundly the way in which we work.
Well, I think that's interesting. And one thing I want to build off from that is a discussion about where we can go. I think that the area, to your point, and this is something that we've talked about prior to this, the space of AI is in its infancy. I think everybody sort of forgets that 6 months ago we weren't having these conversations because the GPT was not a series of letters that you would normally see next to each other. And now it's the only series of letters you see. And so I think a question that's worthwhile, both in terms of, from the product side, from the SEO and from the consumer-facing side and from the bigger picture side. I think the question is, what does disruption look like in 6 months? What are we starting to see as we actually see this take shape? Right now, a lot of this, you have prompt engineers out there who are finding all sorts of fun ways to start using large language models. You have companies launching. I mean, you're looking at a couple of hundred companies and being announced every day. We were just discussing Mistral in France raising $140 million without a product. So I think the question to look at is in terms of that disruption, because a fourth of jobs. Let's keep it in the focus of iGaming here. But in terms of disruption, what sorts of disruptions can we expect to see in the world of iGaming, from product to SEO to just AI integrations on their own?
Okay. Let me just give an example so that it's very concrete and people can understand. First of all, keep in mind that you need to separate the hype from the reality, because there's also a lot of hype coming up with this technology. Some people only just heard about AI, but really and truly it's been 8 years with us, so it's quite a mature technology. But this is how I see it. So the future, according to what I'm seeing, is into hyper-personalization. So the level of personalization will reach levels which are impossible to do today, and they will become possible because of AI. And this will affect all the aspects. So a few months back, I was reading that a Hollywood director said that, listen, in 2 years' time, movies will be created by AI, entire movies. Now think about that, the possibilities of that. So I can create a movie like this in the blink of a second. I can decide that if I wasn't satisfied with Games of Thrones, I can just change the ending. I can decide that maybe I would like to be the film star in one of those movies, so my face will go and be replaced over there. So these are the possibilities that will be unleashed with AI. Recently as well, a student of mine, we tried an experiment. We got a movie, all right, and a movie, we created an AI to create a game out of that movie. So the input is actually a game, a movie, and you create the game based upon that movie. So that's why I say it's hyper-personalization, because now the aspirations, the desires, the dreams of people that are going to play can be customized specifically for their needs.
Well, and to the point of the hyper-personalization side of things, I mean, looking in the world of SEO, looking in the world of targeted communications, how would you say that the impact of hyper-personalization, and even in its infancy today, what do you see as sort of the broader outlook of using these tools for that focus of hyper-personalization? So Justina, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I think, is my microphone working? Yeah, it's working. So I think with, creating like personalized information for the users, I think that the search intent and also UX is going to probably increase. So yeah, that's what I see. Yeah.
Narmis?
Yeah, with SEO, it's a bit tricky to personalize, to be honest, because like the only thing you see from the user is usually like what they were searching for. So of course you can, again, as Justina mentioned, target specifically what they intend that they are looking for. Are they looking for information about a specific game? Are they looking to play the game? Are they looking to play the game for money? Are they looking to play the game for free? So of course for that we can optimize the content on the page, but not necessarily we can hyper-personalize, because technically we have to show to Google what users are seeing, and usually we cannot have very different kind of content showed for the user and for Google bots, because otherwise we can get penalized.
Sure.
The only big difference I see that we can do is for the users that already have an account, let's say with Betson. So you can personalize like what they see logged in on the website, like what games they might enjoy like to play. Let's say maybe they want to bet on a specific competition, usually only interested in Champions League, for example. Then you can of course personalize for that it's prominent there. They see this recommendation engine for the games and so on and so forth. So this we can personalize, but it's usually for the logged in users, I think, like you can do more.
Well, and I think you touched on a good point there, which is just from a pure play SEO standpoint, obviously you have to abide by certain rules. But I think this, for you, Simon, the question of personalizing the entire UX from first point of entry to point of conversion and to nurturing, where do you see the hyper-personalization fitting in there?
Yeah, I mean, I think everything is quite interesting. I like listening to you and your thoughts because I like it. It's just a lot of things and ideas coming around. Now, in terms of like iGaming, something that everyone needs to get their head around when you're looking at these things is that there is sort of building a proof of concept around personalization is actually quite an easy job. All right. The thing is that there are so many different variants in play when you actually start doing it, which comes into regulatory landscape. You come into responsible gaming. You come into different markets and different translations, different brands, and you have thousands of different content. It starts becoming very complicated very quickly. And that's what's been holding us back, because I agree with you. We've been working with AI from the first day we started working in Fast Track. No one was excited about the stuff that we were doing from an AI perspective, training models, because you couldn't really touch it the way you can touch ChatGPT, because you can it's like you can have a relationship with a technology for the first time. It's like everyone. And that's something completely unique that we haven't experienced before, and that's why we're sitting and talking about it here. But from software company's perspective, tech company developing products like we are doing, we've been working actively with AI for a very long time. And I've seen these complexities firsthand, and I spoke about that in my previous presentation as well, that when I speak to leaders in the different organizations, whether it be Batson or other places, they've been talking about personalization for the last 15 years. We were doing that at Batfair when I was working. That was a long time ago, right? And was at the top of the agenda back then because we knew that was going to be important. Actually executing is very difficult. You need the data, you need the infrastructure to be in place in the right way, you need all of the systems to talk to each other, because otherwise, once you're doing one thing over here and you don't talk with the CMS is not talking with the bonus engine, or what it might be, then suddenly everything falls apart. So very little personalization is happening. You asked, what's going to happen in the next 6 months? I think I'm very excited about what we're doing, naturally, because that's what I'm working with every day. Now we've developed this singularity model where you're able to create collections. You can put all of your content into one place, and you can build your own algorithm straight in my platform. So you put an eligibility model up there, and you're saying, these are the things that you're not supposed to do, and these are the things that we want to prioritize content based on. Right now, that's being used for campaign management. There is absolutely no limitation that we in the future potentially use that for content or presenting games. But what we've done in that process is that we have classified content. We've already built it, and we've told the machine, like, listen, this is the features, these are the different things that you need to know in order to do this job, right? And what's accelerated now with ChatGPT, which I think is super interesting from a data science perspective, is that you can now process like data, like text, open text, and you can do feature engineering, like literally on the cup. You can say, all right, take these 15 emails, what's the tonality of them, right? You get something useful out of that you can analyze and you can use in data. Sure. That's going to happen very quickly. We're going to see products being rolled out, just like Copilot, Microsoft's, all of these different things. A lot of specialized products focusing on marketing, different areas that are going to enter that prompt engineering layer, create a middle layer, which helps us enable organizations with the technology. So I think there's going to be a lot of that. But organizations are going to take time to change because people's willingness to be part of the change is not the same, and that takes time.
Well, and you mentioned something there too, as far as organizations taking the time. You mentioned in that process that one of the difficulties obviously revolves around regulatory bodies. We're in in case you didn't know, a heavily regulated market, no matter where you are, particularly if you're working above board in any market where you're offering wagers. And so I think one of the questions that I think is a good one to ask, particularly for the world of iGaming in particular, is at what point does this become a question for regulators? And more importantly, is this a chicken and egg scenario where do you have the operators who start playing around with hyper-personalization, large language models, and AI, and then have the regulators step in? Or is this a question where the operators are better off waiting for the regulator to come in and say, here's how we see this working? Because I think we could all agree that regulatory bodies are going to factor in heavily into the use of AI, particularly when you're talking about a regulated market like gambling.
Can I add 2 points?
Sure.
I'll combine this. It's true what you said, that companies will take time to adapt. But I think the name of the game at the moment is not that AI is going, and it's not a quote, it's not my quote, okay? It's not that AI is going to take over your job, but a company that uses AI will take over your job. I think that's the advantage of first mover. And linking to what you said, what will happen is that companies will start adopting AI sort of passing through an area or a period which is unregulated.
Right.
Why? Because it's very hard to catch up with all of these technologies and changes. So regulation will take time until it will catch up. And I think that is the advantage of the first mover that a lot of companies can take advantage on. The second thing I wanted to point out as well is the issue that there seems to be this implication that the main entry point is via search engines, which is true. I believe most of the traffic comes from search engine, no? But remember, with the new models of ChatGPT, that is being obfuscated totally. I mean, if you try to use Bing, which at the moment is integrated with ChatGPT, Bing decides what you should see and what you shouldn't see. So, it's not like you're on the list of pages and your page is somewhere over there. Now the algorithm is actually deciding that you should go to Batsin and not to someone else. So unless ChatGPT decides that you should feature in its reply, then you're totally excluded. And this is a very profound change in what is going to happen.
So for Jessica, let's say, do you think that would something like that be more a question of optimizing your content for the user, or instead of optimizing the entire experience? Because if the AI is designed to recommend based off of the content that's been developed, would it make more sense to focus the use or the optimization on optimizing your content for an AI system rather than optimizing the acquisition structure, which could sort of circumvent the regulatory process or the regulator face-to-face?
I think Ori can answer this question better than I can, because this is like a SEO topic, right?
So talking about Google and SEO, so basically, yes, I agree that Google is kind of under fire and has lots of competition now. That's why they recently announced Red Alert in their company. That's why they started focusing on AI more than they ever had, because they can get left behind, basically. When they saw the OpenAI ChatGPT, they saw that, hey, we have to move fast, because they have some of the best people working on AI for like 10 plus years. But they were moving very slowly, very carefully. And then when they saw OpenAI moving fast, not as carefully, testing things out, either good or bad, then they decided, no, we don't want to left behind, and we have to do something. So that's why they launched their own AI engine. That's why they are kind of cannibalizing now their own search even results. So basically answering questions through AI for the users. So basically users then might not even go to the websites from where these answers were coming from. But at least Google is kind of, let's say, has intention of keeping the real websites ranking, keeping them getting traffic, because otherwise it's like making them money, basically. So they have to do something. So at least from Google's side, when they are showing in search results an answer through AI, they at least mention from which websites these answers are coming from, and you can even go and read like the full article. So for Google, yeah, it's tricky because they can cannibalize their own business, and they have to be very careful. In terms of AI content, yes, with iGaming we need to be very careful, because there are certain things in certain markets which we cannot mention in our content. So if we blindly use content from AI, we could even get fines in some markets. Sure. Basically, somebody definitely needs to check it, somebody needs to rewrite it, so need to be very careful in terms of that. And EU actually now is looking into certain regulation. Hopefully it will be the first kind of region that has these regulations. We'll see how it will end up with. But at least for now, I saw somewhere mentioning that EU might ask Google, Twitter, and social media companies marking AI-generated content that, hey, this image or this text was generated by AI. So basically, they either have to check it themselves or ask their users to do it. I'm not sure how this will work. But basically, this is mainly to avoid fake news.
Sure.
But I can imagine this will also affect marketing and like similar areas, basically.
Well, and I think you bring up a good point. I just want to close out by asking a question that I'd like everybody to jump in on really quick. As far as the ethics of AI applications in marketing, yay or nay for it? Do you think that it has a place, carte blanche, or do you think there's a place for oversight bodies in the uses of AI in the world of iGaming? So Simon, we'll start with you.
Okay, I got really excited.
Sorry, no, if you wanted to follow up.
No, but it's like, I know we're out of time, and I was like, shit, I was looking at the clock.
So, well, no, that's not true.
I was just thinking about what you
so we
said.
have another,
I just need to get this point across. So I was just thinking about what you said, right? It's just, okay, someone is now picking what we're getting. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. And honestly, like, I'm very optimistic. I'd love some help cherry picking what I'm picking. I was thinking the first thing that hit me when ChatGPT came out was like, finally, now I don't need to use Kayak to book my flights anymore because someone is going to understand my travel habits and someone is going to help me. Is it going to be Bing doing that for me? No, it's not, but AI assistance is going to be big. That's going to be a huge breakthrough in the next coming, we don't know, 24 months, something like that. There is going to be a lot of that because that's going to help save a lot of time. Yes, I think there is a place for I don't think within gaming necessarily. I think we need to self-regulate. I think we need to be like protecting our own brand identities, and I think there are things that we need to develop and policies and responsibilities against our customers in terms of what we're doing. I think we should be upfront. Fast Track would be. We would be upfront about that, and we would be clear. But it needs to be regulated 100%, and there needs to be. But I'm not sure gaming needs to do that in particular. I think it's maybe on a grander scheme that it needs to happen because this doesn't just affect one business. But there might be things that I'm not thinking about right now in a specific area.
Sure. Aramis.
Yes, so I will maybe repeat a few things that I mentioned. In my mind, yes, regulation needs to happen for AI. One of the things why it needs to happen so that basically real people still have the value of creating unique content, whether it's images or texts, basically. So there needs to be some regulation where you cannot just take AI, scrape, get some content from some website, and return an answer for the user without ever mentioning from where you got this content. So regulation can happen in the way where, let's say, you have to license a piece of content for it to be used for AI. Then, okay, maybe you can say that you don't need to mention anything about the original author. But basically, if you scrape the content without the knowledge of the website, without getting a license or something like that, that's why API now, Reddit wants to charge a lot of money, Twitter increased the prices and so on, so that it's like not for free that you can get this information and then use it for your own tools for commercial benefit, basically. So I think that needs to happen somehow, like real users, real people creating content should still have some value. So through regulation, hopefully we can achieve that.
Jessica.
Yeah. So I'm positive about AI, and I think AI will stay for sure. And I think, as I said before, AI won't take over like our entire jobs. It will just be a tool being supportive for certain tasks. And as Ori said, I think AI also should be regulated. That's for sure. Yeah.
And Alexei, final words.
I think the ethical issues of AI are very important. As you mentioned before, AI is a very powerful tool, but it's still a tool. It can be used to do a lot of good, but also a lot of bad. So I think we need to have very, very strict ethical frameworks, as there are, even in Malta, in order to ensure that we use that tool, we use it to maximum potential, but we use it in the right way as well.
Well, everybody who is here, thank you very much. Thank you very much, my panelists, iGaming Next, and those who stuck it out with us for the entire day. Go upstairs, enjoy your drinks, have a great night.
So much. Thank you so much, Corey, Alexei, Orimas, Jessina, and Simon. Great stuff. I was expecting nothing less. ChatGPT chose well in its choice of speakers. Okay, now ChatGPT, don't go away so fast, because I have two very important questions for you right now. So ChatGPT, if you're there, I would like to know, and what should I be on the lookout for tomorrow at iGaming Next Valletta 23? Okay, look at that. How fast is ChatGPT? I'm very impressed. Okay, I hope it recommends some really cool panels. Let's see. Or maybe some keynotes. 23. Thank you very much. Okay, ChatGPT, what say you? Okay, some interesting sessions. The CEO hot seat, high stakes session. CEOs get all of your unfiltered questions. Brilliant, I love it. I'll be there for that. The hot 6 as well. 6 of the newest and brightest brains in the industry come together and answer questions from direct questions from top institutional investors. Oh, and debate iteration versus innovation. That's one that I'm doing. And this is about the difference between innovation, the balance it with iterative improvements. What's the best approach as an operator? Okay, I hope to see all of you here for those 3 awesome sessions. ChatGPT says so. Final question for ChatGPT. Tell me, what is happening next at iGaming NEXT Valletta 2023? What's next? Please be drinks, please be drinks. Let's see. What say you, ChatGPT? Because it's thirsty work doing all this stuff. We need some liquid networking, I think. Let's see. ChatGPT says, oh, that would be the next working drinks upstairs at the stunning Grand Harbour Roof Terrace. Well, thank you. Bonus points, ChatGPT, for that recommendation. I hope to see you all upstairs right now. It's thirsty work. My personal mantra, ABC, always be connecting. Add a D onto that, always be connecting over drinks. My friends, the bar is open until 8:30 in air quotes, so do make the most of it. I will see you upstairs very shortly. Thank you for being here. See you soon. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Dude.
So nicely done, bro. So nicely done.